Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. When this guy stepped onto the academy's training arena, every single eye instantly locked onto him. But behind his back, all he heard were mocking laughs, because he had been bullied his entire life. Now, he had to pass a simple strength test, by striking a special training dummy. But as the examiner prepared to judge his magic, Lucas casually announced he wouldn't use any spells. Hearing that, the examiner was completely stunned. Then, Lucas charged forward with everything he had, building up insane speed before the attack. He closed in on the dummy and unleashed a devastating blow. The next second, thick smoke swallowed the entire arena, and when it finally cleared away, everyone witnessed something unbelievable. The dummy, built to withstand even the strongest magic spells, was completely blown apart. But nobody knew this power was far from ordinary, because not long ago, his life was completely different. In his old world, he lost his father, became a target of endless bullying, and suffered humiliation every single day. But the final twist of fate came when a car slammed into him on the road. It seemed like his story was over. However, instead of dying, he opened his eyes again, this time in Lucas Ryan's body, an unknown nobleman. And in this new world, magic ruled everything, but Lucas awakened something far greater, the blessing of the supreme god of war. With this overwhelming power, Lucas got a second chance at life. And in the very next moment, he opened his eyes in his own bed. The absurd image of a muscular spirit only deepened his confusion. He remembered that he should have died under that truck and could not reconcile that fate with his current life. The memory of his bloody death returned, making his survival feel impossible. A sudden realization struck him. Fragments of Lucas Ryan's memories and his own collided, forcing him to confront the truth of his reincarnation. He bitterly wondered whether the gods were mocking him. He understood that he had been reborn as a child already rejected by the god of magic, a disgrace likely to be abandoned by his own family. Even so, his thoughts drifted back to the family he had lost in his previous life and the hope that they were surviving without him. He also realized he had no idea how to use the martial blessing he had just received. A familiar candy rolling across the floor pulled him out of his thoughts. He turned toward the sound. Julia stood there calling for her big brother, frightened and on the verge of tears. Her fear and relief were written plainly across her face. When she realized he was awake, she threw herself at him in pure relief. Julia confessed that she had been terrified after hearing others say he might never wake again. Lucas comforted her gently, and recognized her as the little sister of this new life. He understood that she was mourning the loss of the original Lucas's soul, even if she did not know it in those terms. Accepting his reincarnation, he vowed to protect the people he now cherished with all his strength and placed his hopes in the blessing of the god of martial arts. A peaceful day gives way to a story rooted in an old fateful world. In a sacred altar, an angelic being stands as if guarding some ancient balance. That holy figure suddenly falters, as though a hidden force has reached even the sanctum. Blood begins to pour from the statue's eyes, signaling a violent corruption or omen. The divine image is overwhelmed by blood, as if holiness itself is being desecrated. Below it, a dark-haired woman lies amid the spreading gore, tied to the scene's sinister power. She realizes the hated presence she had been tracking has disappeared. Unable to tell whether her enemy died or escaped into another world, she weighs both possibilities. She also admits her own strength has been drained to almost nothing. Even weakened, she begins forcing herself back up through the blood-soaked restraints. The woman rises from the crimson mire, battered but still dangerous. She decides it does not matter where he went, because without him, this world will eventually belong to her side. 9 years later, the story resumes at the Ryan estate. A young man moves through the grounds in an ordinary moment, unaware trouble is about to return. He is Lucas, and he notes that the weather has finally cleared, so Julia should be finishing her magic training. He heads out to meet her, but something hostile is already waiting nearby. Lucas senses danger a split second before it strikes. A thorny vine lashes out and binds him in midair. Recognizing the attack, Lucas realizes the same tormentor is targeting him again. The attacker reveals himself as Jeremy, Lucas's half-brother. Jeremy mocks Lucas as a family disgrace who still has not been thrown out despite his weakness. He reinforces the family rule that only mages belong in the backyard, using it to humiliate Lucas. The vines tighten, turning the taunt into a physical threat. Jeremy threatens to break Lucas's ribs to make the lesson sink in. Lucas endures the pain without panicking. Instead, he warns Jeremy that Julia will return any minute. He adds that Jeremy should release him unless he wants to be struck by lightning. Jeremy laughs off the warning, convinced Lucas is hiding behind his little sister and that her magic cannot scare him. His arrogance is punished immediately when lightning crashes down on him. Jeremy is blasted to the ground, stunned and humiliated. Lucas turns and sees Julia arriving just in time. Her staff still crackles with the spell she cast. Julia fiercely warns Jeremy that if he bullies her big brother again, she will fry him on the spot. She remains adorably furious, fully committed to defending Lucas. Julia moves to free Lucas from the vines herself. But the vines loosen on their own before she can act. Lucas steps free and casually comforts Julia instead, showing he was never truly helpless. Together they turn the tables and ask Jeremy whether he has learned his lesson. Jeremy can only seethe under the humiliation. Unable to retaliate, he retreats with his maid in tow. Lucas notes that Jeremy fled with plenty of strength left, meaning Julia deliberately held back. Julia points out that Lucas could crush Jeremy if he wanted, and asks why he never fights back when only she knows his real power. Lucas answers lightly that he does not need to, because Julia is his shield, and she happily accepts the role. He smiles, amused by how naturally they understand each other. Lucas reflects that 9 years have passed since he reincarnated into this body. He remembers waking in Lucas's place and expecting Lucas's father to cast him out for failing expectations. Instead of punishment, the man simply dropped his cane and rushed forward. Holt Ryan embraced him in relief, caring only that his son had awakened safely. Lucas later learned that Holt is often away commanding a nightly order and rarely sees his children. Even so, Holt proved himself to be a genuinely caring father. When Holt heard Lucas had begun martial arts training, he immediately sent a helpful letter. That letter directed Lucas to an old book hidden in the martial archives. Lucas secretly followed the clue into a neglected part of the estate. Finding that book gave him the means to begin a long-term plan. Back then, the household only noticed that young Lucas kept disappearing. The servants dismissed him as a boy who could not use magic and would soon be expelled anyway. While they gossiped, Lucas continued slipping away unnoticed. Even the strange tremors in the house were misread as someone practicing earth magic. In truth, Lucas was breaking through stone beneath the estate with sheer physical force. He worked alone underground, pushing through dust and exhaustion. When he discovered a route connected to the archives, he knew the location was perfect. Over 6 months, he dug a hidden training ground beneath his room and divided it into sections. He organized the space into areas for training, study, storage, and whatever else he might need. Lacking money after outfitting the important rooms, he settled for an old bathtub as a makeshift bath chamber. Once the hideout was complete, he trained there in secret every day. In the present, that hidden chamber has become a fully equipped underground dojo and study. Lucas begins another session by preparing his medicinal bath. The bath reacts with alchemical energy, turning into a potent healing mixture. He relaxes into it, following the first principle of magical martial arts: strengthen the body through medicinal bathing. For 3 years he has trained according to the book Chaos Alchemy. The results are so extreme that even a level 5 magic attack can no longer scratch him. Satisfied with his defense, he turns his attention to improving his offense. He faces a training dummy with weapon in hand, ready to test his progress. He draws and channels power through his blade in one smooth motion. A storm of cutting lines erupts around the target as he unleashes a refined technique. His focus sharpens completely as he controls the attack. He transitions from the sword to a spear drill without losing momentum. The spear technique tears through the target with speed and precision. The attack's pattern fills the room, showing how far his control has advanced. The training dummy is shredded apart by the force of the strike. Lucas confirms he has reached level 4 in Swift Thunder Spear and plans to polish it further. Even with steady growth over 9 years, one issue still troubles him. The book says martial artists eventually hit a wall that can only be broken through enlightenment. Because that enlightenment is brutal and rare, most people abandon martial arts despite its power rivaling magic. Lucas, however, suspects his own path may be different. He gathers himself and tests the limits of his body directly. With sudden resolve, he commits to a raw power strike. His fist drives into the massive training post with explosive force. The impact blasts the post apart and cracks the surrounding chamber. Lucas stands amid the debris, barely winded by the destruction. He confirms another breakthrough, reaching level 5 in Berserker's explosive fist. What puzzles him is that his levels keep rising without ever hitting the wall described in the book. He begins to suspect this abnormal growth may be a blessing tied to a war god. A clock interrupts his thoughts and reminds him of the evening above ground. He remembers that Holt is returning home and the whole family is dining together. Lucas leaves the hidden chamber and returns to the estate proper. He heads toward the dining room, composed and outwardly ordinary again. Inside, the family is already assembled and waiting for him. Holt welcomes Lucas warmly and notes that 6 months have passed since their last meeting. Lucas answers respectfully and takes his place. Holt reveals that Allen Academy of Magic is opening a special martial arts track this year, and he has already enrolled Lucas. He encourages Lucas, saying martial arts will be difficult but manageable, and tells him to prepare for the entrance exam next week. Lucas accepts with gratitude, hiding how perfectly this suits his plans. Privately, he reminds himself that strength is what protects what matters, but showing too much of it only invites danger. He keeps that thought to himself as the family meal continues. Julia suddenly asks to enroll in Allen Academy as well. Holt gently refuses because she is only 11, but Julia counters that the elite track has no age limit. She then reveals she has already been offered a place. Holt pauses, surprised enough to take the claim seriously. After checking the proof, he praises Julia's talent and says House Ryan may soon produce a great mage. Lucas and Julia celebrate the news together while Jeremy watches in growing resentment. Jeremy fumes that praise for Julia is one thing, but praise for Lucas threatens his own standing if Lucas enters the academy too. His agitation shows physically as he loses control under the table. Someone beside him sharply tells him to calm down. Jeremy's mother reins him in and insists there is no reason to panic. She is Jessica Ryan, Holt's second wife, and she coolly points out that Lucas is not guaranteed to pass the exam. Her smile makes clear that she is already thinking ahead. A week later, the day comes for Lucas and Julia to depart for the academy. Their mother sees them off with concern and affection, promising to visit the person Purin and the others care for once the children are settled. She also reminds Lucas not to forget the lucky coin his father gave him. The coin is an ancient relic from the Bune dynasty, obtained by Holt after subduing a magical beast. Holt once explained that it bears the first Emperor Mars on one side and his weapon on the other. When Lucas first saw it, he was startled because the face matched the powerful spirit he had encountered before. Remembering Holt's words, he keeps the coin close as a charm that should never leave him. That memory makes Lucas reflect on how fortunate he has been to find a good family in both lives. With Julia at his side, he sets off feeling genuinely lucky. Several hours into the journey, the group stops in a forest clearing to make camp before sunset. Night falls quietly over the road. By the campfire, their escort Forden explains that if they leave at dawn, they should reach Daku Town and the academy by nightfall. Julia brightens immediately and asks what is interesting in Daku Town. Forden happily tells her about the annual spring magic dodgeball tournament. He adds that the town is also famous for its food, which delights her even more. Lucas teases Julia when she starts drooling at the thought of it. In the middle of the lighthearted moment, Lucas suddenly catches something no one else notices. Using sharpened senses, he detects 13 people and 12 horses racing toward them from 2 kilometers away. He asks Forden about bandits in the area, recalling that such threats were said to be rare. Lucas knows this is no coincidence, and recognizes that chaos alchemy has given him extraordinary perception along with defense and healing. He quickly judges the situation. Only 5 defenders are present, and one of them is a child, so they must act carefully. He warns the group that a mysterious party is approaching at high speed and orders everyone to get ready. At first the others are baffled because they cannot sense anything at all. Even so, Forden grips his sword and chooses to trust Lucas's warning. He orders the guards to arm themselves immediately. Though uncertain where Lucas got the information, Forden decides caution is wiser than doubt. Moments later, mounted raiders burst from the darkness exactly as Lucas predicted. The guards are stunned that the threat is real. The bandits laugh that they have found more prey, just as their boss expected during the academy entrance season when nobles crowd the road. They immediately size up Julia and Lucas as valuable children to sell rather than merely rob. Forden steps forward with his blade drawn and warns them of the consequences of attacking nobility. The bandit boss dismisses the threat and orders his men to kill everyone except the 2 children. As the bandits charge in to support their leader, the ambush turns into an open battle. A mounted bandit opens the ambush by lunging in with a blade, confident he has caught his prey off guard. His strike is stopped mid-attack, showing the escort is ready to fight back. Another attacker presses in from horseback with a spear, forcing the defenders into a deadly close-range clash. One bandit realizes the resistance is stronger than expected and falters. The elderly butler, Mr. Forden, cuts through the attackers with practiced precision despite his age. He orders Lady Julia to stay back and entrusts the battle to him. Forden surges forward and carves a path through the bandits, buying time with sheer skill. He tells his young master to take Julia and flee into the woods while he holds the line. The young master hesitates, shaken by the order to abandon Forden. Before they can withdraw, flames erupt among the attackers, revealing a far greater threat in the ambush. The one-eyed bandit leader reveals himself as a mage and prepares another fire attack, shifting the battle decisively in the bandits' favor. Forden immediately understands the danger and turns toward the new threat. Even while fighting, he urgently repeats that his master must escape at once. A sudden wound strikes Forden, leaving him badly hurt in the middle of the melee. The young master cries out as Forden is injured protecting them. Still standing through the pain, Forden faces the bandits alone while the others remain behind him. The mage vows revenge for his fallen men and prepares to burn Forden to death. Forden resolves to protect both his master and Julia even if it costs his life. The young master realizes Forden, only a level 2 martial artist, cannot defeat a mage by normal means. Remembering that Forden has long been more like family than a servant, he decides he cannot leave him to die. He refuses to stand by while someone precious to him is murdered. After hiding Julia, he makes up his mind to go back and save Forden himself. Julia watches him go, trusting his choice despite the danger. He leaves her concealed and moves toward the battlefield while the fighting continues nearby. Forden keeps cutting down attackers, wringing out every last moment he can. His injuries and exhaustion finally force him to one knee, leaving him exposed. A surviving bandit seizes the chance to finish the weakened old man. The killing blow comes down. At the last instant, something changes, and Forden senses the attack has been interrupted. The strike misses its mark, sparing Forden from certain death. The bandits are thrown into confusion by the unseen intervention. A glowing projectile flashes through the battlefield from an unexpected direction. Its path continues with impossible speed and precision, aimed straight through the attackers. Several bandits are cut down almost instantly by the same attack. The young master reveals the source of that power by igniting energy in his hand. He explains that this level of precision is trivial for him, exposing that he has been hiding far greater ability than anyone knew. The surviving bandits realize their comrades were wiped out in a single instant and panic. Their fear deepens as they grasp that an overwhelming force has suddenly entered the fight. Desperate to regain control, the mage targets Forden directly and unleashes a massive fireball. The blazing spell swells into a lethal inferno that Forden has no strength left to evade. Accepting death, Forden takes comfort that his master and Julia may now survive because someone stepped in. He feels relief, believing his duty has been fulfilled. Instead of dying, he sees his master rush forward, eyes blazing with power. The young master drives himself straight into the heart of the incoming spell and tears through it. Forden stares in disbelief as the impossible unfolds before him. The young master emerges unharmed from the flames, no longer able to hide what he is. Even the mage is stunned to see his fireball completely nullified. Trying one last technique, the mage prepares a fire snake counterattack. The young master cuts off that hope immediately and declares the fight finished. He ends the battle with a direct explosive strike that slams into the mage and overwhelms him. A young swordsman drops onto a rider in the forest and violently knocks him from his horse. An older man watches in disbelief as the boy moves with far more skill than his age should allow. The boy casually credits his strength to a natural gift for martial arts, treating the feat as nothing unusual. A bystander is overwhelmed enough to call for his master in panic. The older man suddenly senses danger and turns sharply, his attention snapping away from the boy. Both of them realize something unnatural is stirring nearby and brace themselves. A grotesque undead monster erupts into view, wrapped in dark red energy and twisted growths. Its skull-like face and glowing eye make clear that this is no ordinary corpse. The creature bares its fangs and exhales with predatory intent. The swordsman and the older man square up as the monster fixes on them. The undead beast lunges forward with murderous force. As it comes to kill, the boy realizes this thing is too dangerous to leave for Julia to face. He rushes in first, deciding to end the fight himself before it can threaten anyone else. The monster lashes out with bladed limbs, trying to cut him down mid-charge. He evades upward and turns the attack into an opening above its head. Driving down with explosive force, he slams into the creature to break its momentum. In the middle of the assault, he notices something important about the enemy. A strange purple light gathers near the monster as if serving as its core. The creature retaliates by sending jagged red spikes tearing through the ground toward him. Those attacks also ensnare nearby men, showing the monster is indiscriminately dangerous. Facing its full form, the boy tries to understand what kind of abomination he is dealing with. He spots a glowing sigil embedded near the creature's eye, suggesting an external force is driving it. From that mark, he concludes the dead are being controlled rather than acting on their own. The monster roars and strains forward despite the damage it has taken. Towering over him, it tries to crush him through sheer size and ferocity. The boy answers by igniting his aura and deciding to overpower the controller directly. He closes the distance under the monster's bulk and targets the marked eye. With both fists blazing, he hammers the sigil at point-blank range. He concentrates all his force into one decisive strike. Using explosive aura palm, he drives the attack straight into the controlling mark. The blast tears through the monster in a torrent of golden power. The sigil begins to crack under the impact, and the creature's control starts to fail. The mark shatters completely, severing whatever was animating the corpse. With the control broken, the monster collapses into lifeless shadow, and the boy lands clear of it. The strain catches up to him, and he drops to one knee after the fight. He exhales in relief, only to hear Julia calling out to him at once. Turning toward her, he softens immediately when he sees she is safe. Julia rushes in and clings to him, praising him for defeating the bad men and monsters. A stunned onlooker can barely process how quickly the entire battle ended. Before the moment can settle, the boy senses another arrival. A horse announces the newcomer with a sharp cry from the dark. Someone dismounts, drawing everyone's attention. A composed white-haired woman appears and quietly takes in the scene. Elsewhere, the perspective shifts to a sinister realm littered with hanging corpses and embers. There, a horned woman lounging in blood learns that one of her undead servants has been destroyed and asks who did it. Rather than dwell on the loss, she decides that restoring her own power matters more for now. Back at the campfire, a blonde girl identifies the white-haired woman as Maya Rasta. The boy recognizes the surname, and feels he has heard it before. Another girl agrees that the name sounds familiar to her as well. He finally remembers that the Rasta family is one of the noble houses living near Oak Town. By the fire, Julia gently asks Maya how she ended up being attacked by bandits. The question reopens the trauma, and Maya struggles to hold back tears as she remembers. She explains that several hours earlier, armed men suddenly appeared and assaulted their carriage. The attack turned into a massacre, with the guards cut down one after another. Even her attendant maid was brutally killed while trying to shield her. Maya recalls that pleading her noble status did nothing to stop them. The bandits only mocked that claim instead of fearing it. Through her sobs, she reveals their true objective was to abduct noble children like them. Forden steps in to calm the girls, assuring them the attackers are dead now. Even after saying that, he falls silent, clearly troubled by what this implies. Once the girls have gone to rest, Forden quietly reports the situation to the young master. Left alone together, the old butler asks what the young master thinks of Maya's account. Forden concludes these are likely repeat offenders who have been targeting noble sons and daughters for some time. The young master pieces together the more alarming pattern, These are not ordinary bandits, but people using magic and even controlling the dead. That realization visibly shocks Forden. The young master goes further and suspects a demon is backing the kidnappers from the shadows. Forden decides the matter must be reported to the family patriarch at once, and says the rest of the family should cooperate if Maya's family is informed. He also proposes a practical next step to prevent more trouble. By the next day, their carriage reaches Carmina Empire's border city, Dax Town. Julia argues they should head straight to the Magic Academy, since the attackers may still have allies in the city. The young master insists the detour is necessary and asks her to trust that it is for both her safety and Maya's. Maya sides with him, agreeing that his judgment is sound. Julia sulks at being overruled, while he watches her with amused patience. Seeing her pout, he softens and decides to make it up to her. He reveals he brought them into town to let them enjoy themselves before classes begin, and the girls immediately brighten at the idea. Their excitement becomes contagious as they crowd the carriage window to take in the city. The bustling streets and grand buildings overwhelm them with their scale. As the carriage rolls deeper into town, the city's energy confirms this is a major urban center. Julia realizes this is the largest town she has seen outside the imperial capital. Maya, already recovering from the night before, is delighted by how lively everything feels. Watching the two girls enjoy themselves, the young master seems quietly satisfied. He agrees, though his reaction carries a more private note. The town reminds him of the city life he once knew in his previous life. The outing quickly turns playful as the girls are drawn to street entertainment and novelty stalls. He ends up carrying their purchases while indulging their enthusiasm for snacks and trinkets. Maya happily shares a sweet with Julia, and the two grow more comfortable together. The young master watches their bonding with quiet approval. Eventually, the carriage reaches its destination and comes to a stop. Forden tells them this is as far as he can escort them. The young master reassures him that he will personally protect Julia from here on. Julia immediately declares that she will protect her big brother too, turning his solemn promise into a sibling joke. He humors her confidence, entrusting the role to his self-proclaimed genius magician while Forden looks on. Forden is moved by the warmth between them. Maya, watching the exchange, finds it charming that the older brother is the one being guarded by his little sister. As Forden sees the three of them off, he reflects on the bond forming before him. The siblings stand together with Maya beside them, already looking like a small, united group. The young master admits to himself that he is genuinely glad to have met these two sisters. Maya feels the same, touched by the kindness she has found with them. Later, Forden suddenly remembers something important from the past. He reveals that Maya had once been the young master's fiancée in childhood, and that the closeness between them back then had made the broken engagement especially painful to witness. Lucas recalls that once Julia was exposed as abandoned by the gods and supposedly talentless in magic, her engagement was immediately broken off. The story shifts to the Aran Magic Academy, one of the Empire's top 3 schools, where a new round of yearly entrance exams is about to begin. Applicants are told the test will judge their basic magical abilities, elemental affinity, and practical control, with strong performers earning better placement. The Academy also makes clear that exceptional students can receive special treatment, including the chance to qualify early instead of waiting years to graduate. Lucas arrives at the Academy with Julia, the much smaller girl at his side, drawing attention because she looks too young to belong there. He notices the stares and quietly takes stock of the situation. Julia admits she had hoped to take the exam together with Mia and is disappointed that plan fell through. Lucas reminds her that Mia already came earlier with family, and he reassures himself that with them nearby she should be safe enough. He encourages Julia to focus on passing so they can all meet again later as classmates instead of dwelling on the separation. Julia quickly recovers her energy and turns her attention to finding where they need to register. As they move through the grounds, other applicants gossip that Julia is absurdly young to be taking the exam. The whispers shift into envy when they assume she is Lucas's adorable little sister and admire how close the two seem. Before Julia can go farther, a senior student stops her and asks to speak with her directly. The woman introduces herself as Mina, vice president of the Aran Magic Academy Student Council. Mina teasingly assumes Julia must have secretly followed her brother here out of attachment. Julia firmly corrects her and explains that she is here as an examinee, not just to accompany Lucas. That answer makes Mina reconsider Julia at once, wondering if this girl might be the special candidate the elite division had been expecting. Her interest sharpens into quiet certainty. Mina addresses Julia by full family name, identifying her as Julia of the Ryan family. Julia is startled that a stranger already knows exactly who she is. Mina brushes past the question and tells Julia to come with her to the reception desk, while Lucas realizes he has been completely ignored. Julia tries to remind Mina that Lucas is taking the exam too and should not be left behind. Only then does Mina remember him and identify him as Lucas Ryan, an applicant for the martial arts department. That label immediately revives Lucas's contempt, because he sees martial artists as people who flee from real magical threats and cling to brute force. He recalls how others praised martial training as useful against magical beasts, but to him that confidence always sounded pathetic and delusional. Beside him, Julia senses his irritation, while his inner judgment hardens into outright disdain for the entire group. His hatred is rooted in Jeremy, the monster whose existence seems to have defined his view of strength and weakness. Lucas decides that if enrolling here means wasting time among people he considers worthless, then none of them deserve his respect. His hostility slips out audibly, making Mina pause and look over in surprise. Mina immediately realizes she has raised her voice again and reins herself back in. She calls Lucas by name, pulling him out of his thoughts. Mina tells him to follow her as well so she can register both siblings for the exam hall. Lucas notices that unlike most people, Mina can see through his tinted glasses, and he politely leaves himself and Julia in her care. She leads them toward the large examination building where crowds of applicants are already gathering. At registration, Mina uses magic to produce their documents and academy emblems and instructs them to hand the papers over inside. She explains that their exam numbers are stored in the emblems, so they must wear them properly before entering the hall. The exam procedure is then outlined. First, total magical potential is measured, then elemental spirit affinity is tested, and finally spell power is judged through a destructive output trial. Lucas asks whether martial arts applicants really have to go through the exact same magical testing process. When Mina says every department follows the same rules for fairness, Lucas privately suspects the academy simply never bothered to design a test suited to martial artists. He accepts the explanation on the surface, but inwardly resolves to expose how absurd the comparison is. Lucas vows that if he is forced to compete by magical standards, he will still prove martial artists superior with his own strength. Inside the potential measurement room, the first exam begins as applicants are called one by one to place their hands on the magic light. An elderly examiner notices Lucas and turns his attention toward him. The old man is suddenly shaken, sensing that something extraordinary is happening. When Lucas is measured, the result comes back as absolute zero magical potential, a score so impossible that the examiner and the watching students treat it as a once-in-an-age anomaly and mock him as hopeless. Lucas reacts with weary indifference, as if this humiliating result is nothing new to him. As he steps away from the pedestal, another applicant reaches for the magic light and triggers a completely different response. The hall erupts when the crystal shines purple, a color rare enough to shock even the onlookers. The source is Julia, whose result corresponds to a top-tier potential score and instantly marks her as one of the strongest applicants of the year. Watching the crowd marvel at Julia's talent, Lucas dismisses their amazement as childish because to him her brilliance was obvious from the start. As Julia prepares a spell before a crowd, someone tells her she does not need to hold back, and she calmly accepts that challenge. She pauses at the idea of using her full strength and focuses on the glowing sphere forming between her hands. The power in her spell swells rapidly, becoming too intense to ignore. Golden light bursts outward across the hall, overwhelming the space with its brilliance. The spectators are caught off guard, realizing this is far beyond what they expected from a child. An elder examiner recognizes the result as golden light, a sign of talent just below the highest possible grade. He is stunned that someone even younger than the last prodigy to achieve it has done the same, marking Julia as extraordinary. Julia herself remains composed, almost casually holding the condensed light she produced. Delighted by her success, she immediately looks for her brother in the audience and calls out to him. Her brother rushes in to celebrate, lifting her up and praising her future as a great magician. When others insult him for being unworthy beside such a gifted sister, he shuts them down and warns them not to provoke Julia through him. Privately, he dismisses their mockery because his real goal has always been to support Julia, not defend his own pride. Julia fiercely declares that she will not let anyone attack her brother, showing how completely she is on his side. Her brother reflects that he has spent the last 3 years working steadily toward this moment. He remembers using his own skill, sorcerer's initiation, to nurture Julia's growth until her talent finally began to bloom. Now, with the first exam behind them, he leads Julia toward the second test, convinced their effort is paying off. The doors to the next venue open with a heavy, dramatic force, signaling a more serious trial ahead. Hand in hand, the siblings step forward together into the next stage of the examination. They enter the compatibility test venue, where elemental spirits will judge affinity. The spirits of multiple elements appear, making clear that this test will measure which powers respond to the candidate. The crowd notices something unusual beginning to happen and turns its attention toward Julia. Instead of one element answering her, spirits of every type gather around Julia at once. Julia stands at the center of their attention with innocent ease, as if attracting all elements is natural for her. The onlookers are shaken, realizing that while others struggle to draw even one high-level spirit, every spirit has chosen this child. Her brother quietly enjoys their shock, knowing Julia's talent is even more frightening than they understand. He reflects that his custom-made skill has succeeded beyond expectations, raising Julia's affinity to a level no one else can match. When the result is announced as the highest compatibility among all elements, Julia happily accepts the congratulations. But the mood shifts when Julia senses a dark, oppressive reaction coming from nearby. The crowd's admiration turns unsettling, and their eager attention feels predatory enough to frighten her. Overwhelmed, Julia runs straight to her brother and clings to him for safety. He immediately notices her distress and gently asks what is wrong. She admits that the way people are staring at her is frightening, revealing how exposed the praise has made her feel. He comforts her by explaining that such attention is unavoidable for a genius like her, and will become common from now on. He urges her not to be ruled by other people's opinions and to grow used to standing out. Reassured, Julia turns that advice into resolve, deciding she must become stronger in order to protect her brother. Her brother is pleased by her determination and decides to encourage that courage rather than let her fear control her. Meanwhile, others continue whispering nearby, still judging the siblings as a mismatched pair. They conclude that Julia's brilliance must be her own, assuming her brother remains talentless and predicting another worthless result for him. As he enters the venue for his own test, even the spirits seem to expect nothing from him. The moment he steps inside, the spirits recoil from him with open disgust instead of curiosity. Observers begin discussing a strange incident that happened after the second exam, hinting that his relationship with spirits is not merely poor. One witness recalls seeing a fire spirit lose an arm the instant that boy stepped outside, leaving him too terrified to react. Others try to dismiss the story as impossible, blaming it on the spirit's small size rather than the boy himself. Hearing that, the brother gives a knowing look, aware the truth is being underestimated. He admits to himself that no one was supposed to see what happened during the first exam. He remembers that when he first entered, the spirit's hostility was so intense that it briefly threw him off balance. The fire spirits in particular were openly vicious toward him. When the exam ended and he tried to leave, one fire spirit attacked him by spitting flames. He notes with dry amusement that the spirit was still holding a grudge over being killed long ago. In response, he casually flicked a small stone and struck the attacking spirit down, revealing that his apparent weakness hides a dangerous power. A proud young noble bristles at being treated disrespectfully by someone he considers beneath him. He takes Julia by the hand and leads her toward the final exam. As they walk, Julia worries he might chase first place again, but he reassures her that he can stay relaxed with her protecting him. He makes light of the test, trusting Julia enough to treat the whole thing casually. They arrive at the arena where the destructive power exam is being held. The test centers on striking metal dummy targets. They join the crowd of students gathering for the exam. Other students explain that the dummies are built to absorb and reflect curse class attacks, making reckless force useless. When someone suggests destroying one outright, the idea is dismissed as impossible. The explanation confirms that the targets are specially made to withstand even high-level magic. He judges the equipment impressive and starts to take the school more seriously. Seeing the sturdy targets, he decides this is finally a chance to test what his current level can do. He is pleased that the academy can provide such costly equipment, while Julia is puzzled by his enthusiasm. Before he can act on that interest, a voice cuts in and demands the surprise test be spared. An examiner steps forward and orders everyone to line up properly. A second official announces the sorting rule. Students without talent are to move to the back. At that moment, a sharp magical perception locks onto someone in the crowd. The newcomer senses a blood connection and is visibly shaken by the discovery. She steadies herself and approaches with sudden purpose. Her expression hardens as she focuses on the pair ahead. She closes the distance, confronting the boy and Julia directly. She identifies Julia by her compatibility score, making clear she came for her specifically. Her intense stare turns the encounter hostile before any explanation is given. Julia shrinks behind her brother, frightened by the older girl's presence. He steps in front of Julia and recognizes that the stranger is threatening enough to unsettle her. He demands to know who she is. She introduces herself as Era Miranda, granddaughter of Duke Miranda. Her family name immediately marks her as a member of one of the Empire's great noble houses. The Miranda clan is known as an ancient line that once produced a legendary magician. Her branch traces back through Lucas's mother, Catherine, from the Miranda house. He quickly pieces together the genealogy and realizes Era is his mother's younger brother's daughter. When he asks her age and learns she is 15, Era is confused by how much he seems to know. He bluntly tells her to stop glaring because they are cousins. Instead of softening, Era is offended that her first cousin encounter comes with such casual rudeness. She immediately decides to humiliate him in front of everyone. Using Miranda family magic, she casts a spell that projects an embarrassing image of him. The illusion tries to force him into a ridiculous public performance, turning her challenge into mockery. He remains completely unfazed, and Julia follows his calm lead. Era is thrown off when her grand humiliation attempt lands with all the menace of a hissing kitten. He coolly points out that relative-based magic only works if the family connection is actually acknowledged. He dismisses her spell as weak and asks whether she really thought such a flimsy trick could control him. Before the confrontation can continue, the exam staff calls the next student and summons Lucas Ryan to prepare. Era abruptly turns her attention back to Julia and calls out to her. She admits she got carried away and declares that she will take first place in this exam. He checks the rankings with new interest. The list shows Julia in first place and Era in second, making Era's hostility suddenly easy to understand. He decides he cannot let Julia lose first place, if only to preserve his own peace. Rather than dwell on the rivalry, he offers Julia a piece of candy. Julia happily accepts it and is instantly charmed by the taste. He lunges to stop her before she gets too carried away, jolting her out of her blissful reaction. Lucas gives his little sister a bitter medicine for her cough, insisting it will help even as she hates the taste. He tries to soothe her by explaining it is a special rage-resistant potion, but she remains unconvinced. When Lucas is called to the exam venue, his sister decides she is done trusting his promises and storms off, vowing not to drink that flavor again. Lucas heads straight for the arena as the test begins. He approaches the examiner and the training dummy under the eyes of the crowd. The examiner instructs him to destroy the dummy with full-powered magic so they can measure his offensive ability. Instead of beginning the assigned magic test, Lucas calmly reveals that he cannot use magic at all. That admission catches the examiner completely off guard. Lucas follows it with a practical question, asking whether a physical attack is allowed. The spectators immediately mock him, assuming a bare-handed fighter has no place in a magic power exam. His sister hears the ridicule and realizes too late that the fools insulting him are doing it in front of her. She swallows her anger only because school rules and her brother's warning keep her from retaliating. A dark-haired girl nearby questions whether Lucas truly cannot use magic, and the sister admits his mental magic only works on himself. Even so, she fiercely insists that her brother is extraordinary and not someone to laugh at. The other girl dismisses that as childish hero worship, convinced a mere martial artist cannot be impressive. Before anyone can settle the argument, a violent impact from the arena interrupts the crowd. The skeptical girl turns in shock, realizing something impossible may have happened. Dust clears around Lucas, leaving everyone struggling to understand what they just witnessed. A brief flashback reveals that before the test, Lucas had carefully confirmed that physical attacks were permitted. Once the examiner said only the result mattered, Lucas committed to his own method. With permission secured, he prepared to fight seriously. He recalls that his martial art, Extreme Flash, grows stronger in stages and that reaching the third stage transformed it into something beyond ordinary human limits. Drawing on that power, he unleashes the technique at full force. He explodes forward with a speed the arena can barely follow. In one motion, he drives a blazing punch into the dummy. The strike continues through with overwhelming momentum, launching the target upward. The dummy's systems fail under the impact before it can even respond. Lucas completes the attack in a storm of force and heat. The dummy is blasted apart into dust and debris. What remains of it falls back down as a ruined shell with a hole punched clean through its body. Lucas stands calmly in the crater he made, as if the destruction around him were routine. The dark-haired girl finally understands that his speed rivals high-grade wind magic and that his punch carried curse-class destructive force. While the rest of the students still chatter without grasping it, she realizes she may be the only one present who truly sees Lucas's power. Watching how composed he remains, she concludes that this terrifying strength is only partly revealed. The examiner, assuming the dummy simply malfunctioned, gives Lucas full marks and tells him cleanup is unnecessary. Lucas notices his sister watching from the stands and flashes her a casual victory sign. She instantly brightens, and he is relieved that a simple gesture is enough to keep her happy. As the exam continues, attention gradually shifts away from Lucas's shocking display. The crowd becomes captivated instead by a girl named Julia, whose rare explosive talent draws everyone's focus. Lucas's sister steps forward for her own turn, gathering crackling purple power around herself and her staff. She drives that power into the ground to build a large-scale spell. A full magic circle blooms beneath her as lightning surges around her body. With confidence, she invokes lightning descent. Red lightning answers her call and crashes down onto the target. The strike devastates the dummy, and the onlookers recognize it as red lightning, a level just below golden lightning and a brutally offensive form of spoken magic. Students praise the feat as extraordinary for someone her age, amazed that a special admission student can already wield such power. But their admiration turns to confusion when she suddenly ends up sitting on the ground afterward. She herself looks baffled, as if she does not understand what just happened. The examiner announces Julia Ryan's score as 9.5 and calls for the next participant. Rejoining Lucas, she admits in disbelief that when she used lightning descent, actual red lightning really descended and even shocked her. Julia reflects that before today she could only produce a weak spark of lightning, but now the power felt strangely alive and far stronger than it should have. Lucas keeps his composure beside her, hiding that he already suspects the sudden change has a specific cause. He privately admits the boost came from the temporary enhancement pill he gave Julia and decides she must not learn that yet. The story explains that mages have their own pharmaceutical craft, creating potions through magical brewing. Martial artists developed a parallel discipline called pill refinement instead. Unlike potions, refined pills are absorbed directly into the body without needing an external medium to activate. Many kinds of such pills once existed, but over time the art of pill refinement was nearly lost. In the present era, almost no one can produce a magic-enhancing pill powerful enough to raise Julia's abilities that much. That is because reaching level 6 in pill refinement is extraordinarily difficult. Even among the few known masters, the standards are so high that most could never make a pill of that caliber. Realizing how valuable his skill is, Lucas resolves to keep his level 6 pill refinement a secret before it brings him endless trouble. The scene shifts back to the academy as placement results are about to be announced. While waiting on a bench, Julia impatiently asks if the process is finally over, and Lucas tells her they only need to wait for the postings before heading to their dorms. Their attention is drawn when someone calls out both Julia and Lucas by name. A blue-haired academy woman named Mina approaches from the notice board and greets Julia warmly. She comes over to meet them and asks why they are still lingering there. Mina reveals she is posting the class placements and congratulates them both for ranking first in their respective tracks, Julia in Elite and Lucas in Martial Arts. Julia lights up with delight at learning she placed first in the Elite track. She proudly celebrates the result, and Mina encourages her, clearly pleased by Julia's success. Mina then asks Julia which faculty she hopes to enter next year. She explains the academy's 4 elemental faculties plus a special faculty, and that students choose one after a year and an exam. Julia reasons that with her Thunder blessing, the Wind faculty would probably suit her best. Mina immediately tries to recruit her into Wind, and Lucas notices with amusement how quickly the academy is trying to claim promising talent. Mina offers to escort Julia to the girls' dorm, and Julia parts from Lucas with a cheerful farewell. Lucas politely entrusts his sister to Mina's care and turns his attention toward the martial arts department. As he arrives, other students are already discussing the posted results and treating Julia's first place finish as expected. One bitter onlooker dismisses the rest of the students as background to Julia's brilliance. Seeing Julia's name at the top, that same rival is forced to accept the loss for now. She vows that one day she will surpass them and make sure to remember both Lucas and Julia as future targets. Lucas continues on, stepping into the neglected grounds of the martial arts dormitory. He had heard the department had a bad reputation, but the reality still catches him off guard. The building looks so rundown and unstable that he wonders how anyone can live there at all. Still, he consoles himself that at least such a place should mean a quiet school life. That hope ends immediately when a flashy upperclassman stops him and confirms he is Lucas, the top martial arts intake. The senior introduces himself as Kai Taro from the same department and greets Lucas with overwhelming enthusiasm. Inside the dorm, Kai drags Lucas through the check-in process with relentless energy while Lucas endures it in silence. Kai excitedly praises the flying stunt Lucas used earlier, while Lucas downplays it as luck. An elderly staff member hands over the room key and directs Lucas to his upstairs quarters. Kai reveals they are roommates in room 205 and eagerly insists they go inspect it together. They head into the dim corridor, where even the lights seem unreliable. As they walk deeper inside, the long, filthy hallway makes the dorm feel even more ominous. At room 205, 2 current occupants are already waiting for them. Lucas and Kai stop short, surprised to find the room not empty at all. The 2 boys introduce themselves as Collins and Sharp and casually announce that they will all be roommates from now on. Lucas is left speechless by the sudden expansion of his living arrangements. The room itself turns out to be a disaster, with grime, damage, and neglect everywhere. Faced with the squalor, Lucas can only demand what kind of room he has been assigned to. Even Kai, despite his bravado, is horrified and admits this is worse than a barn. When a spider appears, Kai panics and questions whether Lucas truly intends to live in a place like this. Lucas silently judges Kai as a fussy noble, while the miserable state of their new room makes it clear dorm life will be anything but peaceful. A gleaming gold coin is presented as bait to control the new students. The silver-haired noble promises the coin to whoever cleans their filthy room best, and the others immediately fall in line. As the room is scrubbed, it becomes clear that this silver-haired boy is absurdly rich, a son of the powerful Tawa family. He complains that he did not enroll at Allen Academy of Magic to live in squalor, while the dark-haired protagonist tries to reassure him that conditions may improve. The noble briefly pretends to calm down, only for the room's vermin to prove his outrage justified. A spider sends him into hysterics, and he declares the dorm less a room than a prison cell. The protagonist warns him that insulting the dorm like that could get him killed if the student council hears about it. Once the cleaning is finished, the miserable room finally becomes livable. Pleased, the noble pays out generously and boasts that, as their roommate, he can use his influence and money to shield them. The other roommates are won over at once by the sudden shower of coins. Even the protagonist admits that, for all the boy's arrogance, his wealth makes him strangely hard to dislike. A staff member arrives with their academy uniforms, signaling that student life is about to begin in earnest. He orders them to change quickly because the entrance ceremony is about to start. The silver-haired noble is horrified by how cheap and ugly the standard uniforms look and refuses to accept them. The protagonist reasons that the ceremony may be their chance to ask the academy to improve both the dorm and the uniforms. That possibility is enough to make the noble cooperate. He rushes off eagerly, while the protagonist notes how easy he is to manipulate. They head toward the academy hall for the opening ceremony. The protagonist enters in the worn standard uniform assigned to the martial arts track. Even so, he carries himself with quiet confidence as he steps inside. He pauses, taking in the scale of what lies ahead. The grand hall reveals the academy's wealth and hierarchy at a glance. His roommates admire the place, though the silver-haired noble still insists his home is grander. The protagonist looks for Julia, and his roommate points out that elite track students sit in the front row. He spots Julia among the elite students, dressed in a far more distinguished uniform. The difference in uniforms confirms that the martial arts students are treated as second class, and he is urged to speak to her before they are sent to the back. He decides not to interrupt and simply admires how naturally the elite uniform suits her. When he reaches the martial arts section, he finds their seats shoved so far back that the discrimination is impossible to miss. He settles in despite the insult. A stern female student nearby notices him, adding a new tension to the seating arrangement. The ceremony begins with a sudden burst of magic overhead. A massive fire display sweeps across the hall and seizes everyone's attention. The flames condense into a controlled sphere, showing the caster's precision. The Academy uses the spectacle to impress the freshmen with a level 6 fire spell. The caster descends like a star performer rather than an ordinary student. He introduces himself as Theod Falamo, future Archmage and Student Council President, and takes charge of the ceremony. The crowd is dazzled by both his power and status, treating him like a celebrity. The protagonist stays silent, watching more carefully than the others. Theod explains that nearly everything at Allen Academy runs on points. He reveals that books, skills, familiars, monster materials, magic stones, and other resources are all bought with points. Ordinary labor earns almost nothing, so students are pushed toward more competitive ways of advancing. He adds that academy events are far more profitable, and even today's freshman tour was a major point-making opportunity for upperclassmen. The protagonist finally understands that the helpful upperclassmen were never acting out of kindness. Theod further reveals that student council members receive large monthly point stipends, making those positions immensely valuable. The protagonist's interest sharpens when Theod hints at a more dangerous source of points. That source is monster hunting. Beyond the academy lies the Beast Mountain Range, where magical beasts can be hunted for materials and converted into points. The mention of the mountain range immediately grips the protagonist. He realizes the academy has placed him beside the perfect training ground for a martial artist. Hours later, that realization has already turned into a plan. Night falls, and the dorm grows quiet as his roommates sleep. A stick of tranquility incense burns nearby, ensuring they stay deeply unconscious. Having arranged that himself, the protagonist slips out at last, free to head for the mountain range alone. He recalls that the martial arts department sits at the very back of the school, closest to the outer wall. That means crossing the wall behind the dorm is the fastest route into the hunting grounds. He gathers his strength and prepares to break the academy's boundaries in a single leap. With explosive force, he launches himself over the wall. He sails into the night beyond the academy grounds. He lands already moving, eager for the hunt. His first target, a giant horned frog, is crushed before it can mount any real resistance. The beast barely has time to register the attack. He follows through mercilessly, finishing it with raw physical power. The impact leaves the ground shattered. The frog lies broken, proving the mountain's low-level beasts are no threat to him. He notices the valuable horns still intact. Recognizing the creature as a huge black horned frog, he immediately evaluates it as loot rather than prey. Since its poisonous horn is useful in potion making, he expects to exchange it for points. He reminds himself that he needs those points to obtain the legendary martial arts manual said to contain the god of martial arts technique. With time limited, he decides to stop harvesting weak beasts and search for stronger prey. He activates a golden sensory technique centered on his eye. The power spreads outward in concentric waves, scanning the forest for magical signatures. A distant roar answers his search. He briefly cuts down a level 1 shell mouse as he moves deeper in. Another beast is dispatched just as casually, confirming he can farm the lower ranks at will. He notices one creature's sleep-based ability, but it is too weak to matter. A level 2 charging bat is killed in a single strike. He then crushes a level 3 crest leopard, treating it as little more than warm-up. The forest shakes under the speed and force of his advance. Satisfied with the haul, he notes that he has already gathered both points and alchemy materials. Yet the deeper forest feels unnaturally quiet, as if weaker beasts are avoiding something. He confirms that even tracks and traces have become scarce. From that absence, he deduces that a dominant high-level beast must be controlling the area. He focuses his senses again and narrows in on the source. His search leads him toward a hidden hollow in the terrain. There he finds a cave-like den sunk into the earth. Cold blue-violet energy leaks from within, marking it as the lair of something dangerous. A monstrous wolf with glowing eyes reveals itself from the darkness. The protagonist immediately recognizes that he has found the true ruler of this area. He judges it to be about a kilometer away at first contact, and realizes it has already sensed him too. He approaches the den anyway, carrying his sack of spoils as if inviting the confrontation. He steps into the wolf's territory without hesitation. The beast emerges in full, a level 6 ice fire wolf towering over him. Its presence alone confirms that this is no ordinary hunt. Instead of fear, he reads its aggression as a strong territorial instinct he can exploit. He deliberately provokes it, inviting the wolf to come out and fight on his terms. Seeing the match he wanted, he grins. He opens with a direct martial strike, aiming to test the wolf's body and reactions. The wolf shifts its footing and answers immediately. It unleashes an ice breath attack powerful enough to freeze the battlefield in an instant. He blocks with a fist hardened by condensed ice, turning defense into a test of control. The wolf is startled that a human can meet its elemental attack head-on. He drives the frozen fist into the beast's face and cracks through its defense. The blow tears flesh and sends the wolf reeling. It crashes away from him, wounded but far from beaten. He coolly judges that with more training he could have taken the leg clean off, revealing both confidence and dissatisfaction. The ice coating on his hand shatters from the strain of the exchange. Rather than finish it quickly, he taunts the wolf to rise and prove it is worthy prey. Bleeding and enraged, the wolf forces itself back up. It retaliates with a concentrated fire blast from its jaws. The explosion tears through the den, forcing the fight into a far more destructive phase. Flames flood the area and try to overwhelm him with raw power. The blast intensifies until the entire chamber seems to erupt. The wolf then cloaks itself in fire, turning its own body into a weapon. It surges upward through the flames, regaining momentum through ferocity. The protagonist weathers the heat and studies the beast instead of retreating. As the wolf lunges again, he prepares a counter with sharpened focus. He intercepts the charge with a brutal upward strike that lifts the beast off balance. The impact mangles its jaw and sprays blood, but still does not finish it. He follows with a vertical force strike that hammers the wolf back down. The wolf smashes into the ground, battered and disoriented. Watching it recover, he marvels that it can wield fire and ice so freely despite being opposing attributes. Even badly injured, the beast's eye remains sharp and calculating. Its gaze shifts, and he realizes it is preparing something more subtle than brute force. He concludes that this is not just a strong beast but a rare one with unusual elemental mastery. He seizes it by the head to stop it from dictating the pace. The wolf answers by releasing ice and fire together at close range. He braces himself as the two elements collide around him. The opposing powers meet and transform into a new phenomenon. He recognizes the result at once as steam, a third state born from the clash of fire and ice. Using that insight, he sweeps his power outward to clear the obscuring vapor. The wolf darts through the opening, trying to regain mobility before he can capitalize. Though wounded, it keeps circling at speed, refusing to collapse. He chases it relentlessly, vowing not to let it escape. His hand opens for another grappling strike as he closes the distance. He catches the beast and tears into its body, ripping away more of its strength. The wolf is hurled down again, now visibly near its limit. The protagonist enjoys the challenge, already calculating the high point value this rare beast should bring. Then he senses a sudden shift and realizes the wolf still has one more desperate move. It launches itself from below in a last-ditch counterattack. He lands hard and tries to reset his footing before the finishing blow arrives. The wolf unleashes a towering wave of fire to trap and crush him. It rises above him, trying to dominate the battlefield from the air. From that height it pours down an even larger torrent of flame. Pinned under the assault, he orders the beast to stop as if trying to impose his will through sheer force. He answers with a devastating pillar-like strike that blasts upward through the inferno and shatters the ground. Even while attacking, he realizes the exchange is pushing him dangerously close to his limit. The collision of their powers tears the den apart around them. The wolf crashes down on him in the chaos, and for the first time he faces the real possibility of dying. Cornered beneath the beast, he accepts that he has no choice left but to use his final resort. As the wolf's killing blow descends, he steels himself to reveal that last hidden trump card. In the cavern, the young man senses something approaching and turns alert. A wounded white wolf-like magic beast drops before him and presents itself instead of attacking. As he faces it, two glowing beast cores come into view, drawing his attention. He realizes one of the orbs is a beast core and immediately understands its value. He recalls that some magic beasts are born with beast cores, rare materials that become a beast's lifelong source of power. He also remembers that if a human's blood fuses with such a core, the beast becomes that person's subordinate, and the wolf asks to enter that bond. Seeing the opportunity, he agrees to accept the beast. He notes that gaining a level 6 subordinate magic beast is an unexpected windfall, even if such creatures are rarely tamed. He judges from its behavior that the wolf is not especially intelligent, which explains why a proud, strong beast would submit to a human. To seal the contract, he cuts his finger and lets his blood fall onto the cores. His blood activates the ritual and the two cores resonate with power. He guides the energized cores toward the wolf to complete the bond. The power sinks into the beast, and the contract takes hold inside its body. A voice addresses him as master, catching him off guard. He looks around in confusion, unsure who just spoke. The wolf reveals that it was the speaker, and he realizes the contract now lets him understand its words. Pleased, he names the wolf Uru, and the beast immediately accepts the name and his authority. As Uru confirms that everything here now belongs to its master, the young man starts wondering what useful spoils the beast may have gathered from its hunts. Uru instantly understands what he is after. Instead of answering plainly, Uru affectionately nudges him, showing eager loyalty. Uru proudly announces that its treasure is nearby and leads him onward. The beast climbs deeper into the cavern toward its hidden stash. It guides him to a concealed area where the scent trail and the horde begin to emerge. He follows closely, already anticipating what he will find. The horde turns out to be enormous, including the full hide of a level 6 beast, the bones of an iron-armed monkey, jewels, and other valuables. He is thrilled to discover that Uru has been sitting on a mountain of treasure. While he starts collecting everything in sight, Uru protests that this pile was never actually its treasure. Uru points him toward the real prize, a cache of beast cores, mostly level 3 and above, with even a pair of level 6 cores. Uru explains that it already consumed all the water and fire tribute cores for itself. From that, he infers Yoryu must have defeated many beasts at or above its own level, proving it was far more formidable than it first seemed. Impressed, he rewards Yoryu with something else, and the beast eagerly accepts. The reward restores Yoryu's condition, and its injuries begin to recover. He explains that it is a recovery potion usable even by magic beasts, then orders Yoryu to rest and guard the treasure while recuperating. Yoryu happily treats the assignment as its first mission and promises to handle it. With the treasure secured and a new subordinate at his side, he turns his thoughts to what he should do next. A sudden thought interrupts him and shifts his attention away from the cavern. The scene moves back to the academy's classroom building the next morning. Students file into class while he sits at his desk, calm but tired. He reflects that although he stayed up all night, the tranquility incense he used kept the fatigue manageable. His mind returns to the treasures he obtained and to the troublesome person who kept getting in his way. The class bell rings, signaling the start of the lesson. But as time passes, no teacher appears, and the room falls into awkward silence. The students begin wondering why the instructor for the new students' first class still has not arrived. Someone speculates that the academy may have assigned a martial arts teacher to handle the academic lesson, and others can hardly believe it. At that moment, hurried footsteps approach the classroom. The late arrival stumbles in the hallway after apparently drinking too much. He rushes the rest of the way in a chaotic scramble. The students notice the commotion, while the young man watches without much surprise. The disheveled newcomer introduces himself as Sigart, the homeroom teacher from the martial arts department, and abruptly announces that class is starting. The young man can only stare in silence at what kind of teacher he has been given. A weary teacher begins the first class by writing the subject on the board. He yawns through the introduction, immediately giving the class an unmotivated and careless impression. One silver-haired student falls silent, unimpressed by what he is seeing. He quietly points out that this man is apparently their homeroom teacher, and the dark-haired boy beside him notes that the teacher certainly looks unreliable. A sudden outburst jolts them both, breaking the lazy mood in the room. The silver-haired boy is baffled by the teacher's random shout, while his companion dismisses it as impossible to understand. Even so, the dark-haired boy notices that the teacher's movement was unexpectedly fast. The teacher reveals that he is a level 6 martial artist, bans all talking without permission, and starts taking attendance. A black-haired girl answers firmly when her name, Lucas, is called. The dark-haired boy responds in turn and recognizes her as the quiet girl he noticed during the entrance ceremony. As attendance continues, he reflects that her calm presence stood out because she stayed composed while everyone else was excited. The teacher finishes roll call and confirms that everyone is present. Realizing he forgot the textbooks, the teacher abruptly appoints Tishi as class representative and orders her to fetch them from his office. Tishi is caught off guard that she has been singled out so suddenly. The teacher makes clear that the decision is final. The silver-haired student protests, insisting that class representative should be decided through fair competition. He grandly imagines proving himself through status and talent, and claiming the position by merit. His fantasy ends instantly when the teacher strikes him down before he can continue. The teacher reminds him that he already forbade speaking without permission. With a cold glare, he reinforces that rule and crushes any further challenge. He sends Tishi to hand out the textbooks and orders the rest of the class to study on their own for the day before leaving. Tishi accepts the task with excitement, seeing her unexpected appointment as a chance to change her fate. The silver-haired boy nurses his injury and bitterly complains about the teacher's abusive behavior. His dark-haired friend refuses to join the complaint and instead suspects the teacher's damaged body hides a far more serious past. He wonders just how powerful that man must have been before he was injured. When the silver-haired boy talks about reporting the teacher, his friend coolly clarifies that he never suggested doing that. After class, they head toward the cafeteria, and the dark-haired boy decides that a strong person like that teacher is far more worth studying than resenting. On the way, the silver-haired boy keeps grumbling that the teacher made them self-study all morning. He continues calling the teacher irresponsible, but his rant is interrupted when a cheerful girl runs up calling for her big brother. The blonde girl greets the dark-haired boy warmly and asks how his first class went. She happily reports that she has already been chosen as next week's class representative and praises her own homeroom teacher, while the silver-haired boy is left even more annoyed. She then asks whether the martial arts class representative has been chosen too. The dark-haired boy tells her it was not him. He steers the conversation toward lunch, and the three of them head for the cafeteria together, with the silver-haired boy trailing behind. At the cafeteria, the school's point system is explained. Every meal costs points, new students get a one-time allowance, and each department receives a different amount. The food looks excellent, making the meal feel like a reward after the awkward morning. The blonde girl eagerly urges her brother to eat, delighted by how good everything tastes. The silver-haired boy sits in gloomy silence, clearly bothered by something beyond the food. He broods over the unfairness of the point system, realizing the martial arts department receives far fewer points than the elite department. He recalls being told that martial arts students only get 10 points and can leave if they dislike it, confirming how openly the school devalues them. The staff's attitude makes it clear that talentless students, noble or commoner alike, are expected to accept that treatment without complaint. Faced with that reality, He bitterly feels that coming to this school has cost him even his basic dignity. Seeing his mood, the blonde girl kindly offers him some of her food as well. Her simple generosity overwhelms him, and he reacts with ridiculous gratitude while his friend silently judges him for overdoing it. Their warm little lunch scene draws the attention of someone approaching from nearby. A silver-haired girl named Maya arrives, and the dark-haired boy recognizes her as someone he and Julia have met before. Maya declines to join them for lunch because she has already eaten, but offers cookies she baked as thanks for what happened the other day. Julia accepts the gift immediately, charmed by both the gesture and the sweets. As Julia and the dark-haired boy praise the cookies, Maya is visibly pleased by their approval. Their compliments leave Maya quietly blushing, satisfied that her effort reached them. Lucas casually joins in on the snacks while his silver-haired companion demands a share as if he already belongs at the table. The companion proudly introduces himself as May Atlas, a member of the Taro family's special wives, and is thrilled that Lucas once praised his beauty, to the point of wanting to boast about it to an ex-fiancé. Nearby, a blonde student notices a silver-haired woman leaving and watches her go, suggesting people around Lucas continue to draw attention. Lucas reflects that running into acquaintances in the cafeteria is almost inevitable, treating the situation as an ordinary inconvenience. Two girls approach from behind and try to start a friendly conversation with him over lunch. One of them awkwardly greets Lucas by name, and he turns with mild surprise rather than enthusiasm. Their attention is quickly pulled upward when they spot Theodore on the upper level, admiring him as if he were a celebrity. Theodore shows off by using fire magic indoors, reinforcing his image as someone who enjoys being admired. Privately, Theodore admits he nearly failed the trick and only managed to look impressive because of a potion, so his confidence is mostly performance. Lucas keeps eating and recalls that he once admired Theodore after the entrance exam, before realizing the boy was mostly full of himself. The calm meal is interrupted when someone stumbles into the area, drawing Lucas's attention away from the table. Sensing something unusual, Lucas looks over to see what caused the disturbance. He spots Mr. Sigalt slipping out while drinking from a bottle, and someone nearby questions where the man is going. Up close, Sigalt is clearly drunk and barely holding himself together. He wanders outside toward another building, moving with the aimless urgency of someone trying to escape notice. Still unsteady, Sigalt forces open a door and pushes his way into a meeting room. His arrival prompts immediate irritation, with others recognizing that Sigalt is once again causing trouble. Sigalt broods that he had once expected a bright future after taking over the martial arts class, but whatever happened afterward ruined that hope. He collapses into a chair in frustration, already unraveling before the meeting even begins. A blonde woman in white, Linda, watches him without sympathy and waits for the room to settle. She closes her eyes for a moment, gathering herself before taking control of the discussion. A firm tap on the table signals that the disorder is over and the meeting will proceed on her terms. The assembly is called to order once everyone is present. An elder states that the day's topic is the magical beast taming competition. The academy explains that because the region is plagued by magical beasts, students must learn beast taming by first year, making the annual competition an important part of training. Linda reports that more than 2,000 level 1 magical beasts have already been prepared and proposes holding the event in 6 days as usual. A teacher agrees to the schedule but argues that martial arts students should be excluded, claiming they cannot tame beasts anyway and would only waste time. That dismissal provokes a sharp reaction from across the table. Sigalt, despite his drunken state, formally objects. The opposing teacher tries to hide behind concern for the students, but Linda immediately sides with Sigalt. She insists that if martial arts students are enrolled at the academy, they must be allowed to participate as well. Other staff members support her, agreeing that all students should be treated equally. The exclusionist realizes Sigalt still has allies among the faculty, especially Linda, and his confidence falters. He bitterly questions whether they still believe Sigalt is the powerhouse he used to be, implying that his current weakness should disqualify his department. Even so, he grudgingly yields to the room's consensus while mocking the martial arts students as likely to panic. The elder settles the matter by officially declaring that the martial arts department will participate. As the meeting breaks, the decision spreads through the academy corridors. Someone asks Linda whether she is certain about backing this choice so firmly. A male teacher and a bespectacled student argue that the competition is too harsh for martial arts students, since beast taming demands practical magical experience. Linda answers their doubt with a faint, knowing smile, showing she has already made up her mind. She recalls words once taught to her, suggesting an old conviction is guiding her decision. Outside, Sigalt remembers that teaching, anyone who refuses to face hardship has no right to call themselves a martial artist, so his students must enter the competition. The academy's announcement fixes the magical beast taming competition for 6 days later. Sigalt follows that decision with action, ordering practical combat training and vowing to make every one of his students strong enough to defeat a magical beast. In class, May complains that the event is only meant to decide the class representative, and sees no reason to bother since their representative is already chosen. He is immediately shut down as class begins, and his grumbling makes it clear he regularly tests the teacher's patience. Lucas, hearing that practical combat training is starting, quietly worries he will have to restrain himself so he does not accidentally launch his training partner across the field. Outside, the training quickly turns violent and chaotic as students are thrown around the yard. One girl is struck hard enough to cry out as the exercise proves far rougher than ordinary classwork. Another student snaps into a fighting stance and prepares to retaliate, showing that the brutal training is only just beginning. Observers note that the students who pass the martial exam are genuinely capable, with one standout drawing particular praise. That praise centers on Lucas, whose talent is judged second only to a top senior as training continues at full force. Lucas proves the assessment right by cleanly controlling the field and demonstrating the sharp instincts expected of Segalt's disciple. When the session runs late, the instructor finally calls an end to the day's training. A white-haired student collapses in relief, feeling as if he has barely survived the ordeal. His friends head off to the cafeteria, while Collins reminds him that he still owes him food from an earlier bargain. Collins proudly explains that he traded away part of his meal in exchange for points, treating it as proof of his business sense. He promises to settle the debt later, and Lucas, uninterested in the details, lets the matter pass. Even so, Lucas privately acknowledges that Collins is shrewd enough to earn spending money while keeping everyone on good terms. Collins immediately seeks Lucas's approval, eager to have his cleverness recognized. He even offers to teach Lucas his ways for free, acting as though he has wisdom worth selling. Trying to force the camaraderie, Collins grabs Lucas as if to pull him into the joke. Lucas declines with an easy smile, refusing the offer without hostility. Only then does Collins remember that Lucas has family ties to the elite division and does not need to scramble for points like everyone else. That night, Lucas reflects that Collins has misunderstood his situation. Even with Julia's support, Lucas still has to hunt monsters himself just to secure enough food. He sees this hardship as the result of his unusual bond with nature rather than simple poverty. In the quiet mountains, he settles into another solitary night of survival. He roasts meat over a campfire, making the most of what he has managed to obtain. As he eats, he thinks that without the burden of supporting Julia, all of this effort could have gone into training instead. He also remembers that Mina, the vice president, tried to get close to Julia again that day, reinforcing his distrust. Lucas resolves not to lower his guard and decides that any malice toward Julia will be met harshly. His thoughts are interrupted when something large approaches the fire. A huge magical beast appears, drawn less by Lucas than by the smell of the roasting meat. Rather than panic, Lucas casually offers the creature food and finds himself softening toward it. As the beast devours the meat, Lucas reasons that feeding it is still better than having it as an enemy. Once it is satisfied, he calmly informs the beast that it will help with his training, assuring it that he does not intend to kill it. The beast quickly realizes the arrangement is far worse than a free meal and protests too late. Elsewhere that same night, attention shifts to the Ryan family residence. In the moonlit estate, a noblewoman waits quietly on the veranda, lost in thought. Her silence reveals a mother weighed down by longing and worry. An older man approaches, recognizing her mood at once. He gently asks if she is thinking about the children again, and she admits she cannot hide it from him. He reminds her that their classes have likely already begun by now. Seeing how much she misses them, he urges her to go visit instead of suffering in silence. He offers to take her himself on his way through Daku town, making the reunion possible. Grateful and emotional, she brightens at the thought of seeing her children again. The story then moves to the Grand Earldom, where a secret gathering is underway. Masked figures in dark robes file into an opulent hall, suggesting a ritualized and exclusive meeting. Among them, conspirators exchange knowing looks, already united by whatever is about to happen. A green-haired woman named Jessica is welcomed as an expected and valued participant. Their hostess invites her forward and takes control of the room with practiced confidence. Another masked noblewoman watches closely, poised to receive what has been prepared. The hostess unveils a new drug called Jade Dream and explains its key effect. Once consumed, the drinker's body begins to glow. The drug is served in wine, turning the gathering into a deliberate test or indulgence rather than a simple party. The hostess adds a final ingredient of her own blood, completing the preparation with unsettling enthusiasm. Blood spatters across the waiting glasses, making clear that the ritual and the drug are inseparable. With the mixture finished, the guests begin drinking the tainted wine. They are encouraged to surrender themselves completely to pleasure, as if the drug is meant to strip away restraint. As the effects begin and the atmosphere turns more dangerous, the gathering prepares to move on to whatever comes next. A secret gathering begins as a green-haired woman announces a new game centered on Jade Dream and the alchemy of miracles. Masked conspirators quietly drink and wait while the scheme is set in motion. One blonde woman steadies herself with wine as she listens to the dangerous proposal. The discussion turns to a shocking report that an 11-year-old girl destroyed the Black Wind gang. The green-haired mastermind reveals that Julia has received a level 7 blessing and inherited the talents of both the Catherine and Miranda families. Even so, she points out that a mere level 7 should not have been able to defeat someone at level 44. She suggests that this impossible result may still be useful to the blonde woman's ambitions. Pressing her directly, she exposes the woman's desire to kill Catherine and her daughter so she can seize the title of Baroness. The blonde woman admits her ambition and asks how to proceed. The mastermind smiles, already savoring the cruelty of what she intends to do. She activates a strange mark, setting her plan into motion. Delighting in the ruin of youth, she frames the coming attack as something beautiful. The story shifts back to school, where the martial arts students are called to another morning of practical inheritance training. The class groans that yesterday's training left them aching all over and cursing Sigart as a monster. Tishi tries to rally everyone, though she is puzzled that she herself feels no soreness at all. Kai also feels perfectly fine and immediately takes it as proof that he is tougher than everyone else. His classmates indulge his ego and let him boast about being the strongest in class. Lucas privately realizes their condition is really just the effect of the tranquility incense from before. Tishi concludes that the 4 students who recovered well have enough stamina for even harsher training and real potential as martial artists. Kai eagerly charges Lucas to prove his strength. Lucas calmly intercepts the attack without losing control. Kai realizes too late that Lucas is reading him with ease. Lucas releases a burst of force that knocks Kai back and shows the gap between them. Kai refuses to back down and rushes in again. Lucas counters with a flurry of precise strikes that overwhelms Kai's offense. Even while attacking, Kai has to admit Lucas is impressive. Lucas returns the compliment, treating the exchange as useful practice rather than a real challenge. From a distance, an old man watches the sparring with interest. Lucas senses that someone is observing him. He cannot identify the source at first, only the feeling of a steady gaze. The watcher is revealed to be an elderly master sitting beneath a tree. Kai wonders if Lucas is distracted by that old man. The moment Lucas's attention slips, Kai spots an opening and lunges. Lucas still reacts in time and sends Kai crashing away. Bruised but stubborn, Kai demands they keep fighting until a winner is decided. Lucas accepts and resets his stance. The old man leaves with a quiet laugh, satisfied by what he has seen. When offered an escort, he declines and chooses to walk back alone. He judges Lucas to be a very interesting young man. More importantly, he realizes Lucas is deliberately hiding his true ability. Unable even to measure Lucas fully, the old man resolves to remember his name. Several hours later, class finally ends. That afternoon, Sigart teaches the students massage techniques to recover from training. The method works so well that the entire class's muscle fatigue is quickly relieved. Lucas notes with satisfaction that this will make everyone forget that only 4 of them were unaffected that morning, and he turns back to building a new training ground. He heads out to buy the materials he needs before sunset. At the school's magic materials shop, he finds a prestigious store stocked with rare items unavailable elsewhere. The scale of the place surprises him, more like a grand market than a simple shop. He learns that purchases here are made with school points, and even a high-quality training dummy costs 30. Lucas quickly realizes the selection is excellent but the prices are punishing. He decides he cannot keep relying on Julia's points, even if she would probably indulge him. For now, he settles on buying a medicinal potion for the bath and plans to exchange materials from Yaryu's cave for more points later. At the counter, the sleepy shop teacher barely rouses herself to help him. She drags herself upright once he is ready to buy. Her drowsiness vanishes when she notices what kind of customer he is. Lucas calmly chooses the potion he wants. The teacher totals the purchase at 5 points. He pays by activating his student card through the shop's magic device. Seeing his martial arts uniform, the teacher is startled that a first-time martial arts student would spend half of his initial 10 points at once. The payment goes through, and Lucas happily takes the heavy bag. The teacher warns him not to waste so much on one purchase or he will regret it. Lucas cheerfully replies that this probably will not even be enough, and that he may come back for more. After he leaves, the teacher is baffled that a martial arts student with no potion classes could possibly need that much, and concludes he must be spending family money without thinking. Her irritation hardens into the familiar resentment she feels toward nobles. That night, Lucas returns to the cave hideout. He soaks in a bath mixed with the potion and lets the medicine work through his body. Although the potion remains effective in bathwater, he feels it is wasteful to simply throw the rest away. He also knows he cannot let anyone else drink used bathwater, which leaves him with a problem. A lurking presence nearby immediately suggests an answer. After finishing the bath refreshed, Lucas considers exchanging cave materials for points. He decides to keep a low profile by only turning in common level 2 materials. Then he notices Yura staring at the bath with obvious temptation. Before he can stop her, the wolf spirit plunges in and starts drinking the bathwater. Lucas is horrified that she has swallowed all the water he soaked in. The two stare at each other in awkward silence. Yura reassures him that the potion only strengthens the body, so she will be fine. She immediately asks for beef, and Lucas dryly accepts that at least the bathwater will no longer go to waste. He then plans how to convert cave materials into points over several days while secretly moving his new tools to the cave at night. When the shop teacher offers to move his load with magic, Lucas refuses so he can keep control of where everything goes. The teacher mistakes his resources for noble family support, which conveniently helps Lucas hide his real source of materials, while he also remembers the magic beast taming tournament is approaching. The next day, Sigart berates the class and reminds them that the taming tournament is tomorrow. He warns them not to skip practice out of laziness, and tells anyone unwilling to work to leave the department. He begins correcting their form, sharply criticizing even small mistakes. Kai protests that his odd style already beat Lucas, Sharp, and Collins during bird target practice, but Sigart dismisses it as useless. Sigart confirms that all three really did lose to Kai and is disgusted by the result. The others admit it, mostly because they would rather avoid trouble than challenge Kai's mood. Sigart's patience wears thin as he complains again about spoiled noble boys. He orders Tichy to spar with Kai instead. The class gathers as Kai steps forward to challenge the appointed representative. Kai vows not to hold back and claims he will prove he deserves to represent the class more than Tichy does. Tichy accepts without hesitation. She moves first with explosive speed. Her opening kick slams Kai into the ground before he can properly react. Kai is stunned but still believes he can turn it around. Tichy stays on him with relentless close-range strikes that leave him unable to recover. She chains her attack smoothly without giving him space. Kai tries to answer with a counterattack from below. Tichy blocks cleanly and keeps control of the exchange. Kai finally realizes he has badly underestimated her. Tichy finishes the match with a decisive spinning kick that sends him flying. Kai rises dazed and defeated. The impact leaves him barely steady on his feet. Even while reeling, he tries one last desperate rush. Tichy stops him with a perfectly timed palm strike. Kai is blown back again, and the result is no longer in doubt. Sigart explains that Tichy won because she stayed composed, read Kai's weakness, and understood why she was chosen as class representative. He tells the whole class to give their full effort, using Kai's reckless all-out style as a lesson in what not to do. Tichy checks on Kai after the match, showing concern rather than pride. Though Kai looks miserable, Sigart immediately shifts the class's attention to tomorrow's real test. Every student must tame at least one magic beast. He raises the stakes by declaring that anyone who fails will be expelled from the martial arts department. Sigart orders them to keep fighting and training until night because this is their final push before the tournament. Afterward, Kai tries to speak to Lucas while still sitting on the ground in shock. Lucas bluntly tells him that his defense is terrible and that he needs to exploit enemy weak points instead of charging blindly. Kai rejects that explanation because he has reached a far more ridiculous conclusion. He declares that being kicked by Tichy made him fall in love with her, leaving Lucas to wonder if he is a masochist. The next day, the tournament begins at a massive arena as students are called in by group. The martial arts students are overwhelmed by the size of the venue and the thought of the beasts waiting below. Nearby magic department students mock the martial arts department for even entering a taming event. Sigart shuts down the distraction and orders his students to memorize the rules instead of worrying about insults. He plants himself in front of them with stern authority. Lucas is mildly surprised to see Sigart actually protecting the martial arts students from outside pressure. Even so, the atmosphere leaves Lucas tense. Kai admits he is nervous, and Lucas tells him to imagine the beasts are Sigart to steady his courage. That image instantly fills Kai with fighting spirit. He seizes on the idea and starts fantasizing about beating Sigart instead. Sigart hears the muttering and warns the boys that he is not deaf. Lucas gives Kai practical advice as well, telling him that against a low-level beast he can win simply by guarding properly, which Kai gratefully accepts. A projected official appears above the arena to explain the tournament. The rules are laid out. Taming 10 beasts earns a perfect score, killing beasts causes deductions, and the time limit is 10 minutes. Julia serves as the cheerful announcer and calls the first contestants into the arena. She enters one of the test chambers through a portal-like barrier. Inside, she confirms the arena is actually a barrier space. She quickly understands how so many beasts can be contained in what looked like a small structure from outside. Dark shapes gather in the mist as the beasts close in on her. A pack of savage bear-like monsters lunges to attack. Julia casually wonders whether the others have already gone deeper while preparing her spell. She cheerfully decides to catch herself a cute little magical beast. Instead, she unleashes overwhelming lightning that instantly forces the entire pack into submission. Outside, the officials explain that the beasts are coated in a special potion that releases bright smoke when they submit. They also explain that teachers monitor each barrier space through magic circles to track progress and assign points. One teacher is startled by how quickly Julia's chamber has already cleared. Her arena is declared complete almost immediately, and even Julia wonders if the count was mistaken. A blonde man praises her for finishing in only 3 minutes, and Julia happily accepts the compliment. She then asks where the martial arts department arena is because she wants to check on her older brother. When told the martial arts department will enter last at Arena 10, she decides to buy snacks first while she waits. As she leaves, someone hidden in the shadows watches her. The observer is a red-eyed woman focused not on Julia but on Lucas Ryan, eager to see whether he can repeat the miracle he showed at the entrance ceremony. 2 hours later, other students compare poor results and worry over their scores. They reassure each other that outside the elite class, many magic users failed to score at all. Even so, Kai remains anxious and asks whether the martial arts department can really survive this tournament. A classmate reassures the martial arts students that their practical ability is not actually below the magic department's. Someone immediately backs that up, giving the discouraged group a jolt of support. Their instructor explains that the reason no one has been hurt is that a level 1 magical beast cannot truly injure a human. He reminds them that martial artists surpass low-level mages in physical strength and close combat, and urges them to trust that advantage. The students are startled to find their usually harsh teacher openly encouraging them. A female class representative confirms she checked for herself and found that no participant has actually been injured. She adds that most students are only collapsing from mana exhaustion, and says she has learned something important about the test. For safety, the beasts are confined by barriers, so students can avoid being surrounded if they move carefully. She concludes that anyone who cannot win head-on can still earn points by targeting weaker beasts and managing stamina wisely. The class gratefully accepts her guidance, and the teacher privately notes that choosing her as class representative was the right call. Their moment is interrupted when someone from another class reveals he has been listening in. The martial arts teacher immediately recognizes the intruder as being from the martial arts department's rival faction and mocks his need for underhanded tactics. The man, Mr. Zeg, claims he only came to announce that the martial arts department will be entering soon. He twists that into a taunt, saying the teacher should prepare his students for humiliation. The teacher stays calm and makes it clear that such contempt would not trouble him. Zeg leaves with a sneer, insisting the martial arts class should never have existed at all. As he walks away, the insult lingers with the students who overheard it. The protagonist is especially shaken because Zeg reminds him of the kind of people who bullied him in his previous life. Instead of shrinking back, he steps forward. He reminds the teacher that he was supposed to be the first martial arts student to enter after the opening ceremony. The teacher, sensing his tension, offers to replace him if he is feeling pressured. He refuses without hesitation. He insists he will go first as originally planned. Driven by anger and pride, he vows to score well and prove the martial arts department is not a joke. His resolve spreads through the others, and the class rallies behind him with renewed confidence. The teacher notices how quickly their fear has turned into fighting spirit. Even as they cheer, he reflects that they are still reckless, simple kids who are only now remembering their class representative's advice. 10 minutes later, the protagonist enters Arena 10, where shadowy beasts circle through the mist. He immediately breaks into motion, focused and composed. He spots a sensing magic circle and realizes he must move while avoiding detection. Confident that no one outside can know what happens inside the barrier, he releases his hidden power. He recalls that once a magical beast recognizes a master, their souls connect, allowing communication and temporary use of the beast's abilities. Elsewhere, his wolf companion is startled while gnawing on a bone, sensing that connection being invoked. The wolf is confused that its master, who is stronger than it, is borrowing its power at all. Blue energy surges around the protagonist as the borrowed ability takes form. Using that power, he manifests a giant spectral wolf and decides to overwhelm low-level beasts quickly. An owl-like magical beast swoops toward him to attack. The creature falters when it senses the pressure coming from him. He charges straight at it under the cover of the spectral wolf, and the beast panics at the presence of a high-level aura. The owl tries to gather lightning in its claws, but its nerve is already breaking. It pulls back into the air, trying to escape the confrontation. He closes the distance instantly and corners it with a massive spectral hand. He reasons that since the beast is already in a battle-ready state, the fastest way to save time is to crush its will to fight. The owl loses its composure completely and tumbles down in a daze. He notes that a high-level beast's aura can dominate weaker ones, and that borrowing Urus's power was the perfect tool for this test. The owl, now cowed, can only stare at him in frightened confusion. He thanks it for yielding so easily, already thinking ahead to subduing every beast in the arena. He releases a red smoke from a potion around himself, careful to keep it contained within the barrier. The fallen owl notices the strange smoke and watches warily. As the smoke spreads, the owl edges closer behind him, uncertain about what he is planning next. After parting from a powerful magical beast, Lucas leaves with a cold resolve, while someone below is shaken enough to swear never to face him again. The scoreboard updates to show Lucas Ryan finally earning his first point. His classmates are baffled that he spent so long in the test area and still only managed 0 until now, even as his little sister keeps insisting he can still succeed. A smug noble observer watches the arena, already prepared to dismiss Lucas. He openly mocks Lucas for failing to score, arguing that anyone who cannot even beat the weakest magical beast does not belong here. The insult spreads through the crowd as people repeat the old prejudice that martial artists are inferior to mages. Lucas hears the contempt and stays silent, while his critic enjoys having the upper hand. His sister fiercely pushes back, defending Lucas's worth even if he cannot use magic. Her defense only makes the noble look down on the entire class and their teacher as fools who understand nothing. He doubles down, claiming results alone prove Lucas's inadequacy. Before he can savor that judgment, the arena announces that Lucas has gained another point. That small advance is enough for Lucas's supporters to seize on hope that he can at least remain in the martial arts department. A proctor from the exam side coolly undercuts that excitement by reminding everyone that top students are reaching far higher scores. He begins counting Lucas's progress with sudden interest. The count jumps rapidly until Lucas is declared to have reached 5 points, matching the best score so far and stunning the noble who had been mocking him. The noble is rattled by the idea that a martial arts student has equaled the mage department's highest mark and struggles to accept it. Inside the test area, Lucas reveals the reason for the surge. He had already cowed the magical beast into submission, making it easy to collect points at will. With the beasts under control, he decides to finish quickly by taking a perfect score and leaving. He resumes the hunt, striking down another beast as the count rises. Lucas cuts through several more in rapid succession, driving his total toward the maximum. Even the owl that fled earlier realizes he has returned and that escape is no longer possible. Lucas finishes the last target and reaches 10 points, completing a perfect score. Outside, the noble can only freeze in disbelief as the impossible result becomes official. Lucas emerges from the barrier as the announcement confirms both 10 points and a perfect score. His sister beams with pride, certain this triumph proves what she always believed about him. The crowd is left staring at the absurd outcome of the martial arts department producing a perfect scorer. Lucas accepts his sister's praise calmly, letting her celebrate while he remains composed. The noble finally snaps and insists there is no way a martial arts freshman could have subdued 10 magical beasts legitimately. He directly accuses Lucas of fraud, suggesting he must have switched places with someone else. Lucas turns to face the accusation without any sign of panic. Instead of defending himself seriously, he answers with casual indifference, as if the charge is beneath him. That response prompts an examiner to step in sharply, warning that accusing Lucas also implies the examiners accepted bribes and ignored cheating. The noble immediately realizes he has overreached, because making enemies of the exam staff would be dangerous. He hastily retreats from the accusation and reframes his concern as suspicion about a malfunction in the barrier during the entrance exam. Even while he complains that investigating Lucas is unfair, Lucas allows it, saying they can inspect whatever they want. He adds that he has nothing to hide, turning the inquiry into a test of the examiners rather than of himself. 10 minutes later, the beasts inside the test space begin to stir under observation. A bright opening appears above the barrier, giving the trapped beasts a visible route to the outside. The owl notices that the strong presence that had terrified them earlier is gone and realizes the chance to flee is real. The beasts immediately try to escape through the opening, proving they are still active and motivated. The examiners respond by using a restraining artifact to stop the breakout. The magical binding lashes out and catches the fleeing owl midair. The restraint tightens around the owl, forcing it down and showing the beasts were not weakened enough to explain Lucas's result. Watching the beasts struggle, the examiners conclude that the creatures are unusually agitated, not disabled. One examiner presses the other on whether Lucas's perfect score was in fact earned properly. The other admits he found no evidence of tampering, and can only guess that something about the beasts themselves caused the anomaly. They decide to fully examine all 10 beasts, and then resume the tournament. The official verdict comes back clean, no problems were found in the test results, and the event moves on to the next participant. Lucas notes that the examiners found nothing against him, which means they have accepted his ability as genuine. Even so, he remains thoughtful, sensing there is still something unresolved beneath the surface. As the trial begins, the instructor hints that the real test is only starting now. The martial arts student immediately charges her target, refusing to hesitate. She steels herself with the thought that she cannot afford to lose and let Lucas claim the advantage. She closes in on a dark wolf before it can control the pace of the fight. The beast notices her approach a moment too late. She lands a heavy opening strike on its head and disrupts it before it can counter. While attacking, she sets a strict limit for herself. If she cannot subdue it in 30 seconds, she will switch targets. Her follow-up pressure drives the wolf off balance and forces it into retreat. When she senses the same fur as the earlier suspicious beast, she realizes that whatever caused the previous incident may still be nearby. Instead of backing off, she commits to finishing the fight with another decisive blow. The wolf unexpectedly collapses under her fist, startling her with how little resistance it offers. She is unsettled that a level 3 dark wolf submitted this easily. That abnormal weakness makes her wonder whether this is mere coincidence, or evidence of something else. Even so, the result boosts her confidence that the martial arts department may not be as inferior as everyone claims. She carries that momentum into the next match and overwhelms another beast before it can mount a real threat. A boar-like monster also falls quickly under her close-range assault. From the sidelines, Tishy's supporters cheer while the supervising man watches with quiet satisfaction. Pushing through the next round, she attacks hard enough to keep pace with the top scorers. Another beast lunges in desperation, but it is already losing control of the match. Her final strike cuts through the exchange and ends the round cleanly. She finishes with a perfect 10 points, and the defeated tiger collapses behind her. The crowd is stunned that she not only earned another perfect score but even cleared the test faster than Lucas. As doubts spread, she coolly suggests the beast should be fully examined again if people think something is wrong. Privately, she concludes that Lucas was right. The magical beast tournament is not as frightening as expected, and martial artists are not necessarily weaker than mages. The later matches continue in the same brutal rhythm as more students crush their assigned beasts. One contestant ends his bout with a single overwhelming finishing blow. Alto Sharp is awarded a perfect 10, adding to the growing pile of top scores. In the next match, another student batters down a giant ape-like beast at close range. Dezio Collins also secures a perfect 10. Match after match, students keep dropping powerful beasts with direct, efficient attacks. Even the supposedly fearsome tiger opponents are reduced to helpless wrecks. Kai Tarwa earns yet another perfect 10, making the pattern impossible to ignore. The rankings tighten as Julia, Iwa, Lucas, and others all sit on perfect scores near the top. As the tournament goes on, more students rapidly climbed the standings by repeatedly scoring tens. Watching this unfold, the dark-haired instructor allows himself a small, knowing smile. He casually drinks while the arena chaos confirms the outcome he expected. The official inspection reports that neither the magic beasts nor the barrier space show any abnormalities. That finding raises a troubling question. Why are only the martial arts students thriving under these conditions? One explanation offered is that the mage students were already frightened by the earlier attacks, while this kind of close-quarters pressure is unprecedented for the event. The elders reason that this is also the first tournament since the martial arts department was created, so facing beasts up close may simply have favored them psychologically. Accepting that logic, they decide to leave this year's results intact and let the martial arts department go first in future tournaments. A nobleman immediately protests, arguing that such a change would let martial arts edge out the mage and fire magic departments for first place. Nearby, the dark-haired instructor listens in silence, already sensing where the dispute is headed. The elder bluntly asks the protesting noble whether he truly objects to the ruling. The man backs down outwardly, but insists that a martial arts department with no real strength should not take first place through luck alone. He is shut down with the reminder that luck is itself part of ability. The elders reaffirm that the students are not at fault, so their scores will stand, and Lord Althine agrees. Forced to submit, the noble accepts the order to announce the final results. As others leave, resentment twists across his face while the dark-haired instructor walks away with a blonde companion. Left seething, the noble vows that Sigalt will pay for this. Two senior figures speak privately in front of a caged beast, treating the matter as one that could determine whether the martial arts department survives. One elder presses the other about rumors that a supposedly ordinary martial artist may be hiding a deeper cause behind his strength. The other refuses to explain further, making clear that the truth must remain concealed. He only promises that the secret poses no threat to the school itself. Privately, he resolves to keep their real power hidden in accordance with that person's wishes. Elsewhere, Lucas basks in his perfect score and eagerly plans to report the achievement to his father. As the students walk together, they conclude that taming beasts was easier than expected and credit their recent growth and Sigalt's training. The dark-haired student outwardly agrees while inwardly noting with relief that no one suspects his role in their progress. The calm conversation is interrupted by a sudden movement nearby. Lucas turns practical and asks how the others intend to use the 20 bonus points awarded for first place. One friend wants to save his points for a promised meal, while another argues they should prepare for future needs instead. Lucas pushes back, insisting the points should go toward high-level materials for next month's field training. That catches the dark-haired student off guard, since he has not heard about any field training. The others explain that the training will take place at the Allen Tower, a dangerous trial ground. Inside that phantom world, freshmen face monster-like races and can gain real combat experience only by surviving the deadly threats there. A blonde student points out that only 100 freshmen may enter, leaving 20 elite course students competing for just 80 spots. Lucas confidently declares that he and the dark-haired student are safe because selection is based on training rankings and they earn perfect scores. The discussion shifts as someone abruptly gets up to leave. Two of the others announce they are heading to the materials shop to buy training gear, and another decides to join them. As they hurry off, the dark-haired student notes that martial artists predictably seize any chance to become stronger. He reflects that allowing everyone in the tournament to receive perfect 10s was the right move, since it drove the whole department to improve. Lucas invites him along to the shop, but he declines. Instead, Lucas notices a pendant suddenly dangling before him. The dark-haired student reveals that Sigalt gave him the pendant, and says he wants to inspect it first. Lucas recognizes it as the special reward reserved for the top 3 students with perfect tournament marks. He grumbles that it should have gone to Lady Tishy, while the recipient downplays his merit and attributes it to luck. Lucas lets the matter drop, still unconvinced but no longer pressing it. The dark-haired student decides to head to the shop after the others and parts ways for the moment. Outside, a public notice announces that every student in the martial arts department achieved a perfect score. The news shocks onlookers, especially students from the magic side, who immediately sense something is wrong. Tension spikes as someone reacts violently to the announcement. Rila, Greg's student, steps forward in fury, seeing the result as a direct blow to her father's long effort to elevate their side. She bitterly recalls how hard her father worked for years to secure repeated top results and build the elite department's standing. In anger, she strikes at the notice itself, venting her resentment. Another elite student adds that the martial artists have also taken the 20 entry slots for the Aaron Tower. He argues those places should have belonged to magicians instead. Even so, he admits the teachers at the Magic Bee Space said the martial arts students did not cheat. The accusation hangs in the air as their frustration keeps escalating. He then suggests that while the scores may be legitimate, the martial arts department could still have bribed the teachers. That suspicion hardens when he points to the Taro family's son in the martial arts department, implying money could easily have influenced the outcome. Another student backs the theory by claiming he saw Taro heir at the materials shop earlier. Andre, Greg's student, identifies that heir and notes he bought large amounts of training equipment from the school's shop. Rila twists that purchase into proof that if the martial arts department also gets the bonus 20 points tomorrow, magicians will keep losing valuable resources to them. She coldly remarks that a martial artist's meridians are more fragile than glass, revealing a plan to cripple them. With a cruel smile, she proposes slowing the martial artist's growth by force before they can pull further ahead. A poison blade is launched through the air to carry out that plan. The attack lands near the unsuspecting martial arts students, who are caught off guard and demand to know why they are being targeted. The blonde student is struck, and the wound immediately shows signs of something far worse than a simple injury. His companion quickly realizes the blade was poisoned and urges immediate treatment before the damage spreads. Even while injured, the blonde student grimly offers up his own points if that is what the attackers wanted, exposing the pettiness behind the assault. A blue-haired girl from the magic department ambushes two martial arts students in the woods, using magic to hurl thorny vines at them and knock them down. One of the boys is brutally impaled through the neck, turning the attack from a beating into outright maiming. The other is left collapsed and trembling, already badly injured and unable to fight back. The attacker coldly silences her companions, making clear she wants obedience, not commentary. As the blonde victim struggles to understand, he can only ask why this is happening to them. She steps over him and makes it clear she has a specific humiliation in mind. Holding a recording device, she prepares to force him into carrying her message. She orders him to crawl back to the martial arts department and publicly declare that his class is beneath Greg's class, reducing them to insects. His screams fade into the evening as the assault and humiliation are left behind. Hours later, two students search the forest for Alto and Decio after they fail to return. One tries to dismiss the delay as work-related, but the other is too uneasy to accept that explanation. He insists that tonight feels wrong. His fear sharpens when he senses an overwhelming smell of blood saturating the path ahead. The bloodshed seems almost tangible, confirming that something terrible has happened. Realizing the danger, he suddenly runs ahead, leaving his companion confused and alarmed. The second boy chases after him, demanding to know what he has discovered. They arrive at a grisly scene, finding blood on the ground and a severed hand among the evidence of the attack. Nearby, Alto and Decio lie broken and unconscious, their bodies covered in wounds. Horrified, the silver-haired student struggles to comprehend who could commit something this vicious. One of the victims weakly grabs at Lucas, showing he is still barely conscious. With his last strength, the injured boy identifies Rhea and says she came from Greg's class. He reveals the true cruelty of the attack. She severed his meridians, crippling his ability to cultivate. The revelation hits Lucas so hard that his expression darkens into something almost unrecognizable. His companion calls out to him, startled by the change. Trying to keep control of the situation, the silver-haired boy confirms the victim is still alive, only unconscious. They split roles immediately, with one using magic to stop the bleeding while sending Kai to fetch medicine. Kai sprints off at once, leaving Lucas with the wounded. As Lucas examines them more closely, he realizes they are under a curse and that nearly every bone in their bodies has been shattered. He identifies the technique as a black market bone-crushing art used by assassins, meant to inflict maximum agony. To him, this is no longer school bullying but attempted murder. One victim drifts in and out of consciousness, crying for his parents, and admitting the pain is unbearable. Hearing that strips away the last of Lucas's restraint, he quietly promises the injured boy that he will avenge him. Reinforcements arrive, calling out to Lucas as they reach the scene. A girl and the silver-haired boy quickly piece together that Alto and Decio were ambushed, having met Tichy on the way back. Lucas reports that the victims will survive, but only after several days of recovery. The others are relieved they are not dying and grateful Lucas reached them in time, but their anger at the attackers hardens. They decide to take the matter to the student council, even while doubting the teachers or council will care about students from their department. Lucas makes it clear that being ignored will not stop him. The girl notices that his calm has turned into something far more dangerous. He stands there transformed, no longer the gentle Lucas they know but someone driven by fury. He vows with certainty that he will take revenge for what was done. The next day, they bring the case to the student council room. The council president listens without visible concern. He reduces their complaint to a request for a duel with Greg's class. Lucas's group clarifies that they want an apology from the students who attacked their classmates, and are even willing to stake an S-rank bonus to force the issue. The president points out they have no proof Greg's class was responsible and frames the S-rank bonus as the real point of their demand. He casually lets a pendant fall from his hand. The object drops in front of Lucas's group, drawing their attention. With mocking politeness, the president claims it was an accident, making his contempt and refusal to take them seriously unmistakable. The red-haired official dismisses the original wager as too trivial for a formal duel and demands something with real weight. That challenge immediately tightens the room, forcing the students to treat the duel as a serious test rather than a symbolic dispute. The white-haired boy bristles at the provocation, already angered by how far the stakes may be pushed. He nearly objects, but the dark-haired lead steps in before his outrage can derail the negotiation. Instead of backing down, the dark-haired student calmly asks what stake would satisfy their opponent. Amused, the official takes a moment to consider a wager that will matter to everyone involved. The students decide the prize should be something unique to the academy, tying the duel directly to school status and privilege. The official quickly seizes on that idea and prepares an example designed to hurt the losers long after the duel ends. He names access to the errand tower, one of the Academy's most valuable privileges, as the thing to gamble. He proposes that the losing side permanently lose the qualification to enter the errand tower, shocking the 3 students with the severity of the terms. Even so, the dark-haired student accepts at once, committing his side to a duel with lasting consequences. The match is scheduled for 2 days later, and news of it spreads across the Academy until the entire student body is drawn in. Students from the martial arts department rally behind Greg's class, while Greg himself openly favors the 3 who betrayed Alto and the others. Sigard offers no public opinion, but in private he drives Alto's group through harsher combat training, preparing them in silence. That grim preparation leaves Alto carrying a colder, more dangerous resolve into the coming fight. When the day of the duel arrives, the arena fills with spectators and the confrontation becomes a public reckoning. The crowd throws its support behind the martial arts trio, eager to see whether the challengers can survive the spectacle they created. Confident in victory, the blue-haired girl offers the opposing side one last chance to apologize before they are humiliated in front of everyone. The dark-haired student refuses to yield, warning that the outcome is not yet decided. As the duel is called to begin, the white-haired fighter pushes to end it quickly with direct force. Their first opponent, a blue-haired mage, answers with calm confidence and invites the attack. The white-haired boy charges immediately, trying to overwhelm the mage before he can set up a spell. But the mage instantly unleashes a storm of ice magic, filling the field with summoned shards and freezing force. The attack crashes across the arena, yet the white-haired fighter cuts through it and deflects the barrage instead of being stopped. The mage is startled that his opening spell failed to pin his target down. The white-haired boy presses the advantage and mocks him, making it clear that ordinary magic will not be enough. He advances through the shattered ice, trying to keep the mage under pressure before another spell can form. Pointing his blade at the mage, he openly challenges him to do better. Rather than panic, the mage quietly adjusts his glasses and reveals that the exchange has gone exactly as planned. He realizes the swordsman rushed straight into a prepared trap and inwardly ridicules him for it. The white-haired boy senses the shift too late, understanding that he has already been maneuvered into the mage's terrain. Ice erupts beneath him, locking around his legs and stealing his mobility in an instant. The freezing spell tightens, turning the ground itself into a prison that prevents any clean escape. The mage advances and tells him there is nowhere left to run, taking control of the duel. With the field fully under his command, he prepares the finishing blow and treats the trapped noble as already defeated. The white-haired fighter struggles to react, but the sudden restraint leaves him exposed. The mage drives his staff down to trigger the final strike through the icebound zone. The attack pierces through the frozen trap and draws blood, proving the mage's control has become lethal. Seeing his opponent wounded and immobilized, the mage smugly asks whether the lesson has finally sunk in. The white-haired boy hangs battered inside jagged ice as the mage declares this the price of provoking a true spellcaster. Bruised and half-frozen, the trapped fighter can barely force out a response. The mage leans in and mockingly demands a louder surrender, trying to break his spirit in front of the crowd. From the sidelines, the blue-haired girl sneers that weakness remains weakness no matter how loudly it resists. She pushes for total humiliation, urging him to admit defeat and spare himself further disgrace. The dark-haired ally watches tensely, realizing the situation has become far more dangerous than a simple loss. Then the white-haired boy reveals the counter they overlooked. He has been protecting a heat source powerful enough to rival the Beast Mountain lava field, and its fire begins melting the mage's ice from within. The blue-haired girl instantly understands the danger and shouts a warning to retreat. The mage finally grasps that his trap has become the center of an imminent blast. A violent explosion erupts from the melting ice, tearing apart the mage's setup and blasting across the arena. The shockwave hurls debris and force outward, abruptly overturning the mage's advantage and throwing the duel into chaos. Andre realizes too late that the substance used against him was lava slime jelly, a dangerously volatile material. His opponent condemns that recklessness and closes in, treating Andre's willingness to injure himself as proof he is desperate. Before Andre can recover, the martial artist breaks through his defenses and lands a brutal strike. Andre coughs up blood, stunned by how completely the attack got through. He finally understands the threat in front of him. A martial artist empowered by a magic item can still overwhelm a mage. The onlookers notice the cost of Andre's gambit and realize his leg has been badly burned. Even so, they are shaken by his resolve, recognizing that he crippled himself just to escape the ice prison. Andre takes grim satisfaction in that sacrifice, deciding Lucas was right that the spell he once prized had become a weakness. His opponent, injured and unsettled, can hardly accept that a martial artist managed to hurt him at all. Trying to reassert control, the mage prepares another barrage and assumes Andre is too damaged to evade anymore. Andre answers by triggering the lava slime jelly in his hand at point-blank range. The explosion erupts in front of him, turning his self-destructive tactic into an attack. Through the blast, Andre keeps smiling, fully committed to winning through pain. He bursts out of the explosion and charges straight through the mage's ice magic, shocking him with his refusal to stop. As ice forms around his arm, Andre simply catches it and keeps advancing. He crushes through the frozen restraint with raw force instead of trying to dispel it. Mocking the predictable habits of ice users, Andre exploits the opening their unfinished attacks leave behind. The mage panics and tries to drive him back with more magic. Andre gets inside his range and slams him hard before the spell can save him. The blow shatters the mage's glasses and leaves him reeling. A final impact sends him crashing away across the arena. Lying battered on the ground, he can only stare in disbelief that his ice shield was broken by sheer physical strength. Andre claims the first match for the martial arts department, proving a martial artist can defeat a mage head-on. Afterward, he boasts about his condition, and his companion dryly reveals he only performed that well because she slipped a homemade power enhancement potion into his breakfast. Andre immediately turns his attention to Tishi's upcoming fight, and worries whether she can handle her opponent. Tishi steps onto the field with calm confidence, showing no sign of fear. Some spectators dismiss Andre's win as favoritism toward the Tawa family rather than a real upset. Tishi rejects that excuse outright, insisting Andre won on ability and that the crowd refuses to admit it. As her match begins, she is met with a sudden opening attack aimed to end things instantly. The assault reveals her opponent's plant magic, with whipping tendrils tearing through the air. The plant mage treats the ambush as practical strategy, arguing that results matter more than honor. She presses that philosophy openly, dismissing martial artists as people trapped by pride and rules. Using her vines to control the battlefield, she tries to overwhelm Tishi before she can close the distance. Tishi slips through the attack so quickly that the mage barely registers her approach. In the next instant, Tishi is already in front of her and drives a strike in at close range. The hit lands cleanly, and the crowd is stunned that a level 1 fighter could move that fast. Tishi stays focused, reading the fight with cold precision. She catches the mage's arm and decides to explain exactly why martial artists fight the way they do. Holding her opponent in place, Tishi invokes the code martial artists live by. She states its core principle plainly: their strength exists to protect human life. The plant mage tries to answer with more magic, still relying on her vines to turn the fight. Tishi shuts that down by striking the mage's meridians with exact, repeated blows, disrupting her ability to cast. The effect spreads through the mage's body as her control collapses. Watching from the sidelines, Andre praises Tishi's sharp judgment and technique. Tishi finishes the exchange decisively, warning that a martial artist's pride is not something to trample lightly. The second match also goes to the martial arts department, leaving the plant mage unconscious on the ground. As the dust settles, several hidden needles spill out, revealing that the mage had concealed poison. Elsewhere, someone angrily questions why such a dangerous trick was allowed in the first place. A red-haired man dismisses the concern, arguing that no real harm was done and the outrage is excessive. Another observer answers that this outcome is exactly why Mr. Seagal chose Tishi as class representative, and that it serves the mockers right for underestimating martial artists. The magic department realizes its plan to crush the martial artists' momentum has backfired, and they are the ones being humiliated. Even so, their side clings to one last chance by deciding to rely on a dangerous technique again. Lucas calmly prepares himself as the next duel begins. His opponent steps in with a conjured blade and clear intent to overwhelm him. The third match is formally announced, drawing all attention to this deciding clash. The mage opens by launching a long-range attack instead of closing in. Lucas immediately reads the attack pattern and stays composed. The opponent follows up by using speed and clone-like movement to pressure him. He boasts that, unlike ordinary mages, he has trained his body to and believes Lucas cannot handle his high-speed clones. Watching from the stands, the martial arts students worry because Lucas is being forced to defend at range. Lucas decides he does not need to reveal everything, but he will test how strong this opponent really is. He suddenly drives forward instead of waiting any longer. Bursting in at near full output, Lucas closes the distance so fast that his opponent is caught off guard. The mage can only stare in disbelief at Lucas's speed. Lucas's first strike slips past the blade and breaks the opponent's rhythm. To the spectators it looks as if Lucas missed, adding to the confusion. The mage briefly wonders whether he imagined the threat he felt from Lucas. For an instant, Lucas gives off such a terrifying presence that even his enemy loses confidence. The mage recovers and decides to answer with something harsher. Lucas notices the counterattack the moment it begins. The glowing blade cuts into Lucas, drawing blood and making it seem the mage has regained control. Lucas endures the hit in silence instead of retreating. Sensing advantage, the mage declares that his bone-shattering art will break Lucas apart. He presses the assault, promising to crush every bone in Lucas's body. Certain he has the upper hand, the mage grows confident again. But Lucas remains unfazed, and the mage is shaken when his bone-shattering technique fails to affect him. The martial arts students are stunned that Lucas took the attack without flinching and cannot tell what he did. Mistaking Lucas's restraint for weakness, the mage decides Lucas was only bluffing all along. He lunges in for what he believes will be the finishing blow. Lucas stops the attack cold and decides he has seen enough. He quietly announces that the exchange is over and that it is now his turn. Lucas plants a single leg and releases force through the ground. The impact erupts outward in a violent shockwave that shatters the arena floor beneath them. The mage is horrified that a mere level 1 martial artist could create such destructive force with one leg. Lucas reveals he no longer needs to hide his methods from the crowd and asks if his opponent is ready. The mage tries to answer with his magic sword one more time. Lucas moves through the attack and turns the exchange completely in his favor. His strike lands directly on the mage's hand, tearing through it and crippling his ability to keep fighting. The mage screams as the pain instantly breaks his will. Unable to continue, he admits defeat before Lucas can do anything worse. Lucas falls silent again once the fight is over. A magic side observer protests that Lucas could have won easily and questions why he held back so much. A seasoned teacher notices that the observer cannot even recognize how badly his own student has been injured. That teacher realizes the aftermath may become politically dangerous. Meanwhile, the martial arts students celebrate wildly because their department has won every match. Their victory makes some of them believe martial artists really can defeat mages head-on. One student suddenly senses danger and warns Lucas too late. The defeated mage launches a sneak attack from behind with murderous intent. A watching woman is shocked that he would try to kill Lucas after already losing. Another observer recognizes Lucas's finishing move as Meridian Burn, an advanced technique recorded only in ancient texts. She realizes no martial artist in the Empire has been known to use that technique for 100 years. As Lucas walks away with his teammates, she is left wondering who he really is. The martial arts students praise all three fighters and start talking as if mages are nothing but cowards who rely on surprise attacks. Their excitement swells into vows to challenge any mage who looks down on them from now on. One of them tries to downplay the victory as simply an unusually good day. Another laughs along, still carried away by the moment. Their teacher sharply rebukes them for becoming arrogant so quickly. Chastened, the hot-headed girl swears she will train harder and make their enemies regret underestimating them. Lucas agrees with the teacher that martial artists need confidence without arrogance, because real progress only comes from steady training. A woman approaches their teacher and remarks that he is finally starting to sound like a proper homeroom instructor. He admits he only wants to keep his students from repeating his own failures, then asks why she came. She reveals she has brought a sealed letter, suggesting official business. At the same time, the defeated mage's ruined hand is examined, and the damage is identified as shattered magic pathways resembling the forbidden art Meridian Crusher. The injured student lies in the medical room, writhing as the consequences of the duel become clear. News of the incident spreads beyond the school as a carriage rushes in at night. Someone inside clenches a fist in anger before confronting the academy. The family of the injured student cannot believe a freshman duel escalated into this disaster. An elder declares that his son's magical meridians are destroyed and that he may never use magic again. Enraged, the boy's father demands severe punishment, and even calls for the martial arts department to be disbanded. His fury spills over into violence as he smashes an object in the room. Lucas's teacher arrives and coldly agrees that the true culprit deserves severe punishment. He points out that the same trio from the magic side used the same cruel methods in the duel that had already been used on two other students, making them the obvious aggressors. He formally asks the principal to punish Greg and his accomplices according to school law. Another teacher is startled that the duel had been intended as an execution from the start. He also wonders why this accusation is being raised at this exact moment. The angry father tries to redirect the discussion back to who struck his son with the forbidden technique. Lucas's teacher counters that it has not even been proven that Meridian Crusher was used, and in any case a rookie could not wield it. The father reluctantly admits that much is true. Lucas's teacher presses the logic further and forces everyone to consider who actually could use such a technique. That reasoning points toward the only advanced martial artist present at the duel site, Teacher Sigalt. The accusation leaves Sigalt visibly unsettled. The other teacher leans in and openly asks whether Sigalt himself could be the culprit. Sigalt denies it, insisting that if he could use forbidden techniques, he would have used them against his rival long ago. Lucas's teacher turns that denial around and asks how Sigalt explains Break's current condition if no forbidden technique was involved. He dryly suggests karma, then reveals that he already discussed the matter with Lucas afterward. According to Lucas, he cannot use forbidden techniques either, but he offered another explanation. Break had paid black market assassins to learn methods of tormenting people and had become notorious in those circles as a troublesome noble brat. So Lucas's teacher proposes that someone from the underworld may have feared exposure. He suggests that a powerful criminal figure used the duel as cover to strike Break. The principal listens carefully instead of dismissing the possibility. Break's father explodes, calling the theory absurd and refusing to let the matter be buried in rumor. The other teacher admits it is still speculation, but he adds that it is still more believable than a beginner suddenly mastering an ancient forbidden art, and the real issue is that someone capable of such a technique was nearby. Lucas's teacher warns that earning the resentment of such a person would have grave consequences. He emphasizes just how terrifying Meridian Crusher is, since it can instantly ruin even the most gifted mage. Later that night, the principal quietly searches the library on his own. He finds the book he was looking for among the old martial arts records. Seeing the dust recently disturbed, he realizes someone else handled it not long ago. He studies the text in private, following a new lead. The diagrams confirm his suspicion when he recognizes the distinctive hand shape used in the technique. Rather than alarmed, the principal seems amused and intrigued by what he has discovered. He continues reading alone, now treating the mystery as something worth protecting. The story then shifts to the hot springs in the magical Beast Mountain range. There, Lucas begins the final stage of treatment for Alto and Decio. The two injured boys sit in the spring while Lucas channels healing energy into the water. The entire pool responds, turning the treatment into a large-scale restorative technique. As the energy enters them, the boys endure intense pain while their damaged bodies begin to recover. Their bandages loosen as the healing starts repairing what had been ruined. The process reaches deeper layers of injury and forces out the remaining damage. One of the boys grits through the pain as the treatment intensifies. The other suffers just as much while the healing continues to work through his body. Lucas tells them to endure a little longer because the pain means the treatment is taking effect. He keeps steady control over the technique despite the strain. Watching this, someone realizes that martial artists can use healing methods just as mages can. Several days later, the scene moves to Dak Town. A carriage arrives at the academy gates with important visitors. A noble couple remarks that they will soon see the children again after a long separation. As they look at the school, old memories return and they note how little the place has changed. The woman is Catherine, and her husband gently calls her name when he notices her mood shift. She brushes it off as a brief memory of the past and tells him not to worry. Another figure approaches from the gate and draws their attention. Catherine is startled when she recognizes who it is. The newcomer is Sayan, who arrives leading a horse and calls out to her. He is introduced as Catherine's younger brother and Iwa's father, greeting her like family after a long time apart. His arrival leads into a memory of the border wars 10 years earlier, when beast folk tribes launched a massive assault on the empire. The enemy's monstrous ferocity made those battles especially brutal. Human forces united to resist, with knights and mages fighting side by side. After 3 days and nights of combat, both sides had suffered devastating losses. In that war, Catherine fought on the battlefield as a mage. She struck down a giant beast in the middle of the chaos. When danger closed in, the young knight commander Holt Ryan saved her, and that was how they met. Even battered and bloodied, Holt met the moment with fearless resolve. Catherine was deeply moved by him from that moment on. Having survived death together, the two vowed to spend their lives as one. But Duke Miranda fiercely opposed the marriage, so Catherine severed ties with her family to stay with Holt. Sayan reflects that fate has now brought their children together at Allen Magic School. He remarks that time has passed quickly since those days. He tells Catherine that her children are doing well and that their father especially thinks Julia resembles her younger self. Then he reveals the real reason he came. Their father wants Catherine to return home, though only she is invited. Sayan lets that condition hang long enough for its cruelty to sink in. He confirms that the invitation excludes Holt. Catherine immediately understands that her husband is still being rejected. Holt tells her to go anyway, since he must return to the front lines regardless. She hesitates, unwilling to leave him behind again. Holt reassures her that it is fine and promises he will come for her when the campaign ends. Sayan watches the couple's quiet pain as Holt walks away. He explains that Holt secretly asked for his help because he wanted Catherine reconciled with her father, even if the old prejudice remains. Sayan can only hope that one day someone will appear who can shatter society's contempt for martial artists. Back in the present, Lucas suddenly sneezes for no obvious reason. He wonders if all his training somehow gave him a cold, while a companion jokes that it is unusual for Kai to buy food for someone else. A silver-haired student insists on being left alone and plans to use the other's recovery as a chance to push them into treating him better. His dark-haired companion accepts that attitude without much resistance and lets the matter drop. As they walk away, nearby students mock the silver-haired boy as the martial arts department's luck king, claiming he only won because an assassin disrupted the duel. The gossip spreads further, with people baffled that he has been saved by luck 3 times in a row. At another table, one student abruptly notices the rumor and calls attention to it, making the target of the gossip uneasy. The silver-haired boy cuts off the awkwardness by taking responsibility for lunch delivery himself and sending his companion ahead with Julia. Julia, meanwhile, remains cheerful and absorbed in her meal. Her brother notices a new hairpin, and Julia proudly explains that Iwa gave it to her as a gift from the Miranda family. He immediately reads political intent into it, deciding the Mirandas are trying to draw close to Julia because of her value as a genius mage. He warns Julia to stay on good terms with Iwa for their mother's sake, treating the friendship as something strategically important. Julia happily shifts topics and says she needs to write home to report that she has become class representative. A tall girl approaches and warmly congratulates Julia on the appointment. The newcomer, Mina, goes further and tells Julia she could become one of the school's future pillars, promising her full support. As Mina speaks kindly, Julia notices her attention drifting elsewhere. Julia catches Mina staring after Iwa instead of focusing on the conversation, exposing where her real concern lies. Mina's expression hardens, revealing a private resentment beneath her composed exterior. A flashback reveals that earlier, a blonde authority figure had compared Iwa to Julia and judged them in terms of class leadership. He admitted Iwa matched Julia only in mental magic, but said Julia surpassed her in every other way and was therefore more suitable as class representative. He asked Iwa to accept that decision, expecting obedience. Instead, Iwa left determined to prove the teacher was simply favoring Julia. Back in the cafeteria, Julia watches Iwa storm out and realizes she is genuinely furious. The mood at the table turns uneasy as Iwa's anger lingers after her departure. Julia's first instinct is concern, and she decides to bring Iwa lunch because it seems she has not been taking care of herself. Mina then asks Julia directly how close she is to Iwa. Julia answers openly that Iwa is her roommate and praises her rare and impressive mental magic. Mina hears that praise but clearly has a more complicated point to make. She quietly activates magic under the table to keep the next part of the conversation private. A soundproof mute circle seals the three of them inside, shutting out the rest of the cafeteria. Julia's brother instantly recognizes the spell and realizes Mina wants secrecy. Mina is pleased by his sharpness and signals that she can speak frankly now. She briefly distracts Julia with casual chatter, while Julia's brother notices but cannot hear what is being said to her. Once Julia is occupied, Mina turns her attention back to the real discussion. Julia's brother makes it clear he knows Mina did not create a private barrier just for small talk. Mina notes his vigilance but decides it is manageable as long as Julia remains attached to her. Dropping the pretense, she tells him she will be direct. Mina brings up the dangerous magical beast mountain behind the school, where recent ecological disturbances have appeared. She explains that weaker magical beasts have sharply declined and even the once common magic-crested leopard cubs have vanished. The mention of those cubs immediately catches Julia's attention because of her bond with Yoryu. Mina adds that 3 days earlier, an Imperial investigation team found the lair of a high-level magical beast. That revelation jolts the table and makes the situation feel suddenly personal. Julia anxiously asks whether the beast could be Yoryu. Her brother quietly intervenes before Mina can press that fear too far. Julia is startled by how quickly he takes control of the exchange. He cuts to the heart of Mina's plan and asks if she wants them to carry out a field mission, along with the expected difficulty level. Mina is impressed enough to give him full marks for seeing through her immediately. Both he and Julia are caught off guard by how directly the proposal now concerns them. He judges that, if this is the task, he and Julia should be able to handle it without much trouble. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the Miranda estate, where a formal meal is being served. The head of the Miranda family, Duke Miranda, is introduced as he dines in stately comfort. From above, the long table and scattered attendants emphasize the Duke's authority and the household's rigid formality. During a tense family meal, Lucas broods over how their father still refuses to let his sister return to her own room. His attention sharpens as his frustration turns toward the larger conflict surrounding her. He notes that Julia has stopped eating and that the whole household feels like it is mourning. The family patriarch finally addresses Catherine, forcing the room to focus on his judgment. He agrees to acknowledge Julia as his granddaughter because she has the potential to become a holy archmage. Catherine gratefully tries to raise Lucas's achievements as well, but his father dismisses martial talent as worthless. She realizes too late that what the Miranda family truly values is not character or effort, but magical promise. The patriarch makes his prejudice explicit by declaring that only those fit to become holy archmages matter. Catherine sinks into disappointment, knowing his contempt for martial artists will not change, until a servant interrupts with urgent news. A report arrives from the investigation team sent to the magical beast mountain range. The sudden mention of that place alarms both Catherine and Lucas. Reading the report, the patriarch learns that a new area has been discovered beneath the den, with unknown danger. Lucas immediately fears something serious has happened and worries that the nearby Allen Magic School students may be at risk. His father brushes that concern aside, insisting the school's teachers and subordinates can keep the children safe. He orders Catherine to stay away from the children until the family matter is settled. Unable to oppose him, Catherine submits and silently asks Lucas and Julia to endure a little longer. At school, the mission briefing reveals that the expedition now requires at least 5 people, including a student council member. The sudden rule change shocks everyone who had expected to leave under the old terms. Maya protests that there had been no limit before, but is told the requirements changed because of the cave discovered in the mountain range. She immediately realizes someone deliberately altered the conditions to block her from assembling a team. Lucas sees that the isolated vice president cannot even gather 5 people, which explains why she has been trying to stay close to Julia. Maya pretends to give up on the mission, masking her frustration behind politeness. Lucas and Julia step in and offer to help recruit the missing members. Maya thanks them warmly while privately admitting she is using their kindness for her own ends. Left with her thoughts, she coolly weighs the situation rather than feeling true remorse. A new ally calls out and arrives ready for action. Because Lucas is heading out on the field mission, his self-proclaimed best friend insists on joining him. The armored freshman proudly volunteers his combat strength and expensive gear to the team. A shy white-haired freshman healer also offers support, introducing herself as a water magic specialist. Seeing the inexperienced recruits, Maya regrets her earlier gratitude and decides they may become dead weight. When Lucas asks why she called on Maya instead of Iwa, Julia explains that Iwa would not have listened. Maya dismisses the newcomers as mere headcount and concludes that she and Julia should be enough to carry the mission. She wastes no time, using acceleration magic to move the 5-person team toward the beast den at high speed. Several hours later, they are still racing through the forest under her magic. At last, Maya brings them to the entrance of the newly found area. She confirms that the site is already under investigation by an Imperial survey team. Finding a Miranda family flag and signs of combat, the group realizes the family has already been involved here. Lucas quietly feels relieved that the investigators did not discover Yaryu's dwelling. That private relief vanishes the instant he senses danger overhead. A winged beastman drops from above in a surprise attack aimed at the party. Maya reacts first and begins casting Tempest to intercept the ambush. She shapes the spell into a cutting wind and slices through the attacker before he can strike cleanly. Lucas remains composed as the wounded enemy falls past him, protected by his own quick defense. But the threat is not over, and Maya braces as another aerial assault sweeps in. She instantly reads the next attack and prepares for impact. The armored freshman jumps in front of her and blocks the blow with a magic shield. Grinning under pressure, he tells the mages to leave close combat to him. He meets the monster head-on, stopping its talons with shield and strength. Lucas joins the melee at once, striking the creature hard enough to make his ally shout his name in surprise. Now fighting back-to-back, Lucas and the armored boy turn the skirmish into a contest over who can outpace the other in battle. A white-haired mage takes charge of support, raising a water barrier to protect the front line. From above, the party's formation draws the attention of circling magical beasts preparing to strike. The bespectacled strategist quietly realizes how long it has been since she fought as part of a coordinated team. She identifies the beast's weakness to wind and lightning, then directs the next move to the blonde mage. As she focuses, her expression sharpens with sudden tactical certainty. The blonde mage gathers crackling power into her staff and commits to the attack. She decides to combine lightning with barrier magic rather than simply fire a spell head-on. A massive electrified barrier erupts upward, trapping the incoming beasts inside a storm of force and thunder. The creatures are battered within the sealed field as the lightning tears through them. When the spell ends, the spent staff slips from the strain of the release. Even so, the observers recognize that Julia's lightning still carries overwhelming destructive power. The strategist almost lets a familiar honorific slip, revealing a personal connection she did not mean to expose. Julia notices the slip and presses her on what she just said. Caught off guard, the strategist hurriedly denies it and tries to move on. Privately, she admits she had underestimated these supposedly minor companions. Meanwhile, the white-haired healer instantly mends the armored fighter's injuries with water magic. He praises her as if she were a goddess, and she shyly rejects the exaggeration. But when Lucas echoes the same praise with charm, she starts taking the idea far more seriously than she should. The compliment goes straight to her head and leaves her flustered. She quickly scolds herself and remembers that avoiding injury in the first place would be better than enjoying the praise. The group then enters the cave and finds that its interior is far larger than expected. A glowing light reveals a deep passage stretching farther inward. The sight of the cavern's scale leaves Julia openly impressed. The strategist confirms that an even larger area lies deeper inside. The armored fighter adds that another route is wide enough for an entire small army to pass through. Lucas concludes this is no natural cave but an excavated underground nest crawling with magical beasts, and warns that the danger will only increase as they descend. With that understanding, the party advances carefully and stays on alert. Their caution is justified when goblin-like monsters suddenly rush them from the darkness. Julia answers first, unleashing a concentrated sphere of lightning into the charging pack. The blast tears through the front ranks and leaves the attackers reeling and bloodied. The strategist explains that these underground creatures rely on hearing because life below has ruined their eyesight, so Julia's thunder has effectively crippled their ability to hunt them. Still, she warns that there are too many enemies to keep defeating one by one forever. The armored fighter grins through the blood on his face and announces that he has a better plan. A short time later, the cave begins shaking as his scheme is put into motion. He sprints through the tunnels shouting for the monsters to chase him, deliberately gathering them into one pursuing mass. At the same time, Julia and the strategist prepare lightning and wind magic together for a combined strike. As the fighter runs back toward the group, he realizes the attack is about to be released right over his head. The two mages fuse their spells into a spiraling storm of wind-driven lightning and launch it past him. The attack slams into the clustered monsters before they can scatter. A huge explosion wipes out the gathered horde in a single area-wide blast. Lucas notes that the tactic is brutally efficient, and suspects the planner behind it may share his outsider knowledge. The armored fighter proudly explains that he simply lured everything together so the two mages could erase them all at once. He boasts that only his advanced equipment makes such reckless baiting possible, while Lucas dismisses him as an attention seeker. Using Kai's method, the party continues steadily clearing magical beasts as they push deeper into the den. The healer keeps Kai in fighting condition, restoring him each time his dangerous role catches up with him. Eventually their advance brings them near the center, where treasure and signs of a lair begin to appear. By then the group is visibly worn down, with the mages and healer needing a breather. Lucas calls for a rest, while the others quietly note that Kai is pretending not to hear because he still wants to keep going. Ignoring the pause, Kai charges off again through the tunnel. He returns almost immediately, cheerfully announcing that he has brought the next wave of monsters straight to them. The group realizes the cave has suddenly gone quiet, and the white-haired girl is unsettled by everyone else's disappearance. Nearby, she mourns Kai and blames his death on his own reckless choice, while admitting she has almost exhausted her magic and can do nothing for him now. Even so, she stubbornly insists that if Kai still has even the faintest chance of life, she will save him, though the others treat her resolve as unrealistic. Before that argument can go further, a violent noise from above interrupts them and shifts everyone's attention deeper into the den. They first suspect the sound might be Kai, but quickly conclude it came from the center of the cave, where the survey team may have found the den's master. With that possibility in mind, the group debates whether to investigate the disturbance. The dark-haired boy senses a heavy smell of blood ahead, warning that whatever they are approaching is already a massacre. Before moving, the bespectacled mage gives the white-haired girl a recovery potion so she can regain enough strength to continue. They decide the survey team should be able to handle things, but head in anyway to confirm the situation and avoid being caught unprepared. As they advance, a towering column of red miasma and blood-like energy reveals that the cave's core has become a disaster site. They arrive to find the entire survey team slaughtered, and the mage immediately orders the mission abandoned in favor of retreat. That decision comes too late, because the cavern erupts again and something enormous begins to break free before their eyes. A wounded armored survivor is hurled into view, proving the threat is still active and closing in on them. The mage freezes in shock as the scale of the danger becomes impossible to ignore. A gigantic minotaur bursts out and charges straight at them, turning the retreat into a fight for survival. Its monstrous face confirms they are confronting a calamity-class creature far beyond the level of a school expedition. The mage can only stare in disbelief, unable to understand why such a monster is here. The truth settles in at once. A minotaur, a calamity-class monster, has appeared in the den. The dark-haired boy realizes this makes no sense for their mission and is disturbed by the feeling that he has encountered this presence before. When the beast attacks, he throws himself in front of the mage and warns her just in time. He meets the blow head-on and barely stops the monster's weapon with a desperate counter. His defense holds for a moment, but only because an unexpected layer of ice reinforces the clash. The ice barrier fully forms and prevents the strike from crushing them outright. As the others rush to him, he asks whether Mina cast the shield that saved them. Mina denies it, leaving him to realize someone else intervened. He identifies the true source of the spell, the person trapped in the Minotaur's hand. That captive is the wounded survivor, who recognizes the newcomers as the ones who entered his territory. The group understands that despite being on the verge of death, he still protected them. Bleeding badly, the survivor urges them to flee and summon the Imperial Army, because this is beyond them. He reveals the real cause of the catastrophe. The ancient seal in the cave has been broken. The Minotaur answers his warning by brutally impaling him, showing it intends to silence everyone. Holding the dying man like prey, the monster vows to kill every last intruder. The white-haired girl and the younger blonde are enraged by the murder and can no longer watch passively. In the chaos, the recovery potion falls to the ground, a small chance of recovery nearly lost. The blonde girl notices the dropped potion and immediately understands its importance. At the same time, the Minotaur gathers power for another attack, preparing to finish them. The dying survivor rejects the monster's taunts and uses the last of his strength to cast a final ice spell, choosing defiance over surrender. His magic erupts into a massive prison of ice that locks the Minotaur in place. Knowing the seal will not last long, he orders the others to run and report everything that happened here. The mage and the blonde girl accept his command, though only with visible reluctance. The dark-haired boy silently apologizes to the fallen survey team and vows to return after surviving this retreat. The dying survivor shouts for them to escape while there is still time, forcing them toward the exit. Even as death closes in, he smiles through the blood, satisfied that he bought them a chance. Inside the ice, he reflects that he did everything he could to protect the others. The frozen prison begins to crack, proving his sacrifice can only delay the monster, not stop it. As the Minotaur breaks free, it notices the survivor still within reach and decides to kill him first. The beast lunges to devour him, moving to finish the man who dared restrain it. Before it can, a blast of purple lightning slams into the Minotaur and interrupts the execution. The monster reels in pain, stunned that someone it dismissed can actually hurt it. The blonde girl steps forward with her staff and rejects the idea that the dying man was insignificant, declaring him a true warrior as she joins the fight. A violent surge of wind magic tears through the battlefield as the students are driven back by a far stronger enemy. The blue-haired mage throws out a wind bomb, trying to slow the creature's advance and create an opening. When the others hesitate, she reminds them that someone already risked his life to buy their escape, so standing still now would waste that sacrifice. Lucas refuses to flee and orders her to take Her Eminence Mina outside while he stays behind. She protests that the monster is calamity class and far beyond what a first-year student should be able to hold off. Lucas accepts that she is right and understands the fight will not be easy. Before anyone can settle the argument, the beast crashes down with overwhelming force and closes the distance. The horned monster emerges through the dust, openly declaring its intent to slaughter them all. Lucas cuts through the panic and insists they leave the battle to him at once. Instead of retreating, the blue-haired mage plants herself in front of the others and claims the duty of protecting everyone. Lucas realizes she is braver than he first judged and not merely the calculating person he assumed. The girls reveal they have already called for help and rallied the rest of the entrance examinees to join the fight. The monster answers their resolve with a furious roar. As the girls' magic strikes it, they admit even combined strength may still not be enough to bring it down. Lucas steps forward with a calm smile, asks them to trust everyone, and begins gathering power in his fists. He launches himself into the fray in a burst of golden force, taking the front line himself. Facing the towering beast head-on, Lucas sees no reason to fear a monster like this. The creature raises a huge axe-like weapon, turning the clash lethal. It hacks downward in a savage barrage, trying to crush him before he can act. For the first time, the monster shows surprise when Lucas survives the assault. Lucas remains in front of it, steady and unbroken, his body wrapped in golden energy. He counters with a heavy punch that drives into the monster's body and forces it back. The blow lands hard enough to make the beast realize this human can actually hurt it. Seeing the opening, the blue-haired mage tells Lucas to keep the monster pinned while she prepares a decisive strike. Enraged at being pressured by mere students, the monster lashes out at them as insignificant pests. It squares up against Lucas again, trying to overpower him through brute force. Lucas notices a large magic circle forming behind the enemy and understands their trap is ready. The pink-haired girl unleashes her spell with all her fury, determined to protect her brother. Her lightning crashes down over the monster, blasting its body and locking it in place. Even as electricity tears through it, the beast tries to turn on Lucas and strike back. Lucas uses the moment of paralysis to hammer the monster with a rapid series of close-range blows. The creature roars in pain as the coordinated attack finally starts to break its momentum. Lucas shouts that he has found the weak point and sealed the monster's movements, urging the others to finish it now. A blonde girl answers by invoking a thunder arrow from within the glowing spell formation. At the same time, the blue-haired mage condenses a dense sphere of water and releases it as a cutting torrent. Both girls commit fully, shouting as they send their attacks together. Water and lightning converge on the immobilized monster in a synchronized strike. The combined blast tears through its body with enough force to rip flesh and drive it backward. Badly wounded, the monster realizes one of its legs has been ruined. It immediately vows to repay that injury by killing every one of them. The white-haired girl refuses to let it continue and takes control of the next exchange. She summons a massive wave of water and hurls it straight at the beast. The torrent engulfs the monster, soaking its body and limiting its movement further. She keeps pressure on it, focused on holding the creature in place rather than letting it recover. The water slams into a dark barrier-like mass around the monster, but she continues forcing it under. The beast notes that one of its wounds has already begun healing, yet the water is preventing it from regaining control of the fight. Still, it lunges through the deluge and threatens to devour the white-haired girl first. From above, the pink-haired caster reveals the real plan. A soaked target is the perfect victim for electrocution. Driven by rage over the soldiers the monster killed, she swings down her spell to pass judgment on it. A final storm of lightning detonates through the drenched battlefield, engulfing the monster in a devastating finishing strike. The drenched monster is overwhelmed as lightning tears through its body and forces out a scream. The young man immediately understands that the water was used to amplify the lightning and bring the creature down. Steam and crackling energy continue to rip through the giant's soaked flesh as the attack finishes taking effect. The monster collapses heavily, seemingly defeated, while the young man remains standing at a distance. He acknowledges the quick thinking behind the tactic and credits it to the honor student's ability to adapt under pressure. Deciding to end it himself, he steps onto the fallen body and gathers golden power into his hand for a finishing strike. The purple-haired girl, already exhausted, is caught off guard by what he is about to do. Before he can finish the creature, a violent red-black aura erupts from it and turns the battlefield ominous. The sudden surge terrifies the onlookers, who realize something far worse is emerging. As he attacks anyway, the young man senses a crushing, unfamiliar pressure pouring out of the monster. His glowing strike lands, but it meets resistance instead of ending the fight. The body beneath him shifts violently, warning him that the creature is still very much alive. A demonic face rises out of the darkness around him, revealing the monster has transformed into a far more sinister state. Elsewhere, the white-haired armored fighter feels the change immediately and realizes the situation has worsened. Even from outside, the ground trembles hard enough to make him think an earthquake has started. He decides the threat is beyond them alone and rushes off to call for reinforcements, telling the others to hold on. Back at the cavern, the transformed monster lunges with terrifying speed. Now upright and wrapped in red-black energy, it roars and launches itself at the young man. The creature's voice alone hits like a weapon, blasting toward him before its body even reaches him. The shockwave slams into the ground and tears through the area with destructive force. The monster towers over him, fully awakened and radiating murderous power. Bleeding from the ear, the young man realizes he was injured just by the sound of its roar and that the creature has grown drastically stronger. His first concern is whether the others survive the blast, and he spots a protective barrier still holding in the distance. The blue-haired mage is barely maintaining a mute magic barrier to shield the group from the monster's pressure. She reaches weakly toward the white-haired girl, showing how close they all are to collapse. The blonde girl lies bloodied and barely conscious, confirming how badly the group has been battered. Seeing their condition hardens the young man's resolve. He draws in more golden energy, preparing to fight seriously despite his injuries. The monster answers with a savage grin, eager for the clash. The young man fires a blazing golden attack across the ground toward it. The beam strikes the monster head-on, but it does not stop advancing. He follows through from above, driving the attack down with even more force. With killing intent set, he commits himself completely to bringing the creature down. The monster only roars back, unfazed by the threat. His golden strike slices through the monster's arm and tears it away. He presses in close, trying to capitalize on the opening before it can recover. The severed limb explodes apart under the impact, but the monster keeps fighting through the damage. It retaliates immediately with a brutal kick that forces him back. As he regains his footing, he realizes the creature does not seem to feel pain at all. He watches carefully, trying to understand what kind of enemy he is facing now. Dark tendrils twist and gather where the arm was cut off, beginning to rebuild the missing limb. He is stunned to see the monster regenerate its arm almost instantly. The creature wastes no time and launches another attack with its restored body. A heavy blow crashes down with enough force to split the ground around him. The impact blasts him away across the cavern floor. Coughing blood, he admits he underestimated how much damage the earlier roar had already done to him. The monster looms over him in a frenzy, exulting in the battle as its bloodlust rises. It pounds the ground with repeated force, turning the area into a storm of shockwaves and debris. The young man is hurled through the air by the violent pressure, struggling to regain control. The monster surges after him at high speed, intent on finishing him before he can recover. The black beast tears free with a surge of red energy, signaling that its assault is far from over. It drops violently into the cavern and drives its power into the ground, turning the battlefield itself into a weapon. The impact sends loosened stone cascading through the chamber toward the others. A massive slab breaks loose overhead as the creature's strike triggers a wider collapse. The young man realizes the falling rocks are heading straight for Julia and the injured group behind him. He immediately rushes across the unstable ground, trying to intercept the danger before it reaches them. As debris rains down, he throws himself into position while the collapse closes in around the helpless survivors. A boulder is about to crush the blonde girl when a golden strike cuts into it at the last moment. The young man follows through and smashes apart the incoming debris, shielding the people behind him. He checks back and confirms they are still down and exposed, leaving him alone to hold the line. Before he can recover, the demon rises again in a frenzy, its roar swelling with murderous intent. It unleashes a concentrated sonic blast straight at him, turning its roar into a direct attack. The sound spirals through the cavern in tightening waves, growing more destructive as it rebounds off the stone. He braces himself and resists the pressure instead of retreating. He understands that the earlier collapse made the roar stronger by reflecting and amplifying it off the rock walls. Even so, he plants himself between the monster and the fallen group, refusing to let the attack pass him. Under that pressure, something in him begins to change as a fiercer power answers the threat. The demon lunges down to finish him, convinced brute force will break his stand. Its body stretches and lashes forward like a living shadow, trying to overwhelm him at close range. But the charge is abruptly checked, as if it has struck an unexpected barrier. A golden aura rises around the blonde girl, and the demon realizes she is no longer an easy target. As it reassesses the situation, the protection around her makes clear that reaching the wounded group will not be simple. The beast bares its teeth and prepares to force its way through anyway. The golden energy around the girl intensifies, buying the others a little more time. The demon attacks again from above, trying to crush through both the shield and the defender in one motion. The young man meets that threat head-on and makes it clear that the monster has no right to boast until it actually defeats him. Their clash detonates against the ground, either side yielding immediately. The demon swings a huge curved strike through the dust, trying to cut him down with sheer reach. He answers with a vow that as long as he lives, Julia and the others will remain untouchable. That defiance enrages the beast and drives it into a more savage assault. The young man counters with a dark-edged slash that intercepts the monster's attack at close range. The blow tears across the demon's body and knocks its charge off balance, proving he can hurt it now. As pain rips through him too, his eyes blaze and his own transformation pushes further. He follows with another rising strike that blasts through the demon's frame and forces it back. The monster grunts in shock, suddenly realizing the balance of power is shifting. A severed chunk of its dark flesh crashes to the ground, tangible proof of the damage he has dealt. He twists away from the counterattack and keeps moving, fighting with sharpened speed and control. His expression hardens as he commits fully to this awakened state. He bursts forward in a blazing rush and drives another heavy hit into the demon. The impact mangles its face and sends fragments flying, leaving it visibly shaken. He presses the advantage with another strike before it can recover. The demon slams down in retaliation, trying to crush him under a renewed burst of force. It charges through the wreckage in a frenzy, abandoning caution for relentless aggression. Sweeping attacks carve through the cavern as it tries to overwhelm him with raw power and reach. Then the beast suddenly notices a new danger and hesitates for a split second. A fresh wound opens in its torso, as if it has been pierced from an unexpected angle. From the rubble behind it, another red-lit figure emerges, turning the fight into a threat from two sides. The young man is now fully transformed, his body marked by power as he rises from the shattered ground ready to continue. The demon's form swells and distorts again, forcing itself into an even more monstrous shape rather than accept defeat. With a furious roar, it prepares for another brutal exchange against the awakened defenders. A young man in a berserk, demonic state hurtles straight at a towering black-red beast, driven by pure killing intent. He closes the distance in a single violent rush, forcing a direct clash before the monster can fully react. Even as the beast unleashes destructive force, he pushes through it, refusing to be stopped now that he has found his target. At close range, the monster finally recognizes the danger in front of it, while the young man remains locked on it with murderous focus. He makes his purpose explicit. This is no longer a struggle to survive, but an execution. His attack drives deep enough to shock the creature from within, turning its own body into a trap. The young man's rage hardens further, his transformed eye and spreading corruption showing he is giving himself over to that power. He releases a brutal internal strike that tears through the monster from the inside out. The beast can only register stunned disbelief as the damage overwhelms it. He tears free and is flung upward, trailing the same violent red power that now surrounds him. Rather than regaining control, he descends with even greater force, fully committed to finishing the kill. His next blow crashes down like a pillar of destruction and smashes the monster into the ground. The impact echoes across the mountains, leaving a fresh crater in the battlefield. Elsewhere, a blonde girl regains consciousness amid the aftermath, still dazed and injured. As she realizes she and her companion are alive, her first thought is not relief but panic over her missing older brother. Someone nearby suddenly understands what is happening and is jolted into alarm. The young man slams down again with savage force, deepening the devastation around the fallen enemy. He stands over the wreckage like a predator, his body shaking with unstable power rather than victory. Bloodied and half-consumed by the corruption, he looks less like himself and more like the thing he is fighting. From a distance, his sister sees him alone in a storm of red energy and realizes how far he has fallen into that frenzy. She calls to him in fear and disbelief, recognizing her brother but barely recognizing what he has become. He takes a step that signals he is not calming down at all, but moving deeper into a dangerous transformation. Dark red tendrils spread over his body, as if the power inside him is claiming him piece by piece. He erupts into a full roar, no longer acting like a wounded human but like a demon breaking loose. A glowing seal on his chest flares in response, suggesting the force inside him is tied to something far older and more dangerous. That surge resonates with a hidden infernal domain, where chains and fire answer the disturbance. Within that place, a horned figure stirs as if awakened by the outburst. The awakening spreads through the chamber, signaling that something imprisoned there is returning to awareness. A body of living flame rises, taking shape as a powerful demonic presence manifests. The fiery being descends into the chamber with overwhelming force, announcing a return rather than a birth. Its arrival settles into the infernal ground, confirming that the disturbance outside has reached the level of the underworld's rulers. The horned demon declares that he has returned to the filthy world, making clear that the young man's rampage has triggered a far greater threat. An observer identifies the being with dread as a martial god. The demon is revealed as Valsaba, a lord of controlled wrath, and he immediately promises total slaughter. A woman watching from the chains greets this development with pleasure rather than fear, as if it serves her plans. She is identified as Jelsida, a demon lord above the others, and she explains that the rage of the chosen key is what awakened Valsaba. She dismisses the destruction with cold satisfaction, treating the chaos as proof that events are proceeding correctly. Another demon questions whether the human vessel truly has enough latent potential to justify all this interest. Jelsida's amused reaction makes it clear she already knows the answer. She points out that the moment his restraints break, his power spikes so violently that it speaks for itself. Back on the battlefield, the young man's mind has narrowed to a single impulse: kill. He hammers the fallen beast again with explosive force, continuing the assault long past necessity. When the dust shifts, he stands amid writhing darkness, no longer merely enraged but on the verge of losing himself completely. His little sister throws herself onto him and begs him to stop, trying to reach the brother still trapped inside the monster he is becoming. A pale blue spirit-like presence appears beside her and urges calm, offering a gentler force against his violent corruption. Another girl nearby notices the danger at once, realizing the unstable power is about to erupt again. The warning comes too late. The young man gathers a full power strike while his sister is still clinging to him, putting her directly in the blast zone. His arm drives forward under demonic force, the attack already in motion before reason can stop it. His sister screams for her brother, not as a fighter calling out to an enemy, but as family trying to pull him back at the final instant. That cry reaches him just enough for his burning eye to waver, hinting that some part of him still recognizes her. A sudden disturbance breaks the surface, signaling that something has gone terribly wrong. As Lucas falls through a strange space, Julia desperately calls for her brother, terrified of losing him. Lucas regains awareness just in time to realize he is in immediate danger. He crashes violently back into the cave, the impact shaking the battlefield. Maya and Julia stare through the dust, bracing for the worst. When Julia recognizes Lucas, hope returns for a moment even as his body radiates something ominous. A violent red power erupts through Lucas, showing that whatever saved him is also consuming him. Julia tries to reach him, unsure whether her brother is still himself. Lucas forces his mind back under control long enough to apologize and order Julia to get away from him. He begins channeling a different power, trying to suppress the berserk force overtaking him. Golden energy surges through him as he commits to a desperate countermeasure. His focus sharpens, and he locks onto a single plan. Lucas launches himself upward in a blazing burst, putting distance between himself and the others. A sealing mark forms on his chest, suggesting he has found a way to restrain the power. Back on the ground, Julia and Maya call out in panic, but Lucas assures them he survived. Once he returns, Julia clings to him in relief, and Lucas promises he will never frighten her like that again. Elsewhere, a demon receives word that reinforcements are coming to help Lucas and the others. A snake woman ally dismisses the warning and insists the true objective still requires more suffering. She coldly decides that Lucas still needs to be broken further, especially through the loss of family. Her magic reaches toward Julia, turning Lucas's greatest fear into the next weapon against him. Lucas is pulled into darkness by a voice urging him to wake up. He sees his father, mother, and Julia gathered around him and realizes he has survived. Still disoriented, he struggles to understand where he is. The memory of the cave and the pain in his body rush back at once. His body reacts on its own, lashing out before he can think. He barely stops himself from attacking the people beside him, horrified by how little control he has. Lucas realizes the same involuntary movement has happened again, confirming the danger is not over. The names of his family trigger the memory of the red power, and how closely it is tied to them. He jolts fully awake in the Academy infirmary after nearly striking someone in his sleep. He finds himself at Aaron Magic Academy's infirmary with a startled visitor at his bedside. The visitor scolds him for swinging at people while half-conscious, and Lucas can only apologize. As the other boy nurses a bloody nose, Lucas is left to think about what just happened. He starts piecing together the connection between his nightmare and the power in the cave. Lucas concludes that the strange force he used resembles the same monstrous transformation he once saw in a dead bandit. What unsettles him most is that this time he did not merely borrow that power, he lost himself to it. He realizes his consciousness had already been swallowed by the berserk force while fighting the Minotaur, and Julia and Maya only woke him afterward. All he can remember from that state is pure rage. That insight makes him suspect rage itself may be what lets the power consume him. He wonders whether it is even possible to fight seriously without giving in to anger. Lucas considers keeping someone nearby in future battles to stop him if he loses control again. He weighs the idea in silence, searching for a practical answer. The more he thinks about relying on others, the more frustrated he becomes. He stalls, unable to find a safe solution. He rejects the idea of using fellow students as restraints, knowing they would be in mortal danger if he went berserk. A new thought interrupts his spiral. Lucas decides the only reliable answer is to create a way for himself to stop himself. Later, his martial arts teacher Sigart walks the infirmary halls, drawing quiet attention. The staff note that Lucas is out of danger, but they are baffled that a school mission left an upperclassman so badly injured. Sigart listens in silence, already forming his own judgment. The rumor is that Lucas protected weaker students during the mission. Others dismiss that as foolishness, blaming his injuries on dragging along burdens from the martial arts department. Sigart releases a powerful aura, instantly silencing the contempt around him. His presence is so overwhelming that the staff realize he is far stronger than they assumed. The women nearby are shaken by the pressure filling the closed corridor. Even the bottle in his hand is dropped as everyone recoils from the force of him. Inside the infirmary, Lucas begins testing a new technique with controlled confidence. He senses it working and steadies himself. Lucas successfully creates clones, proving his idea is possible. He studies the copies carefully, treating them as a solution rather than a trick. Based on old records, he calculates that each clone only has a fraction of the original body's strength. That means the clones alone would be too weak to restrain him if he truly lost control. Still, he decides they might buy enough time for escape, which is better than nothing. Before he can refine the plan further, he senses someone approaching. Sigart enters and catches Lucas in the middle of his experiment. Rather than small talk, Sigart points out that strange incidents keep following Lucas from exam to mission. He makes it clear he intends to confront Lucas directly. Sigart demands to know who Lucas really is and what he came to the academy to accomplish. Lucas pauses, recognizing that evasion will not be easy. The room falls tense as the two measure each other. Lucas answers with a harmless lie, claiming he only came to master weapons and grow stronger. Sigart rejects the answer and moves first. He strikes Lucas without warning, testing whether the boy's reflexes reveal more than his words. Sigart demands proof of Lucas's real ability before he will believe anything. Lucas keeps up the act, pretending not to understand what Sigart means. Privately, Lucas admits Sigart is too perceptive to fool easily, but winning his respect could make life at the academy much safer. Their confrontation is interrupted when a woman arrives asking who Sigart is. Sigart realizes too late that he forgot Lucas's family might visit. Lucas's mother and Julia enter freely because guardians are allowed on campus during the holiday. Lucas quickly introduces Sigart as his martial arts homeroom teacher and tries to defuse the tension. He reframes the confrontation as advice about not charging a stronger enemy head-on, while Sigart realizes Lucas had already noticed his mother approaching. Lucas's mother accepts the explanation with polite calm. Her gentle words make it clear that Sigart's visit is over and that Lucas should be resting instead. Sigart backs down, deciding Lucas has not yet crossed a line he cannot tolerate, and resolving to keep watch as his teacher. He leaves without pressing the matter further. Once he is gone, Lucas's mother lightly scolds him for troubling his teacher. She explains that after the cave incident she stayed nearby at the Miranda estate until things settled, even though she could not visit immediately. Julia tearfully complains that she wanted to see her mother much sooner. Lucas refuses to look at the embarrassing reunion as Julia throws herself into their mother's arms. Once the mood settles, Lucas asks whether their father came too. Their mother says the war front has worsened, so their father had to leave for battle after escorting her. Lucas notes, bitterly, that the Miranda family accepts his mother but still refuses to acknowledge his father. To change the subject, their mother reveals she brought a gift from his father for placing first in the entrance exam. Lucas is immediately struck by the significance of the box. Inside is the treasured Ryan family sword, a damaged but precious heirloom preserved despite no longer being practical. By entrusting it to Lucas, his father is openly placing expectations on him. Lucas is moved by the weight of that trust. He accepts the sword with solemn resolve and vows not to betray his father's hopes. Julia pouts that her brother always gets the luckier gifts. Their mother notices the jealousy immediately. She hides a smile, clearly having anticipated this reaction. Lucas is left confused when mother and daughter suddenly start laughing together. He teases that Julia is the one their mother spoils most. Their mother proves him right by producing a separate gift for Julia, a set of beast pills. She also reveals sweets she baked especially for Julia, which instantly wins the girl over. Julia erupts with joy and showers her mother with affection. She wastes no time devouring the treats. Then their mother asks Julia to deliver another item to Jeremy later. She explains that their father prepared a beast pill gift for Jeremy too, but since Jessica did not come, she kept it with her. Julia agrees to pass it on, even while admitting she does not like Jeremy. Their mother gently reminds Julia to behave herself. Soon after, Julia heads to the boys' dormitory to find Jeremy. Other students are surprised that the elite department's top student is visiting Jeremy, and realize she is his younger sister. That revelation only raises Jeremy's status in their eyes. One student immediately suggests bringing Julia along on future missions, hoping to profit from her talent. Jeremy snaps at the idea before it can go any further. His irritation flares into magic, and thorny vines lash out around him. The others are left wondering why he reacted so strongly as he storms off. Alone with his anger, Jeremy broods that his parents have never once come to see him. Learning that Lucas received the family heirloom sword for taking first place only deepens Jeremy's resentment. He convinces himself Lucas is worthless yet loved by everyone, and swears to take everything back from him. Meanwhile, Lucas's mother departs again, leaving with a warm farewell. The visit ends too quickly, and Lucas and Julia watch her carriage go with mixed sadness and gratitude. Still, knowing she will remain in Dak Town for a while comforts them both. Lucas turns back to practical matters and brews a new elixir for the badly injured Mina. Because it is presented as a gift from the Miranda family, no one questions how astonishingly effective it is. Before long, the Academy's Allen Tower opens with great ceremony and celebration. Kai grandly pretends to be seeing the tower for the first time, comparing its brilliance to his own. Lucas immediately calls out the act, and the others laugh it off. A nearby girl notices the commotion. The martial arts students are caught off guard when a stern woman approaches. Sigurd shuts down their chatter and reminds them this tour is part of their education, not a game. The students fall in line and obey. Watching the martial arts group gather, some mage students sneer at their presence. They mock the martial artists as dreamers who do not belong among true elites. Kai bristles at the familiar contempt directed at their department. Lucas quietly reins him in before he can start a scene. Lucas reflects that once Allen Tower opened, the martial arts students were immediately targeted as undeserving intruders who only got lucky. The hostility escalated into demands that the martial arts department surrender its 20 entry slots. Lucas sees the whole dispute as shameless bullying. Even so, Sigurd appears unconcerned, making Lucas wonder whether he trusts the school and principal to handle it. The martial arts students take their places and prepare to listen. Sigurd explains that every year the third years enter Allen Tower first to set an example for the new students. The announcement calls the third years forward, beginning the formal demonstration. Jeremy grips his weapon and reflects that 3 years have passed since he first enrolled at Allen Magic School. At last, he has reached the moment he longed for and can finally enter Allen Tower. His excitement is undercut by classmates reminding him he only made the top 100 this time. Before he can answer, Julia calls out to him from the crowd. The others recognize her as Lucas's gifted little sister and turn the moment into another comparison. Julia simply waves and cheers for Jeremy with complete sincerity. Her support softens him, and even the teasing around him turns into a reminder that he cannot afford to disappoint her. A young woman dismisses the commotion around Allen Tower, insisting she is only following her mother's orders and has no deeper stake in what happens. Among the students preparing for the trial, Lucas's group hopes Jeremy is teleported somewhere favorable so he can advance. Lucas rejects any concern for himself, convinced his recent luck will continue and determined to outdo Lucas's reputation at Allen Tower. The selected students enter the tower through a blinding magical gate as the trial begins. Inside, an unseen authority instructs everyone to set their staffs before them and close their eyes, signaling the start of the teleportation test. Lucas pauses when he recognizes the voice guiding the trial, sensing a connection he cannot immediately place. Far away, an elderly mage watches the trial through a magical projection, revealing that the entire event is being monitored from outside. The old man receives the sight calmly, as if he has been waiting for this moment. He activates a complex magical device and acknowledges that the real process is now underway. As power floods through him, his focus sharpens and his intent turns severe. The mechanism erupts with golden force, sending vast streams of energy through the tower. That power condenses into a brilliant core, as though the tower itself is being awakened. Multiple magical formations spin into place, locking the system into operation. Outside, the tower blazes with energy, making clear that the trial is tied to a much larger magical structure. A martial arts student watching from below realizes the tower is responding to fighting spirit, not just formal magic. He quickly understands why martial artists were suddenly allowed into Allen Tower this year. The answer becomes clear. The tower's doors are opening for the strongest martial aura, not merely for mages. Elsewhere, the old mage meets privately with another elder in a quiet pavilion to discuss the political fallout around the trial. He explains that pressure has grown to strip the martial arts department of its entry slots and asks for details about the earlier anomaly. The other elder reacts with visible discomfort, showing the subject is dangerous. He insists the anomaly caused no real losses to the school, trying to contain the issue before it grows. The old mage refuses to press further for now and offers a compromise: maintain the current arrangement, and Allen Tower will open as scheduled. That condition makes the stakes plain. If the martial arts department is denied participation, the tower trial itself will be blocked. Left alone, the old mage notes that Otani has handed him a difficult problem, suggesting deeper conflict behind the scenes. Inside Allen Tower, the trial space shifts to a separate realm centered around a distant central tower. Jeremy materializes in a forested zone, his teleportation complete and his staff still in hand. He quickly confirms that only his consciousness seems to have been transferred, though the environment and his equipment feel completely real. Other students tell him that realism is what makes Allen Tower remarkable, then urge him to stop lingering and rejoin his teammates. Jeremy watches them leave toward the central tower and bristles at being ordered around, even as he takes in the scale of the challenge ahead. As he stares upward, something in the scene shifts and his perception catches a hidden layer beneath the illusion. Through that altered sight, he detects a dark disturbance hanging around the tower instead of the harmless landscape others would see. Realizing his mental energy lets him sense what is happening inside the tower from outside normal perception, Jeremy becomes intrigued rather than alarmed. He mocks Jeremy's rough start, noting that he is already earning resentment before the trial has properly unfolded. A supervisor explains to the gathered students that anyone with enough ability can read the tower's internal events through mental energy, then begins outlining the rules. He tells them the trial starts with random teleportation points, and that each student must decide whether to advance alone or with allies. He adds that teams are limited to 3, but cooperation is the safest way to climb to the upper floors. Some students immediately move to form groups, but Lucas declines an invitation because he has already chosen Alto and DCO. Jeremy casually predicts that the top-ranked students will split into separate teams, then jokes that his own strength may leave him isolated. Watching Lucas's reaction, Jeremy recalls that only 5 students in the elite course can do what Lucas just did, confirming Lucas is more capable than he first appeared. The supervising man also notices Jeremy, sensing there is something unusual about him. Their attention is interrupted when someone emerges from the tower far sooner than expected. The first group to return turns out to be third years, and their quick exit suggests they were eliminated almost immediately. Jeremy explains that the tower's phantom enemies are designed to measure each student's strength, so weaker participants are knocked out early. He shifts his focus to the central tower itself, intent on checking Lucas's progress. Inside, Lucas has already linked up with teammates and is moving toward the second floor, giving him an early advantage. Jeremy clicks his tongue at Lucas's good fortune, recognizing that the boy's start has gone unusually well. Lucas's team steps out into a cavernous second-floor area filled with mist and massive red crystals. They realize the next stage of Allen Tower is a crystal cave, far more dangerous than the forest entry zone. Before they can settle in, shadowy creatures with glowing eyes reveal themselves above, turning the floor into an ambush. A blue-skinned beast lunges at Lucas, but a burst of plant magic intercepts the attack before it can strike him. On the tower's second floor, the students are immediately pressured by elite undead and beastman phantoms as green attacks close in around them. One of them counters by unleashing Soil Wave, trying to break the encirclement with a sweeping surge from the ground. The earth attack tears through the incoming enemies and disrupts the trap before it can overwhelm the group. The strike wipes out 2 elite skeleton warriors, earning points and briefly stabilizing the fight. Realizing the rumors were true and the second floor is already dangerous, the team decides to push onward before their magic and stamina run too low. They rush into the central area of the second floor, choosing speed over prolonged combat. Jeremy cuts down a beastman scout in passing, adding points while keeping the advance moving. Another teammate follows with a broad magical slash that destroys both a skeleton warrior and an elite skeleton warrior at once. But a stronger skeletal phantom appears behind the attack, showing the floor is still escalating even as they clear it. A fresh blast collides with that threat before it can turn the momentum back against them. The group breaks through to the third floor, and the tower acknowledges their progress as another enemy falls in the transition. Outside the tower, the waiting students joke about who got eliminated fastest, treating the trial like a public contest. Jeremy stays unusually quiet, drawing notice from his companion. When asked whether he is pleased, Jeremy is forced to confront his own feelings about the result. He answers that he is happy, but the response feels more deliberate than natural. Looking up at the tower, he reflects that enduring battles like this may be one more step toward reaching his father's level. Several hours pass as the trial continues and the tower remains the focus of everyone's attention. Goodwill quietly observes, gathering himself before analyzing the situation. Using his mental energy sensing, he concludes he can clearly read events up through the tower's third floor. He notices a pattern in the phantoms. Each floor presents different enemy types, and even the same type grows stronger as climbers ascend. That leads him to suspect the phantoms may be reproductions of real martial artists' combat experience, which makes Allen Tower far more unsettling than it first appears. He also realizes that, like Sigalt, others may already have noticed his true ability, even if no one is confronting him about it yet. Since everyone is only watching him in silence, he wonders whether that restraint is actually to his advantage. His thoughts are interrupted when the final group is called to gather at the entrance. He turns toward the stairs as the last team finally arrives to begin its attempt. The arriving group is led by Mina, whose team is expected to perform well enough to reach at least the fourth floor and possibly the fifth. A cheerful supporter calls out encouragement to Mina as she heads in. Mina accepts the support calmly, showing confidence rather than nerves. When asked about her earlier injury, she confirms she has fully recovered and is ready to compete seriously. Onlookers note that Mina is admired by both students and teachers, and that becoming student president as only a second year made her stand out even more. Though some dismiss her popularity as outweighing her talent, Mina ignores the gossip and resolves to climb to the sixth floor and surpass Theodore this time. Inside, the third floor reveals a volcanic battlefield, making the next stage far harsher than the lower levels. A hulking red beastman attacks at once, forcing Mina's team into immediate combat. Mina uses acceleration magic to launch herself and her teammates across the lava-filled terrain while avoiding direct engagement. She orders the team to skip unnecessary fights and rely on speed to reach the fourth floor as quickly as possible. Following her lead, the group streaks upward through the burning stage and reaches the tower far faster than expected. Watching from outside, Goodwill notes that the strongest third-year group reached the fourth floor in barely 30 minutes, confirming Mina's team is performing at an elite level. Mina steps through the next threshold without hesitation. The fourth floor confronts them with massive elite beastman phantoms, far larger and more oppressive than the enemies below. Her teammates immediately understand why so many students are eliminated here. The fourth floor elites are roughly twice the size of those on the third floor. Mina answers that threat with wind coup planche, striking first before the larger enemies can fully press their advantage. Her opening attack instantly kills an elite beastman and secures a large point gain. The speed of the kill shocks her teammates, and confirms that Mina has improved dramatically since the last mission. Mina stays focused, deciding that instant kills are the most efficient way to save time and treating these enemies as trivial compared with the minotaur she faced before. She assigns her two teammates to clean up while she pushes ahead alone to locate the passage to the fifth floor. The others follow her plan and quickly eliminate two beastman scouts, keeping the route clear. Another scout falls almost immediately, showing the team can now keep pace with Mina's tempo. Mina finishes off an elite beastman as well, using a spiraling wind attack to clear the remaining resistance in one sweep. With the fourth floor effectively subdued, the path upward opens and the team's climb continues under Mina's control. She lands decisively, already moving toward the next stage without wasting a moment. Mina finally emerges from the tower, relieved that she made it through. Her group confirms they reached the fifth floor, a major milestone. Observers track the tower's progress and note where the remaining challengers are clustered. The result causes a stir, since 3 people reaching the fifth floor already surpasses last year's showing. A first-year named Kai envies that level and wonders when he will reach it himself. Sigalt tempers that impatience by telling him a first-year only needs to reach the third floor for now. He adds that steady growth matters more, because the fifth floor will stop being frightening once their abilities mature. Lucas realizes from that advice that Sigalt has entered Allen Tower before and knows it firsthand. That suspicion sharpens into a silent exchange as Lucas studies his teacher more carefully. The conversation ends as Mina and her teammates return from the trial. Someone immediately asks Mina how her attempt went. Lucas answers for her, saying she fell short of the goals she had set for herself. Mina's expression confirms that the result still stings despite her achievement. The scene shifts into a reflection on why this outcome weighs on her so heavily. A red-haired man addresses Mina with smug certainty, forcing her to accept a harsh truth. He tells her that overtaking a true genius is far harder than she wants to believe. To drive the point home, he recreates the memory with magic. In that memory, Mina is publicly praised for taking first place among third years and for reaching the fifth floor. Even while accepting the praise, Mina admits she still failed to surpass Theodore's record. Someone tries to comfort her by saying Theodore also stopped at the fifth floor, which should make them equal. Mina rejects that comparison and explains that when she reached the stairs to the sixth floor, she was already too exhausted to continue. By contrast, Theodore once climbed all the way up and nearly opened the 6th floor door itself. Mina concludes that compared with Theodore at the same stage, she loses in stamina, tactics, and magical control alike. Putting that frustration aside, she asks the others whether they have formed their teams for the upcoming trial. Julia happily announces that she will be paired with Iwa, even though Iwa clearly accepted only because of family orders. Lucas notes that Julia's recognition by the Miranda family has already reached Iwa, then says he will team up with his roommate Alto and with Decio. When asked about Kai, Lucas explains that their rankings were too far apart, so they were assigned to different groups. Kai takes that as abandonment and dramatically accuses Lucas of ditching him. Under the joke is a real problem, since Kai now has no idea who he is supposed to partner with. Two girls step in and invite Kai to join their team. They explain that what they need most is a strong frontline fighter, and Kai fits that role. Lucas pointedly clears his throat as Kai instantly starts basking in the attention. Kai accepts at once, and Lucas dryly remarks that his mood changes as fast as ever. At the training ground, Sigalt confirms that everyone has now found partners. His expression hardens as he prepares to address the class seriously. He orders them to get fired up and reminds them that everyone has been mocking the martial arts students behind their backs. He repeats the insults that they are dead weight who will wash out immediately, then asks whether they intend to prove those words true. Sigalt watches their reaction and sees the challenge land exactly where he wanted. One of the students answers for the group, vowing they will train hard enough to prove they earn their Allen Tower slots with real ability. The rest rally around that promise and start believing they can take first place. Lucas recognizes that Sigalt has deliberately kept the trial schedule unchanged and turned the gossip from a blow to their confidence into fuel for their morale. He realizes the tactic worked perfectly. Sigalt begins practical preparation by warning that the Phantoms in Allen Tower are varied and unusually intelligent. Training immediately becomes intense and unforgiving. To build teamwork rather than individual bravado, Sigalt makes them focus on coordinated group drills. During breaks, he teaches them the traits and combat habits of the different races they may face in the tower. He even acts out enemy roles himself and spars with them so they can learn under pressure. The days are brutal, but the students keep enduring them. Not one of them complains, because they have started believing they can climb the tower and make a name for themselves. At last the day of the freshman trial arrives, and the martial arts department's right to participate is formally recognized. The students tense themselves as the real test begins. Other departments watch them with open skepticism. Even so, the martial arts students march toward Allen Tower together. Before they enter, Sigalt gives one final instruction: regroup with your team at the central stairs, and if you can run, do not hesitate. He adds that if they cannot escape, they should fight like their lives depend on it, and at least take one enemy down, which nearby students mock as proof he has no faith in them. The mockers eagerly imagine the martial artists panicking the moment they meet real magical beasts at full strength. One of them even bets the entire martial arts department will be wiped out in under 3 minutes. Kai sneers back at that arrogance, and Lucas notes that he has matured enough to answer it with contempt instead of panic. An official then calls the 12 martial arts students forward. Lucas leads his team in with calm focus while Alto and Decio follow behind him. From the control room, an old overseer watches Lucas with interest. He remarks that it has been years since so many martial artists entered Allen Tower at once. To him, this means the legacy left by the war god may finally be ready to serve its purpose. As the trial begins, he silently asks whether these students are prepared for the first great ordeal of their lives. Inside the tower, the teams scatter through a forested first floor and sprint toward their objectives. Their speed and urgency show they are following Sigalt's instructions exactly. Lucas notes that everyone is avoiding fights and heading for the central stairs just as ordered, then decides that gives him room to do the opposite. Remembering that the first floor is mostly goblin territory, and that goblins use magic fog to blind prey before attacking, he starts testing a theory. When he spots a patch of suspicious fog, he knows he has found what he was looking for. He tells Alto and Decio to keep moving and promises he will run a quick test before catching up. As soon as he separates, a goblin reveals itself from the fog and moves in behind him. The creature prepares to strike, confident that the fog has given it the advantage. Lucas answers by sending a glowing duplicate of himself into the fight. The result confirms his suspicion. When the clone kills the goblin, no point notification appears, proving the tower does not count a clone's kill as the student's own. That leads Lucas to a deeper realization, because the energy inside the tower's phantoms feels strangely familiar to him. He concludes that the phantoms are made from the same kind of energy he uses for his clones, likely inherited from the martial artist who first opened Allen Tower. If the tower's monsters and his clones share the same energy, then using clone techniques should blend in rather than expose him. He immediately plans to leave a clone protecting Alto and Decio while the real him climbs higher on his own. Then another idea strikes him. If the energy is truly the same, he may be able to reshape a clone into a magical beast as well. The experiment succeeds, and his clone takes on the form of a goblin. With that disguise, Lucas realizes he can move through the tower far more freely than anyone else. Back outside, the overseer notices something unusual on the monitoring screen. He recalls Lucas secretly studying martial arts manuals in the library and is impressed that the boy has already mastered cloning to this degree. Curious, He wonders what Lucas intends to do next and whether he will once again gather points for others. Lucas decides against carrying his classmates too much, believing that overhelping them would only stunt their growth. Elsewhere on the first floor, one martial arts team suddenly encounters a giant and panics. The 3 students scramble into formation as the threat closes in. From the giant's perspective, they are already trapped. To make matters worse, 2 goblins join the hunt, turning bad luck into a deadly 3-on-3 mismatch. One student realizes in horror that they are surrounded by 3 monsters at once. Their leader quickly judges that their strength is only enough to handle 2 goblins at most, not a giant on top of that. Before panic can take over, one goblin is suddenly cut down by an unseen strike. A burst of golden force interrupts the monster's momentum and buys the team a moment to think. The 3 students are stunned by the sudden intervention. Their leader goes silent as he pieces together what Sigalt taught them. He forces the others to calm down and reminds them that the giant cannot see through the thick fog. He remembers the lesson completely. First-floor giants are slow and not very intelligent. Using that knowledge, he orders the team to widen the gap from the giant first and eliminate the goblins before dealing with the bigger threat. One of the students steadies himself and commits to the plan. The team begins executing it together, one intercepting while another protects and the third attacks. They reposition quickly through the fog instead of freezing in place. A goblin lunges at the purple-haired student, trying to break their formation. He answers with a clean counter-strike. The blow lands hard enough to stagger the goblin and open the field for his teammates. Another student follows through with a precise finishing attack. The purple-haired fighter drives his weapon down with everything he has to pin the enemy in place. Even when one goblin slips past and nearly reaches the blue-haired student, the team keeps moving instead of collapsing. The goblin dives for the blue-haired student's throat, sensing weakness. He refuses to break, enduring the pressure long enough for the others to support him. The purple-haired student shouts for him to dodge at the last possible instant. The maneuver works, and the team secures a real kill, earning 10 points for defeating a goblin scout. The remaining goblin is knocked back and loses the initiative. The students are shocked that they actually pulled it off, and their fear turns into belief that teamwork really can clear the first floor. With their confidence restored, they decide to take the second goblin's points as well. Watching from afar, Lucas reflects that victory is not only about raw strength, but also about calm judgment and courage at the right moment. He jokingly tells himself that using clones to train his classmates should not count as cheating if it helps them discover how enjoyable fighting can be. Outside the tower, the trial continues under the eyes of the academy. One spectator smiles, thinking he is about to witness the martial artist's humiliation. He points out that a martial arts team is surrounded by 3 monsters and expects disaster. His companions agree, insisting that if even they would struggle against 3 foes, the martial arts students should have no chance. They confidently predict the team will be knocked out and come running back in disgrace, proving Sigalt's confidence was empty bravado. Sigalt hears the ridicule but remains outwardly unfazed, which only makes the mockers think he is embarrassing himself. Privately, though, he judges the situation accurately and believes the team can still win if they stay calm. A sudden shift in the tower's display makes both Sigalt and the sneering spectator realize something unexpected is happening. Inside the fight, the students sense the momentum changing in their favor. The goblins are thrown off as their prey stops panicking and starts fighting with purpose. One goblin's head is cleanly severed, ending the threat instantly. The team recognizes that the battle has turned and that they now control the pace. The last goblin hesitates for the first time, realizing the humans are no longer easy prey. A fresh wave of fog erupts, and the students understand the monster is trying to flee rather than finish them. They refuse to let it escape and launch a coordinated pursuit. The long-haired student closes the distance first and drives a heavy strike into the goblin. The hit lands solidly and leaves the monster exposed. His teammates follow immediately, chaining their attacks together before the goblin can recover. The purple-haired student commits to the finisher with full concentration. Their combined assault batters the goblin across the slope and crushes its last resistance. The monster can only grimace as the teamwork overwhelms it. The blue-haired student steps in to complete the sequence with practice form. His strike detonates against the goblin and ends the fight decisively. The tower confirms the second kill, awarding another 10 points for defeating a goblin scout. Outside, the smug spectators are left reeling that the martial arts team eliminated 2 advanced goblins so quickly. Sigalt allows himself a satisfied smile. He openly praises the team for applying what they learned. Then he announces to the rest of his class that one of their teams has already defeated 2 enemies, proving that Allen Tower's monsters are not unbeatable if fought correctly. His students erupt with renewed confidence, while one doubter tries to dismiss the result as luck. That excuse is immediately mocked, since moments earlier the same people were calling the team doomed by bad luck. Even as he celebrates, Sigalt senses a strange energy vanish near that team and suspects Lucas has quietly interfered again. Elsewhere in the tower, Lucas suddenly sneezes while moving through the trees. He jokingly wonders whether Julia has started gossiping about him again, unaware that his teacher has already guessed he is involved. Lucas recalls his little sister's unwavering faith that he will rise to the top, a memory that steadies him. That thought breaks when someone spots Lucas returning from the forest and calls out to him in surprise. His classmates rush over in relief, making it clear they had been worried by how long he was missing. Lucas explains he was teleported far away and immediately asks about the others, learning that one team still has not returned. Back at the meeting point, the rest of the students and a supervising upperclassman confirm that nearly everyone else has made it back safely. Lucas is relieved to hear the class is exhausted but largely unharmed. Even so, his thoughts linger on the group led by Slight, who still have not appeared. He reassures himself that they should arrive soon, though the delay keeps bothering him. A classmate notices Lucas's unease and asks what is wrong. Lucas hides his concern behind a casual smile and brushes it off. Once the remaining students are accounted for, the trial advances and everyone is directed to the tower's second floor. As they move on, some students mock the martial arts department for surviving so far and assume they must be panicking. One of those students presses a teacher for the martial arts department's current standing. The answer comes with visible tension. That group has already reached the second floor. The news shocks the students, because the second floor is where the trial becomes truly dangerous. The teacher warns that martial arts students are especially threatening here, since the floor is designed to reward close combat ability. Inside the second floor trial, a powerful beastman enemy prowls the cavernous area. Lucas keeps hidden long enough to observe the creature's movement and behavior. He realizes the area is crowded with many wandering enemies rather than isolated targets. Remembering the trial rules, he concludes that stronger teams are sent into harsher scenarios, which explains the density and strength of the monsters around them. Accepting that delay will only worsen things, Lucas summons his wolves and decides to quickly gather his scattered classmates. He sends one of the wolves racing ahead as a scout through the cavern. The summoned beast darts across the terrain to search for the others. Soon Lucas locates two teammates and calls out to check their situation. They report that enemies are everywhere and moving in packs, making it nearly impossible to avoid fighting. Lucas points out that the tower trials are meant to force combat experience anyway, so evasion cannot be their whole strategy. His teammates reluctantly agree that constant retreat would defeat the purpose of the test. Before they can settle on a plan, a sudden attack drops straight toward them from above. Lucas reacts instantly and shields his teammates from the ambush. He confirms he is unharmed, while the others realize they never even sensed the enemies getting that close. Lucas immediately shifts from defense to analysis, focusing on how the ambush was executed. One hidden beastman reveals itself from the rock face, proving the enemies can conceal themselves in the terrain. More wolf-like beastmen emerge together, showing that the first strike was only a setup for a pack assault. They slam into the ground to launch a coordinated close-range attack. A larger beastman lunges directly at Lucas, trying to overwhelm him before the others can respond. Lucas stays calm and times his counter instead of retreating. He brings down a decisive strike that crushes the attacker's momentum and drops it in one blow. As the enemy's attack collapses, Lucas seizes control of its limb and fully neutralizes it. He recognizes the tactic for what it is, a feint followed by immediate reinforcement, and the defeated scout earns him points. Lucas warns that these are vanguard enemies, meaning if they do not finish the fight quickly the rest of the pack will swarm them. The urgency spikes when one teammate realizes he lost his daggers earlier in a panic, leaving them even more vulnerable. Lucas catches another disturbance, and realizes the danger is already escalating again. He alerts the others that a new enemy is attacking from right under their feet. The blonde teammate reacts on instinct and narrowly evades the underground strike. The beastman bursts past him and misses its chance to take him down immediately. Shaken but thinking clearly, the blonde student recalls his teacher's warning about how different the second floor would be. He now understands that these enemies are on an entirely higher level than the first floor's monsters. That realization sharpens when he sees one of the beastmen has already stolen his weapon, confirming they are not just stronger but cunning enough to disarm their targets. Even so, he regains his nerve and decides that losing his weapon will only make the enemy regret underestimating him. The beastman senses that shift in resolve and turns its attention back to him, ready for the next clash. A blue wolf beastman lunges in close, but its attack is stopped by a brutal counter to the torso. The blonde fighter reveals he invested his points in the rock dragon gauntlets, giving him the power to overpower enemies at close range. The wounded wolf realizes too late that it has underestimated him. Confident that raw strength is his advantage, the blonde student drives his blazing gauntlet down with full force. His strike smashes into the ground and blasts the beastman away, breaking the momentum of the fight. As the enemy is sent flying, he urgently calls for DCO to take over. The green-haired teammate moves in immediately, reading the opening the blonde fighter created. DCO answers at once, showing he was already prepared to follow through. He cuts in from the side and claims the next move, turning their exchange into a coordinated combo. With the wolf exposed, the blonde fighter times the next step and signals the finishing moment. He gathers power into his fist while the enemy hurtles toward him, trapping it between both attackers. He commits to the finisher and releases the stored force at point-blank range. The combined assault crushes the wolf beastman before it can recover. The tower confirms the raccoon beastman scout is defeated, and the pair earn points for the kill. The two celebrate their teamwork, while their dark-haired companion notices something unusual nearby. Behind him, another spectral beast begins to form, but he stays focused on pushing the martial arts department forward. Outside the battle, attention shifts to observers tracking the students' progress through the tower. One onlooker is surprised that the martial arts department still has not lost anyone, despite expectations that they should have been eliminated on the second floor. Others wonder if the tower's difficulty was secretly lowered for the martial arts students because they seemed too weak to survive otherwise. A more experienced observer rejects that idea, reasoning that the teachers would have objected if the test had been altered. They study the tower map and notice the positions of the competing groups inside. Back on the second floor, the battle continues as more enemies crash into the area. A blue goblin-like monster charges in swinging a heavy club, trying to overwhelm the students with brute force. Its confidence breaks for an instant when it realizes someone has already slipped inside its attack. The dark-haired student drops a flaming slash straight through it, and ends the threat in one decisive blow. Elsewhere, DCO rushes a skeletal enemy while another spectral beast looms nearby, showing the team is fighting on multiple fronts. He braces under pressure, as a huge blade passes dangerously close, forcing him to react on instinct. A skeletal monster crashes down in front of him, trying to pin him before he can recover. DCO turns to counter, sword ready, but the enemy keeps pressing from close range. The skeleton's glowing eyes flare as it prepares a hidden attack instead of meeting him head-on. Golden restraints suddenly coil around DCO from behind, catching him off guard and locking down his movement. The trap tears into his back with crystal-like fragments, revealing the skeleton was baiting him into an ambush. DCO realizes too late that the enemy can attack from behind while keeping him distracted in front. Before the skeleton can finish him, the blonde fighter crashes in with another heavy strike and breaks the assault. Catching his breath, the blonde student asks how many enemies they have taken down, then admits he feels slower than usual. He activates Hero's battle cry, using the support technique to restore momentum. The dark-haired teammate feels power surge back through him and concludes that if the support family keeps boosting everyone, they can clear the second floor together. A quick tactical overview shows the team spreading through the area and advancing in coordinated directions. A mounted beastman leader appears with a pack of wolves, escalating the threat from scattered monsters to a full assault. Two students square up against the charging wolf, holding their ground instead of retreating. In the middle of the rush, they spot a critical opening and silently align on the same target. A towering cyclopes-like giant materializes among the enemies, forcing them to dodge as the battlefield becomes even more dangerous. From range, the pink-haired archer calmly draws and prepares to thin the enemy wave before it can close in. Her support helps drop multiple smaller monsters, easing the pressure on the front line. Area C reports swift wolves and a cyclops giant defeated, showing one squad is steadily converting teamwork into points. Area D follows with goblin kills of its own, proving the wider martial arts department is outperforming expectations across the floor. One student is amazed by how many enemies they have already beaten and starts believing they may actually reach the third floor. More Beastman scouts fall, and the growing point total confirms that their advance is no longer a fluke. A golden wolf watches the students from afar, carefully observing their formation and progress. The wider map reveals both teams' positions around the tower, suggesting the next stage will depend on how these surviving groups converge. A mage instructor anxiously reports that all 12 martial arts students have already climbed to the third floor. The watching faculty are alarmed that freshmen trained by Sigil are advancing far too quickly for expectations. One of the mage-side observers tightens with unease as the result sinks in. He forces himself to believe the martial artists still will not make it much farther. Trying to justify the situation, he argues that several of them are already at their physical limit. He reassures himself that exhaustion will soon force the martial arts students out of the tower. Inside the climb, the martial arts team is indeed staggering, with injured students barely supporting each other. DCO reaches the point where he can hardly continue, showing how badly the ascent has worn them down. As he collapses on the stairs, the others are forced to confront that some of them cannot go on. A teammate catches him before he falls completely, keeping the group from breaking apart. Lucas stops to support DCO instead of abandoning him, putting the team ahead of speed. DCO admits he has hit his limit, and urges Lucas to leave him behind and keep climbing. Lucas refuses to accept that kind of sacrifice. Other exhausted teammates also choose to stay behind, but they push Lucas onward and entrust him with carrying their effort to the third floor. Even so, Lucas physically hauls DCO up, refusing to let one more teammate be discarded. Another battered student insists they have come too far to split up now and should reach the third floor together. Lucas turns that resolve into a decision. They will pass the third floor gate as one team. With the tower looming over them, the martial arts students rally around that shared goal and keep climbing together. The moment they step onto the third floor, the trial changes from endurance to immediate combat. A fiery battlefield opens before them, revealing that the third floor is a lethal ambush rather than a simple checkpoint. The students realize they have entered Allen Tower's brutal third-floor trial while under attack. One of them senses danger too late as the enemy closes in. Multiple beast-like monsters descend at once, confirming they are badly outnumbered. The creatures strike with overwhelming aggression, threatening to wipe the team out on arrival. A blue-haired student throws up a defensive spell in a desperate attempt to hold the line. His barrier is smashed almost immediately, showing how little control they have over the fight. The monsters swarm from every direction, surrounding the martial arts students exactly as feared. After surviving it, the students recount that the third floor was far harsher than expected and that they were attacked by at least 5 enemies at once. From the mage side, that report becomes a conclusion that the third floor should have been the martial arts department's limit. Lucas privately reveals that he intentionally dropped out early to avoid suspicion, while leaving his clone inside the tower. Through that clone and by backing the second martial arts group with Hero's battle cry, he covertly steered them through the third floor. His real aim was to raise the whole martial arts department's scores without making his own contribution stand out too much. Then he corrects himself, realizing the plan has gone further than intended. Instead of one student standing out, the entire martial arts department has now become impossible to ignore. Observers are stunned that every single martial arts student reached the third floor, a feat usually reserved for elite course students. A mage instructor immediately recognizes this as a serious problem for his side. He panics that the mage classes now have to beat the martial arts department in both points and floors, because losing to them is unacceptable. The mage students respond by fighting harder, unleashing magic against monsters in an effort to recover their standing. Their battles intensify across the tower as they try to prove mage superiority through raw performance. An elder examiner calmly watches the competition while handling the tower's records. He questions why the martial artists are suddenly outperforming the mages after the first floor and notes that the mage side is already losing composure. The official floor-by-floor results show repeated mage team eliminations, many of them before reaching the third floor at all. Those numbers make the truth undeniable. No low-ranked mage students reached the third floor, while martial artists did. The discrepancy exposes that some mage teams were wiped out on the first floor, making their complaints sound weaker. Unable to accept the outcome, a furious mage instructor accuses the tower of being rigged against mages because the enemies became too strong on their turn. A composed woman rebukes him for denying the obvious in front of the students. She pointedly asks whether he is claiming the tower malfunctioned or whether his own judgment has failed. That challenge catches him off guard and leaves him unable to answer cleanly. She then turns away to confer quietly with another official, signaling that the argument is already decided. Humiliated and enraged, the mage instructor falls back on open contempt, blaming Sigil and the martial artist for making his side look bad. A blonde instructor praises the mage before her, insisting he has already surpassed the academy's standards and could go even further if he chose to. He deflects the praise onto his students and refuses to hover over the elite course's next trial, trusting they no longer need his protection. She lets the matter drop, confident because he has already arranged someone to stand in for him. That representative is revealed to be Julia, a cheerful first year entering the trial with 2 upperclassmen at her side. Her brother proudly boasts that she could reach the 4th floor if she gets serious, while nearby observers resent a freshman drawing attention before the test even begins. When Julia's group is called forward, she is startled into focus as the trial officially starts. Her brother sends her off with an odd reminder to eat her candy, and Julia accepts the advice without hesitation. The supervising teacher is puzzled by the strange instruction until he realizes there is a hidden purpose behind it. He identifies the candy as a rare magic-restoring pill powerful enough to rapidly refill a mage's reserves. As Julia casually takes it, he is stunned that something so valuable is being used on a school trial. Julia quickly realizes she has been tricked again, but the pill is already down. Watching from outside, the brown-haired schemer reassures himself that Julia already has abundant mana and that giving her the pill will only ensure she performs brilliantly. He convinces himself the medicine guarantees Julia's success in the trial. Inside the tower, Julia immediately proves her worth by unleashing a lightning spell with confidence and precision. Her attack catches multiple phantom creatures at once before they can close in. She drives the lightning exactly where she wants it, blasting a target apart in a controlled burst. Even a lurking monster hidden near the terrain is struck down without collateral damage. Awa, the dark-haired teammate, is forced to acknowledge that Julia can drop lightning onto enemies with extraordinary accuracy while leaving the surroundings untouched. Julia takes charge of the team's movement and tells Iwa to stay close so she can keep protecting her. She then sends out electric bird familiars to scout through the volcanic battlefield ahead. The birds sweep over the terrain and flush out concealed enemies from dangerous corners. One hidden creature is exposed the moment it notices the glowing scout in front of it. Julia calls down more lightning through the scout's positions, wiping out the discovered threats across the lava field. A larger phantom lunges at her, but she remains calm and meets it with the same controlled lightning technique. Using the bird perched on her staff as a focus, she channels the spell with practiced ease. She proudly names the technique Thousand Thunder Bird, clearly enjoying how effective it is. With the nearby enemies cleared, Julia urges Iwa and Derek to keep advancing while she leads the pace. Derek admits Julia's help saved them from a fire-resistant lizard that would have been difficult for his own magic alone, and Julia cheerfully treats the support as mutual. Iwa privately reflects that in a real battle her mental magic could simply turn enemies against each other, making this trial a poor stage for her strengths. Julia enthusiastically agrees that Iwa would be terrifyingly useful on an actual battlefield. Iwa clarifies that the tower's phantoms have no consciousness, so her mind magic cannot affect them at all. All she can contribute here is scouting enemy positions, leaving her feeling like dead weight beside Julia's offense and Derek's firepower. That frustration deepens as she sees herself reduced to little more than moving forward with the group. Yet Julia never complains and instead openly recognizes Iwa's ability, which catches her off guard. For the first time, Iwa's hard expression softens under that simple acceptance. Deciding to respond in her own way, Iwa abruptly tells Julia she can have the spotlight for now and takes the lead herself. Julia and Derek scramble after her as she dashes ahead across the unstable lava-split ground. The team races over cracking stone paths while molten gaps threaten to cut them off. Iwa suddenly senses something wrong and stops, alert to a presence she cannot immediately identify. Julia crashes into her from behind, turning the tense pause into an awkward collision. Embarrassed, Julia complains that Iwa stopped without warning and made it seem like an enemy was nearby. Iwa backs off and says it may have only been her imagination, though she remains uneasy. Still suspicious of an unplaceable presence, Julia tells Iwa that once they reach the 4th floor she should focus on locating as few enemies as possible so they can avoid unnecessary fights. Outside, an announcement reveals that 3 students have already reached the 4th floor, shocking the spectators. The hidden observer realizes he was nearly exposed and grudgingly admits mental magic users are dangerously perceptive. The blonde instructor is praised for an unprecedented result in the elite course, but she again credits the student's effort rather than claiming the achievement for herself. The schemer outwardly agrees that Julia is exceptional, keeping his real intentions concealed. Privately, he reminds himself that the pill only amplifies existing power, so how far Julia and the others climb will still depend on their true ability. On the 4th floor, Julia is suddenly struck by a violent surge of purple magic from behind, and the hidden attacker coldly decides to wait in the shadows while his sister's growth is tested. Even under the ambush, Julia steadies herself and answers the attack with a fierce, unshaken resolve. As the group rushes through the library-like 4th floor, the dark-haired scout warns Julia that danger is closing in behind them. Julia immediately pinpoints 4 enemies approaching from the right, confirming they are being hunted from multiple directions. The attackers reveal themselves as beast archers and loose a thunder-charged shot at the fleeing students. Julia barely registers the incoming attack before it reaches them. The blast erupts overhead, forcing the team to halt and defend instead of continuing their escape. Derek steps in with fire magic, taking over the immediate defense so the others can conserve themselves. He decides Julia is already worn down from the previous floor and insists on handling these enemies himself. A sudden realization hits him that the threat is moving faster than he expected. The beast archers unleash another volley, and one thunder arrow nearly catches him before he can react. He is driven back as the monsters press in, showing that this floor's enemies are far more dangerous than the last. Refusing to retreat, Derek answers with a stronger fire spell to seize control of the fight. He traps one of the attackers inside a blazing magic circle and scorches it from below. The beast is burned apart, proving his flames can still kill these monsters cleanly. Derek boasts for a moment, but the others ignore him and keep moving because more enemies are already converging. Julia reports that roughly a dozen more are charging straight at them at extreme speed, turning the skirmish into a race for survival. The team runs for the exit while the remains of Derek's first kill still burn behind them. The scout suddenly senses a new threat ahead and realizes the path itself is about to become a trap. She throws up a mental barrier just as the danger manifests in front of them. A rain of metal spikes drops from above, confirming the floor is layered with lethal mechanisms as well as monsters. The spikes slam down into a solid grating and cut off their route, trapping the group between the barrier and the pursuing beasts. At the same time, heavier enemies arrive behind them, including a chained giant boar and a wolf, closing the trap completely. The brute monsters charge through the flames without hesitation, proving raw force alone will not stop them. The scout realizes the metal grating cannot be broken by ordinary force and that only a metal specialist should be able to open it. Even so, she tests it physically in frustration, confirming it will not yield easily. With the wolf already lunging at her back, she abandons brute force and starts searching for another solution. Iwa buys time by erecting a thunder barrier that catches the wolf's charge before it reaches the others. The barrier shocks the beast on contact and stalls its momentum. The wolf is hurled away, giving the team a brief opening to think. The repelled monster crashes back toward the grating while the students regroup in front of it. Julia quickly connects the problem and the answer, deciding they should hold off the monsters while Derek uses heat to melt the metal barrier open. The giant boar roars and prepares another rush, threatening to crush that plan before it starts. Iwa expands her lightning field to pin both the wolf and the giant in place as long as she can. She strains to keep multiple enemies immobilized at once, turning herself into the team's shield. One of the larger beasts still forces its way through the electrical field and bears down on her. Iwa realizes the pressure is becoming too much and that her defense is starting to fail. The scout instantly analyzes the enemy formation and identifies the fastest, weakest target that can be removed first. Following that call, Iwa's lightning catches the designated enemy and disrupts the charge pattern. The scout turns to Iwa to coordinate further, relying on her to keep the formation from collapsing. Her mental magic intensifies, and she pushes herself past safe limits because there is no time to explain what she is doing. She rapidly directs Iwa toward the remaining threats, calling out exactly how many are coming from each side. Iwa accepts the orders without hesitation, trusting the scout's battlefield reading completely. The lightning field slams into the boars again and slows their advance. Several of the beasts are battered down together, but not decisively enough to end the fight. The scout keeps her mental focus locked in, even as the strain becomes visible on her face. A giant boar breaks through and swings down at her, threatening to crush the commander of their defense. She realizes with alarm that fourth-floor enemies are on an entirely different level from those below, and cannot be casually overwhelmed. Even under that pressure, she orders Iwa to eliminate the right side first to keep their formation from being surrounded. Iwa obeys and drives another cluster of boars back with concentrated lightning. But the effort is draining her dry, and she admits she is nearly out of mana and can now only restrain the giant's movements. The scout clenches down on her frustration, knowing their options are narrowing fast. She revises the plan on the spot, telling Iwa to keep the giant sealed and wait for a chance to kill the wolf instead. Iwa refuses to let her apologize for reaching her limit and insists she has already done more than enough. The scout answers that she is the one who should apologize, revealing how heavily she feels the burden of leading them. The wolf lunges again through the storm of lightning, forcing Iwa to meet it head-on despite her exhaustion. The beast is caught in a violent electrical backlash and screams as the current tears through it. The barrier holds just long enough for both girls to survive the assault together. When the enemies finally drop, Iwa dares to hope they are safe because the giant is still immobilized. Relief and pride briefly return, and she jokes that saving her classmates should count as proper class representative behavior. The scout dryly cuts down her self-congratulation, but the tension between them softens for a moment. That moment ends when the scout senses a new attack too late. A hidden strike crashes in from above, and she throws herself in front of Iwa to block it. As she is hit, she is horrified that even her detection failed to notice a fresh group of enemies approaching. An icy blue figure suddenly appears and intercepts the blow, buying Iwa a narrow chance to escape. The attack slams into a temporary barrier instead of Iwa, confirming someone else has intervened for her sake. Iwa realizes in shock that her protector is about to be left behind. The scout reveals she could only open a gap large enough for Julia alone and urges Iwa to go through immediately while Derek holds the line with fire. Derek backs that decision, insisting Iwa must not waste the magic she has left by staying. The giant hammers down again as the rear guard commits to covering her retreat. Derek stands directly before the giant, choosing to become the wall that keeps the monsters from reaching Julia. He detonates a massive burst of flame into the charging brute, forcing it back at the cost of his own safety. Knowing he may not survive, Derek shouts for Julia to at least continue onward. A final explosion seals the separation, and the two rear guards are effectively sacrificed so Julia can advance alone. Outside the trial, observers announce that 2 students have dropped out, leaving only one person still active on the 4th floor. Derek accepts the result without regret, believing they did well because they protected the only teammate who still had a chance to continue. The scout dismisses any praise, claiming she merely repaid a favor and insisting that in a fair setting she would not lose so easily. Iwa lowers her head, carrying the weight of what the others gave up for her. The scout glances back at her, silently acknowledging both the loss and the responsibility now resting on Julia alone. The examiners praise the trio's teamwork, noting how perfectly they divided roles between scouting, trap-breaking, and defense. They add that the same kind of judgment is now being shown by the 2 students still moving deeper inside the tower. Back in the tower, the 4th floor is left burning from Derek's last stand. One of the giant boars survives in the flames, wounded but still dangerous. Lucas drops in and crushes it with a clean finishing strike, revealing he has entered the battlefield after the other's sacrifice. He lands amid the wreckage while a fading barrier and the firestorm show how desperate the previous fight had been. By reading the trail left behind, Lucas confirms that Julia successfully made it past this floor. Elsewhere, Julia is still running under her own lightning, trying to stay ahead of the next wave of enemies. She pushes herself toward the safe zone before her mana runs out completely. More monsters close in from behind, threatening to drag her down before she can reach safety. Remembering everyone who stayed behind for her, Julia steels herself instead of giving in to fear. She blasts the pursuer aside and keeps moving, refusing to let their sacrifice be meaningless. The enemy is smashed away by her counterattack, proving she can still fight when cornered. Julia passes the fallen giant and the wreckage of the battle, breathing hard but still advancing. She vows not to waste Derek and Iwa's sacrifice and forces herself onward. A sudden golden surge reaches her from afar. The effect instantly lightens her fatigue, and she realizes some outside support has just strengthened her. Lucas has activated Hero's War Cry, boosting Julia's attack, defense, and stamina so she can clear the 4th floor. He also realizes the tower will close once the students finish, so this is his chance to investigate the upper floors before that happens. With that decision made, Lucas slips deeper into the tower on his own mission. He enters the 5th floor and finds it submerged from the very entrance, turning the trial into an underwater zone. He immediately notices a strange purple light in the depths and grows cautious. The glow belongs to an angler-like lure, hinting at a predator hidden nearby. A giant fish monster and its smaller companions reveal themselves, surrounding Lucas in the water. Lucas decides not to waste strength fighting them because he wants to save himself for the 6th floor. One of the fish men notices him and prepares to attack, but the monsters are distracted by something else moving among them. The small fish creature stares in confusion, failing to understand what it has seen. Lucas reveals that he used a shape-shifted clone to fool the fishmen and slips past them toward the next floor. 5 minutes later, he emerges into a forested area beyond the water and keeps moving at speed. He uses a giant serpent as a stepping stone rather than stopping to fight it, treating the monsters as terrain. At the same time, Julia is still battling through another section, striking away a red-scaled attacker while pressing forward. Her lightning trail marks how far she has come, but the tower around her remains hostile and maze-like. 10 minutes later, Lucas is still advancing while Julia is locked in another desperate clash. Julia blocks a wolf's charge with a thunder barrier, but the impact shows how close she is to being overwhelmed again. She is visibly shaken, knowing one mistake now could end everything. Even so, she turns her barrier into an attack and drives the wolf and its support back with a burst of lightning. 20 minutes later, Julia finally staggers near the end of the floor, barely able to stay upright. She lurches forward with the last of her strength, refusing to collapse before reaching safety. At last she reaches the tower's safe zone and realizes she has survived the 4th floor alone. Elsewhere, Lucas smiles in satisfaction as his own plan continues to work. He opens a swirling red passage, using it to move toward the deeper secrets of the tower. As he enters, a dark presence reaches for him from within the portal. The moment he touches that realm, his perception shifts and he senses something fundamentally different from the tower's ordinary trials. He finds himself falling through a star-filled void and realizes he has reached the 6th floor. As he steadies himself, he confirms that this floor is not a normal battlefield at all. He lands on floating stone, testing the strange environment carefully. The emptiness unsettles him because there is no obvious enemy to fight. He concludes that the 6th floor contains no monsters and not even normal space, only an abstract domain. Then he discovers the true object of the floor, a monumental stone stele standing alone in the void. When he reaches toward it, golden martial energy rises from his body in response. The monument begins absorbing his fighting spirit, showing that this trial is about inheritance rather than combat. Its crest flares to life, confirming he has activated some hidden legacy within it. A brilliant star-like light erupts across the void as the monument fully responds to him. Watching from outside, an elder realizes that a student has truly reached the 6th floor. He identifies the phenomenon as the legendary legacy of the martial god, though he worries the timing is unfortunate. His concern is for Julia, who is still fighting below and nearing her limit while her brother faces a far greater secret above. He warns that how much of the legacy she can grasp before the tower closes now depends on Lucas. Back in the void, Lucas senses a sinister presence interrupting the inheritance, and turns sharply toward it. A black corruption invades his vision, revealing that something hostile has reached even this sacred place. A massive dark portal blossoms open before him, radiating the same corrupt power. Beyond it lies a ruined, blood-colored landscape threaded with black tendrils, as if another world is pressing through. A shadowy enemy addresses Mars, admitting defeat for now but boasting that its kind has already planted seeds throughout this world. It promises that even if it takes tens of thousands of years, they will return. Mars answers by descending in blazing golden light, confronting the intruding darkness directly. Annoyed by the enemy's taunts, he decides to end the exchange by force. He launches himself at the portal with overwhelming martial energy, turning his body into a spear of light. That power condenses into his fist as he prepares a killing blow. With absolute intent, Mars declares the enemy must die. He unleashes the martial god ultimate style, Destruction Fang, in a catastrophic golden strike. The attack punches straight into the heart of the dark core and tears it open. The corruption splits apart under the impact, its center rupturing as the golden force overwhelms it. The finishing shockwave rips through the remaining darkness, driving the invader back and ending the confrontation for now. A monstrous presence suddenly surges into the scene, carrying the same ominous force as the vision he just witnessed. The young man is jolted into alarm, realizing the threat may be real rather than just a lingering memory. As he drifts near the ancient monument, he connects the vision to the martial god's past battles and recalls that an evil being once claimed to have left its seed in this world. That thought leads him to suspect the monsters and undead creatures appearing recently may all trace back to that same corruption. Determined to uncover the truth, he decides he must investigate the monument and its secrets more thoroughly. He reaches out to examine the inscribed wall directly, hoping it will reveal more. Instead, a huge glowing hand manifests behind him and moves with sudden force. The strike hurls him away through space, making it seem at first like he is the target. Mid-flight, he realizes the attack was never meant for him at all. The spectral hand slams toward the monument itself, treating the structure as the true enemy. The impact triggers a dark reaction in the monument, as if something hidden inside it is being disturbed or suppressed. What remains of the attacker resolves into the outline of a dragon-like guardian hovering beside him. He understands at last that the monument was the intended target of the assault. Thrown out of the trial space, he concludes Julia must have dropped out too, and with the monument gone there is no reason to remain in Allen Tower. Back in the tower, a warm golden aura suddenly envelopes him before he can fully process what happened. The unexpected change draws attention from others nearby, who can only watch in confusion. He senses that something inside him has transformed and suspects the martial god's technique from the vision has somehow altered him. Elsewhere, The tower's mechanisms continue turning as the trial comes to its end. An elder overseeing the process declares the trial complete and urges the younger generation to keep training and growing stronger. Outside, the final participant's completion is announced, and the gathered students are told to welcome the returnees with applause. Hearing that it is truly over, he relaxes, while his white-haired companion is still dazed by the ordeal. A new arrival approaches just as the results are about to be made public. The Academy celebrates Julia Ryan as the first freshman ever to reach the 5th floor, instantly elevating her status. Later, the scene shifts to the library, where a senior figure arrives to discuss the trial in private. The library director receives him calmly, already expecting this visit. The director's guarded expression shows he knows the conversation will be sensitive. The visitor makes it clear he has come for answers, not pleasantries. He directly asks what really happened during the Allen Tower trial. The director pauses over his tea, weighing how much to reveal. He first tries to dismiss the matter, claiming nothing unusual occurred. Instead, he points to the mage class results, arguing that per performance there is not especially abnormal. He notes that many students scored nothing, but insists the numbers are still within the usual range compared with previous years. Even the reduced number reaching the 2nd floor, he says, should be taken up with the mage instructors rather than treated as proof of anything strange. He adds that he would never deliberately allow so many students to fail so badly, revealing genuine concern beneath his caution. But the visitor presses him, saying the real anomaly is not among the mages at all, but in the martial arts department. The director is taken aback and asks what kind of anomaly martial artists could possibly have produced. The answer is startling, for martial arts students finished the trial, removed their innate restrictions, and are now attempting to level up under Segalt's supervision. The director immediately grasps the implication that Allen Tower may accelerate the growth of martial artists. He realizes that if such information spread, countless martial artists would descend on the tower and throw the region into chaos. The visitor admits he only reopened the tower trials while searching for a successor to administer Allen Tower, and never intended to revive them permanently. He orders that this possibility be kept secret until it can be confirmed. The director agrees to keep the matter confidential. Even so, the visitor reminds him that a once-in-a-century genius has appeared this year, giving them at least one reason for optimism. Outside, students excitedly spread the news that the record-breaker was a mage, praising Julia as a true prodigy. That admiration quickly turns cruel as someone sneers that her brother is an incompetent martial artist. Another student bitterly adds that she is fortunate. The resentment hardens into anger as one of the boys clenches his fist. He broods over the unfairness, furious that despite sharing blood with Julia, all attention goes to Lucas instead of him. His jealousy deepens when he fixates on the fact that the supposedly useless Lucas is Julia's real brother. The story then moves to the cafeteria, setting the stage for the next confrontation among the students. Julia quietly enjoys her food while the school buzzes around her achievement. Theodore makes a dramatic entrance, drawing immediate attention from the crowd. Recognizing the adoration around him, he realizes Julia has become the new center of excitement. Students openly compare Julia's feat to his reputation and point him toward her. Julia remains blissfully focused on eating, barely noticing the commotion her success has caused. The crowd makes clear that Julia's 500-point climb means little beside the 1,000 points she earned for breaking Allen Tower's record. Hearing that, Theodore fixates on Julia as a serious threat to his standing. Beside her, her ally encourages Julia to keep eating without restraint. Theodore immediately closes the distance, determined to confront her in person. Her companion notices just how quickly Theodore moved and takes him seriously. Theodore identifies himself as student council president and demands Julia's attention. He begins by acknowledging her talent, but his tone makes it clear praise is only a prelude to a warning. He tells Julia not to grow arrogant just because she reached Allen Tower's 5th floor. Still chewing, Julia genuinely fails to understand why he is acting so confrontational. Her innocent confusion throws Theodore off and robs his challenge of momentum. Trying to recover his authority, Theodore flares his magic to intimidate her. He realizes too late that Julia's power is reacting, and he fears losing control of the exchange. Rather than risk being overwhelmed, Theodore retreats while trying to preserve his pride with a threat. Julia is left puzzled by his behavior, while her companion dismisses it and tells her to keep eating. Privately, her companion concludes Theodore made a mistake by assuming Julia could be pressured so easily and activates a morale-boosting skill. As Theodore leaves unusually subdued, the others note that he did not even deliver his usual boast, and Julia's companion turns to Mina. Mina approaches Julia and sincerely congratulates her, admitting Julia surpassed her expectations. Julia modestly credits two teammates for helping her and asks whether they will also attend the Goddess Memorial Festival. When Julia and her companion reveal they do not know the festival, Mina is surprised by their ignorance. She explains that Allen, Kyoto Magic School, and Holy Magic School are the Empire's 3 great magic academies. These 3 schools compete under the banner of the Carmina Empire's top magical institutions. Each year, 9 outstanding freshmen are chosen from them to take part in a contest of excellence. The event exists to decide which student is the top genius among the new generation. Mina tells Julia she will almost certainly be selected this year. Julia's companion immediately finds the idea appealing and wonders whether she will want to join. The scene shifts to the elite girls' dormitory the next morning. Julia's magical alarm rings loudly as students outside begin their day. Half asleep, Julia struggles to wake up and fumbles for the alarm. Her companion casually informs her that now she can move independently in Allen Tower. He will stop waking her from tomorrow onward. Startled into action, Julia throws off her blanket and jolts fully awake. She rushes out at top speed with books in her arms, using Thunder Dash to make up for lost time. In her haste, she crashes into a dark-haired girl and sends both of their books flying. The girl coldly rebukes Julia for being careless, leaving Julia intimidated and apologetic. Later in class, Julia sits beside that same girl under a cloud of embarrassment and tension. When Julia realizes she forgot her textbook, her misery deepens. Despite her stern demeanor, the girl quietly slides over her own book so Julia can follow along. Elsewhere, Julia's companion heads into the library while another student searches among the shelves. At the same moment, two hands reach for the same book. Julia, now in the library as well, thanks the dark-haired girl for helping her, and the girl leaves without making much of it. The school day passes into a calmer atmosphere around the academy hall. While eating together, Julia wonders what kind of person that girl really is, imagining both a harsh and a kind side. Her companion tells her that understanding how Iwa feels will require figuring it out for herself. In class, an elderly teacher demonstrates delicate water bird magic and explains that precise control of mana is useful in everyday life, not just combat. Outside, several students gather excitedly around the teacher's display while Iwa watches from a distance. Seeing Julia peek around a corner to observe her, Iwa seems to notice that Julia has started taking a real interest in her. Julia quietly prepares a bit of magic while staying close to the stern, dark-haired girl. A small purple magic bird appears in the older girl's hand, drawing her attention despite her composed face. Julia excitedly shows off the bird, though the older girl immediately judges that she is wasting too much magic on a trivial trick. Before Julia can stop herself, she shoves the glowing bird right into the girl's face. The girl's patience snaps at once, and Julia realizes she has seriously angered Iwa. Later that night, Iwa heads down the hallway carrying a light and a book, apparently on some quiet errand. She arrives at Julia's room and finds the girl already asleep. Julia is sleeping so deeply and messily that she looks completely defenseless. Even the drool makes it clear she has no awareness of Iwa's visit. Iwa sets down a box and seems ready to leave things there without waking her. Then she notices the star-patterned tin and pauses, curious. She finds a note and starts reading what Julia left behind. The message softens her mood enough to make her smile. Julia's apology and homemade cookies are met with a written reply that Iwa was won over and will go out with her the next day. By the next day, their promised outing is set to begin. Iwa waits outside, already showing irritation at being kept waiting. She complains that Julia invited her out and still managed to be late, but decides she has no choice except to endure it. Julia finally rushes over with an apology, only to be greeted by Iwa's cold reminder that she is late. Iwa's annoyance is so obvious that Julia is taken aback. Julia makes things worse by revealing she also brought Lucas along, shocking Iwa. Iwa had only agreed because she expected time alone with Julia, and her displeasure at Lucas's presence is impossible to hide. At that moment, another unexpected person arrives. Maya finds Lucas and Julia together and asks if they are heading out somewhere. Julia immediately invites Maya to join them, turning the outing into a group event. Maya is flustered to learn Lucas is coming too. Her embarrassment spikes the moment she realizes this means time with Lucas outside school. She becomes so overwhelmed that Julia notices something is off. Still blushing, Maya quickly agrees to come, and Julia celebrates the success of her invitation. Julia happily leads the girls out toward Dak Town's gourmet street, while Lucas realizes he may now be paying for everyone. Once in Dak Town, Julia declares that they should enjoy themselves to the fullest. Lucas trails behind, already worrying about how expensive this outing is becoming. He also feels trapped between Iwa's prickly pride and his former fiancée Maya, making the whole trip feel like punishment. Iwa, meanwhile, is frustrated because she had wanted this outing to be just her and Julia. Maya is thrilled because she finally has a chance to spend time with Lucas outside school. Julia keeps both girls moving by pointing out the next attraction. She proudly introduces the sweets shop that is famous among students. Even Iwa's attention is briefly caught by the cute display, but she immediately denies any interest and dismisses the place as childish. Julia's excitement crashes when she learns the shop only has 2 entry spots left. She is devastated because this was the place she most wanted to visit. Maya unexpectedly claims she should avoid sweets for health reasons, giving up her chance. Iwa follows by saying Julia and Maya should go in while she waits outside with Lucas. Maya accepts the arrangement, though Julia checks whether Iwa truly means it. Iwa urges Julia inside before she can overthink it, leaving Lucas and Maya alone together. Once they are alone, Lucas offers Maya a drink, and she thanks him for helping earlier. Maya apologizes for Julia's childishness, but Lucas says he is simply glad the 2 girls are enjoying themselves. Watching Julia reminds Maya of the carefree outings she and Lucas shared as children. Lucas is caught off guard by the mention of a shared childhood. Maya recalls a trip to Dak Town when they slipped away from their families to see a dark wolf exhibit together. Her memory returns as a vivid scene of the two of them sneaking off as children. Back then, the sight of the caged dark wolf terrified her. Young Lucas had stood in front of her and promised to protect her. Lucas can only fake recognition, because he privately knows those memories belong to the body's original owner, not to him. He awkwardly pretends he vaguely remembers, trying not to expose the truth. Maya senses his hesitation and gathers the courage to ask what has been weighing on her. Her nerves show as she grips her cup and braces herself. She asks whether he still resents the broken engagement. Maya admits she has felt him avoiding her ever since her family proposed ending the engagement after he was judged rejected by the gods, and she believes that must have hurt him deeply. She explains that she was too young to understand the meaning of the broken engagement back then, and when they met again later, she no longer knew how to face him. Then she blurts out what she truly thinks. Lucas is not incompetent at all, but the finest martial artist she knows. With that confession out, she timidly asks if they can at least become friends. Lucas reassures her that he never held a grudge against her, and cannot refuse such an earnest request. He offers his hand, turning the moment into a sincere new beginning. Maya tearfully accepts, overjoyed that he is willing to be friends. Relief washes over her as the tension finally breaks. Their handshake seals the reconciliation. Inside the shop, Julia and Iwa are distracted by cute sweets and novelty treats. Julia happily shares cotton candy with Iwa, who lets herself enjoy the moment more than she admits. Julia insists they buy matching candies, and Iwa gives in with only token resistance. When they come back out, Maya and Lucas are still standing close together, looking unexpectedly comfortable. Iwa immediately notices the handshake and the changed atmosphere between them. Lucas and Maya panic and try to deny any misunderstanding before anyone even accuses them. Iwa coldly condemns the scene as improper, while Julia remains obliviously confused. To escape the awkwardness, Lucas hurriedly suggests they move on to the gourmet street. The group heads deeper into Dak Town's shopping district. Julia quickly recovers and enjoys her candy as if nothing happened. Iwa pretends the candy is only average, though she is clearly still eating it. Julia's magic detection candy suddenly reacts, leading her towards something unusual nearby. She eagerly drags Iwa after the candy's magical trail. Lucas and Maya follow as the glowing path winds through the streets. The trail leads them to a grand building, and Julia proudly announces she knew the destination all along. They discover it is Five Saints Hall, a dojo whose master is also known for collecting treasures. Julia explains that anyone who clears 5 trials inside can win a magical treasure item. That promise interests both Iwa and Maya far more than wandering around for food. With both girls excited, Julia begs Lucas to take them inside. Lucas reluctantly agrees, and the group approaches the entrance. A gatekeeper tries to stop them before they can enter. The guards dismiss them as idle visitors and warn that this is no place for wasting time. Their threatening posture makes it clear they intend to enforce that warning by force if needed. One guard even begins channeling power to back up the threat. Lucas instantly closes the distance and calmly states that they only came to attempt the treasure challenge. He pins the guard down before the man can react. The guard is shaken by Lucas's overwhelming fighting spirit and realizes this is no ordinary student. Lucas notes that even a mere gatekeeper here is already a level 4 martial artist, then politely asks whether they may enter. The gatekeeper's attitude flips at once, and he welcomes anyone with genuine ability. Just like that, the group is allowed inside safely. They are welcomed to Five Saints Hall and told the first trial is the beast trial. In the indoor arena, a purple-haired tamer explains that clearing the checkpoint requires defeating his pet. He summons a chained fire lion as the first obstacle. The beast emerges blazing and ferocious, radiating obvious danger. Julia is impressed and worried at the same time, urging caution. The tamer releases the lion's restraints to begin the trial. The chain falls away, leaving the beast free to attack. Yet the lion freezes the moment it looks at Lucas. Instead of charging the challengers, it recoils in visible fear. Lucas simply stands in front of Julia, and that alone is enough to keep the beast at bay. The lion trembles before him as if facing a predator far worse than itself. The tamer notices his pet's strange reaction and is baffled. He orders the lion to attack, but the beast still refuses to move. Even repeated commands cannot overcome the lion's fear. What the lion senses is the lingering presence of a terrifying dark wolf-like power surrounding Lucas. For an instant, Lucas appears wrapped in a monstrous aura that explains the beast's terror. The tamer shouts again, trying to force obedience. Frustrated, he raises his whip and demands the lion attack. Then he realizes too late that the lion has turned on him instead. The beast launches upward and sends its own master flying. The tamer is struck hard and loses control completely. He crashes to the floor while the lion abandons him. Lucas dryly asks whether that accidental self-destruction counts as clearing the trial. Julia is delighted by his effortless victory, while Maya is amazed and Iwa grows more suspicious. Iwa cannot understand how Lucas won without even lifting a finger and starts wondering what trick he used. As they move on, Iwa and Maya agree that the lion had seemed unnaturally terrified of Lucas. Julia quietly wonders whether the presence of Yaryu is still lingering around her big brother. Lucas quickly hushes her and brushes the whole thing off as mere luck. A new figure arrives and announces their next challenge. The second checkpoint is introduced as the Wind Corridor. An elderly master explains the rules, the challenger must send an arrow through every moving ring. To clear the trial, the shot must also pierce the balloon waiting at the very top. He emphasizes that the test demands both precise magic control and sharp judgment. Then he hints that he will manipulate the corridor during the attempt to make things more difficult. With the challenge set, he asks who will take it. Julia immediately steps forward before anyone else can answer. She boldly volunteers to take the trial herself. The old master is amused by her enthusiasm. The trial begins as the arrow and rings are set into motion. Still sucking on her candy, Julia confidently tells everyone to watch what she can do. She channels purple magic into the mechanism and launches the arrow with her own power. The shot threads into the first ring cleanly. Her arrow continues rising through the shifting corridor with surprising precision. Julia calmly adjusts the trajectory mid-flight, showing far more control than anyone expected. The arrow curves through the moving rings while crackling with controlled magic. Maya is impressed by how smooth and deliberate the curve is, and Julia proudly acts as if such skill is only natural. Even the old master admits that she is exceptional for someone so young. Then, deciding she has shown enough, he abruptly ends the easy phase of the test. He triggers a hidden mechanism to change the challenge. Julia instantly senses the danger and braces herself. A red beam slams into her arrow, disrupting its path in midair. Julia realizes the trial has suddenly become far more complicated. The corridor transforms as hostile cubes and new obstacles activate, and the master remarks that things are finally getting interesting. Rather than panic, Julia grins and prepares to push through the harder challenge head-on. The second gate begins as multiple targeting rings and beams flood the chamber, turning the trial into a barrage of intersecting attacks. Julia tries to use the chaos to break through all the rings at once, but the examiner immediately mocks the idea that she can clear it so easily. Water magic surges across the arena as Julia rides the momentum of her own spellwork, trying to force a path through the layered obstacles. She barely keeps the incoming attacks from crashing down on her, realizing the test is pushing her to her limit. The old examiner openly taunts her to surrender, making it clear he expects obedience rather than success. The trial escalates further as wind and fire join the water barriers, stacking elemental hazards on top of each other. All three forces collide in the chamber at once, turning the gate into a violent magical gauntlet. Even the targeting devices themselves interfere with her movement, forcing Julia to fight through magical disruption as well as raw attacks. Watching from outside, her companions understand that the gate is designed not just with physical obstacles, but with interference that disrupts spell control itself. Under that pressure, Julia's magic starts slipping, and she feels her control falter at the worst possible moment. She recognizes the danger immediately as one mistake threatens to end her attempt. At that point, the dark-haired young man recalls training her before, when he warned that if outside interference seizes control of her magic, she must identify and destroy its source. He reveals that this gate was never meant to be endured head-on, but solved by finding what is causing the disruption. Remembering that lesson, Julia steadies herself and shifts from desperation to fierce resolve. Instead of yielding, she unleashes a concentrated strike aimed at the hidden mechanism behind the interference. The examiner is caught off guard when her attack reaches the true target. The onlookers realize the so-called trial is really a combat puzzle, and Julia has finally understood its rules. With a confident grin, she commits fully to the counterattack that her brother's lesson led her to. Forced to acknowledge the result, the examiner declares that Julia has cleared the second gate. Her companions praise her success, though her brother notes she solved it with more force than finesse. The examiner then warns the group that brute strength will not carry them through every gate. He sends them onward, and they enter the next room prepared for a challenge that will demand skill rather than power. At the third gate, an alchemy instructor welcomes them to a workshop and explains that this test will measure precision and concentration by seeing who can brew a potion the fastest. The assignment is to recreate the legendary tiers of trivia using only the ingredients available in the room. The instructor presents the workspace and makes clear that success depends on how well they can interpret and use what is provided. She adds a final warning: the ingredient ratios are unknown, the materials are unstable, and even a slight mistake could trigger a major explosion. That makes the challenge feel almost impossible to the attack-focused contestants, who see it as a test of luck more than combat ability. Maya quietly steps forward, signaling that she wants to try despite the others' doubts. When she asks for the chance, the instructor approves immediately, impressed by her nerve. Maya begins calmly, dropping the first ingredient into the mixture without hesitation. The instructor watches as Maya moves through the setup with startling speed and control. Her precision proves almost machine-like, with exact timing, weight correction, and temperature adjustments guiding every step. The spectators are stunned that she is not just fast, but accurate enough to handle such a dangerous formula. Maya remains composed, clearly trusting her own method as the others start to realize she knows exactly what she is doing. She enters a focused rhythm, reading the magical properties of the ingredients as if the potion is revealing itself to her. By tasting and sensing the mixture, she determines that the stardust carries strong magic and a slight saltiness, giving her the next clue. She adjusts the balance with only a tiny amount, showing that she understands the recipe through intuition and control rather than guesswork. Then she changes tactics entirely, reaching for a knife as part of the refinement process. With astonishing speed, she slices an ingredient into perfectly even pieces, shocking the observers again. She uses those thin slices to melt gradually into the brew, letting them release flavor and energy under controlled heat. After checking the aroma, she concludes the medicinal note is too harsh and decides to soften it with something sweeter. She adds the next ingredient with the same measured confidence, never breaking her pace. The whole process starts to look effortless, as if she is conducting the potion rather than merely mixing it. Even the others compare her work to cooking or music, realizing her tempo and control are carrying the entire brew. Maya then handles a highly active ingredient directly, trusting her precision where anyone else would hesitate. The instructor is alarmed because that component is the most volatile part of the formula, and should explode if mishandled. Instead, Maya stabilizes the violent reaction and folds the energy back into the mixture before it can spiral out of control. The cauldron settles into a luminous, star-filled liquid, signaling that the potion has reached completion. Maya lifts the finished tears of trivia in triumph, delighted that she has succeeded. The instructor can only stare at the flawless result in disbelief, unable to accept that Maya completed the impossible so cleanly. The alchemist realizes with shock that the potion's purity is extraordinary. She identifies it as the legendary Tears of Trivia, a potion so rare that making it should require immense mastery. Unable to believe it, she demands to know whether the white-haired girl secretly trained under some great alchemist. The girl awkwardly admits she has never made this potion before and only followed the instincts she uses while cooking. That explanation leaves the others stunned, because her result sounds impossible. She calmly explains that potion making feels natural to her because balancing magical ingredients is much like combining ingredients in food. To her, even this legendary potion was simply another kind of nourishing medicinal soup. The alchemist is left reeling at the idea that a priceless magic potion was created through a cook's intuition. Her companions eagerly back her up, insisting that her cooking has always had an almost miraculous quality. Anna recognizes that this is not luck but a rare talent refined into instinct. She goes further and praises the girl as someone whose future spouse would be extraordinarily fortunate. The compliment flusters the girl so badly that she tries to downplay everything as a mere hobby. Even while blushing, her thoughts drift to Lucas and she wonders how he sees her. Lucas, however, judges the situation with frustrating simplicity and fails to grasp the romantic implication around him. Anna bluntly sums him up as hopelessly dense. The girl laughs off the awkwardness and is simply relieved that she managed to clear the trial. Meanwhile, the alchemist accepts defeat and reflects that her lifelong study has just been surpassed by a young woman's cooking sense. Rather than resent it, she finds the loss refreshing and formally gives the Tears of Trivia to its creator. The girl hesitates to accept something so valuable, but the alchemist insists it may one day save her life. Lucas supports that decision, telling her the potion is proof of her skill and that she should keep it. Encouraged, she accepts the gift with gratitude. With the third gate behind them, the group heads on toward the fourth trial. Elsewhere, a new challenger prepares in secret, clearly amused by the contestants approaching. A hooded fortune-teller welcomes the next round with predatory interest, already intrigued by this year's participants. The setting shifts to a grand chamber prepared for a more cerebral contest. The fortune-teller announces that the fourth trial will test mental strength rather than practical skill. She seats them before a table and reveals that the challenge will be a noble card game popular among the Empire's elite. The game is called King's Lie. She explains the hierarchy of cards and the basic objective: each player draws one, and the higher true value wins. But the game's twist is deception, because the weakest card, Assassin, can defeat the strongest, King. Players may also use magic to alter the numbers shown on their card, though stronger alterations consume more mana. If a bluff is exposed, victory is decided by the card's original value rather than the forged one. Satisfied with the setup, the fortune-teller prepares to begin in earnest. Lucas quickly notices another rule: if a forged number matches the opponent's number exactly, the forged card automatically loses. The fortune-teller confirms his reading and notes with interest that he immediately grasped a hidden way to trap an opponent. Lucas dismisses the game as not fitting him, while his two companions admit they are poor at this kind of rule-heavy contest. Anna steps forward instead, recognizing that this sort of strategic duel suits the Miranda family far better. She also senses that the fortune-teller has a special magic circuit around her eyes, meaning vision-based magic is in play. The fortune-teller is impressed that Anna noticed so much and admits she had already foreseen strong challengers arriving today. Anna takes her seat and moves decisively, ready to meet the woman on equal footing. The fortune-teller accepts the challenge and starts the match. She draws and manipulates her card with practiced ease, projecting confidence that her tricks will hold. Anna answers with calm precision, altering her own card without hesitation. Her focus sharpens as she studies the flow of the opponent's magic. The fortune-teller taunts her, eager to see whether Anna can fool eyes built to pierce deception. Both cards are placed on the table, and the first reveal begins. At a glance, Anna appears to have won with an archbishop over a king, giving her side a moment of hope. Anna immediately rejects that conclusion, sensing that the magic on the cards is faint but unnaturally distorted. Activating her eye technique, she pierces through the false surface and traces the hidden truth. She exposes the deception at last. The revealed archbishop was forged, and she has found the lie. A young woman in pink abruptly exposes a hidden card and catches that something in the match is wrong. She immediately realizes her opponent's disguise was too quickly pierced to be genuine. The supposedly revealed assassin card shatters under scrutiny, proving it was only a planted decoy. The onlookers understand that the trap was so complete the fake card never even needed to be openly shown. The hooded opponent praises her insight while calmly preparing the real move she had hidden behind the bluff. With a smug warning, the hooded woman declares that despite seeing through one trick, her rival still loses. The girl in pink confirms her suspicion and presses the point. She reveals that the deception ran deeper than expected, with a second disguise layered over the first. That accusation rattles the hooded woman, who thought she had erased every magical trace from the false assassin. For the first time, the hooded player is visibly shaken by being read so completely. The girl in pink explains that concealment magic is not her opponent's exclusive specialty. She reveals she anticipated foul play from the start and watched her opponent's hands closely to identify the tampered card. Then she unveils her own true card, showing that she had been holding the real assassin all along. Her companions brighten at the reversal as the outcome becomes clear. Because the forged card shared the same number as the genuine one, the fake is the one disqualified and the bluff collapses. The hooded woman admits the strategy was clever. She had first disguised an orchard as the strongest card, then switched to a double bluff with assassin, but her opponent still outread her. Accepting defeat, she concedes that she lost by underestimating the girl in pink and praises her insight. Still, the winner wonders why her opponent did not simply wait and expose the fake at the end if she had already seen through everything. She answers herself by recognizing that yielding the initiative would have been dangerous, and that the exchange pushed her concentration to its limit. The defeated woman takes the explanation in stride and predicts that such talent will make the girl unforgettable. The girl accepts the praise calmly while her friends celebrate behind her. Then the hooded woman abruptly turns prophetic, saying the four friends are bound by fate and will one day face a great calamity threatening the continent. Before they can fully process that warning, she moves on and announces the final trial, explaining that the last challenge in the hall tests a different kind of strength. One of the boys suspects her warning sounds like an end-of-the-world prophecy, though she seemed too serious to dismiss. As the group heads onward, the youngest is thrilled by the idea that they might someday save the world, but they refocus on clearing the trial first. Their next step is interrupted when something slams violently into the area ahead. A powerful man appears at the doorway as if he has been waiting specifically for them to arrive. His monstrous killing intent makes clear that this final test will be physical and merciless. Rather than retreat, the dark-haired boy is excited by the challenge even as the others sense how dangerous the man is. Inside the arena, the giant casually handles absurd weight, establishing overwhelming raw strength. He welcomes the elite students of Allen Magic School, confirming this trial was prepared for them. He makes it clear he respects only those who reach this point through ability, not noble privilege. The girl in pink stays wary while the group measures the gap between themselves and this opponent. The giant drops the weight and begins explaining the rules of the final test. He states the challenge simply: all four may attack him at once, and if any one of them can force him to take even a single step back, they win. He adds the penalty with relish: if they fail, he will counterattack, and one blow from him will eliminate each of them. Hearing that they must stop an attack launched by those massive arms, the girls grasp how brutal the trial really is. The dark-haired boy steps forward and asks to face the giant alone, convinced this is a genuine test of strength. The blonde girl anxiously suggests giving up the treasure instead, but she also offers to fight beside him if needed. He refuses help, saying this trial is meant for martial artists and that he wants to measure his own power. The giant laughs and warns that if they fight as men, he will not hold back and broken bones will be the least of it. A mechanical bird cuts in to demand that Barzan wear magic gloves, reminding him he still owes for the damage from his last bout. Grumbling, Barzan agrees and equips the gloves to keep the arena from being wrecked again. He tosses a matching pair to the challenger and explains that the gloves create a barrier to protect the surroundings from the impact of their fight. The boy puts them on and settles into a focused stance, ready to test himself. A barrier forms around the arena, isolating the duel from the others. He tightens his fists and commits fully to the opening exchange. Launching himself forward, he attacks first with all the force he can muster. His punch lands squarely on Barzan's body, but the giant barely reacts. In that instant, the boy realizes with alarm that even his fighting aura is not enough to make Barzan budge. The blonde powerhouse dismisses the young fighter's earlier progress and confidently claims the next exchange will belong to him. Realizing the danger, the young man braces himself and understands he is in serious trouble. The brute crashes violently into the room, tearing through the structure as he forces the battle into close quarters. The young fighter lands inside the library-like chamber and quickly regains his footing despite the impact. While coughing and battered, he notices a calm blue spectral figure nearby, hinting at guidance or support beyond the fight itself. The blonde man steps through the wreckage and makes clear that surrender is no longer an option. From the corner of his eye, the young man spots the treasure in the room and fixes his attention on it. Instead of yielding, he launches himself forward and declares that he still has a way to continue. He unleashes a glowing sword technique, sending a sharp arc of power straight at his opponent. The attack finally affects the brute, whose body reacts as the energy tears across him. Provoked and enraged, the blonde fighter lets his monstrous power surge to the surface. He explodes forward wrapped in blazing force and lightning, overwhelming the young man before he can recover. The blue apparition remains composed amid the destruction, as if silently witnessing the clash and its outcome. The young fighter is driven back again, but the exchange leaves the larger man with a real wound. Acknowledging the cut, the brute admits the attack had some effect, yet insists the gap in strength is still too wide. Burning with renewed resolve, the young man refuses to stop and prepares another attempt. He changes tactics, using speed and movement rather than meeting force head-on. His real aim is revealed. No matter what happens in the fight, he intends to seize the treasure. As golden energy coils around him, he concentrates on executing that plan under pressure. He traps the blonde man with binding cords and believes he has finally created an opening. The brute is briefly caught off guard by the restraint. The young fighter charges in, trying to use the moment to force his way past. But the larger man immediately sees through the attempt and mocks him for thinking it would work. He simply powers through the bindings and smashes the young man away with brute force. The young fighter crashes hard into the floor, taking another punishing blow. Standing over him, the brute says he will tolerate the persistence because it is entertaining, but warns that tricks mean nothing before overwhelming strength. Deciding to finish it, he rushes in for the decisive strike. On the ground and cornered, the young man steadies himself instead of panicking. He shuts out the chaos and commits to a different answer. He realizes victory will not come from raw power, and recalls a vision of a martial god whose strikes carried a deeper technique. Following that remembered teaching, he calms his heart and focuses his mind. When the killing blow comes down, he meets it with precise timing rather than force. In that instant, his sharpened perception locks onto the technique he is invoking. The blonde man recognizes too late that his opponent had been hiding a true counter. A burst of concentrated golden power erupts between them and overturns the momentum of the clash. The young fighter's body strains under the impact, but he holds the technique together long enough to land it. For the first time, the brute is genuinely shaken by what he is feeling. The young man stays focused through the pressure, driving the counter to completion. He slips inside the larger man's guard and delivers the strike at point-blank range. The blow lands cleanly in the blonde fighter's chest, deepening the wound he had already opened. A girl rushes in calling for her brother just as the tide of the battle turns. Breathing hard, the blonde man studies the young fighter and wonders if he is a disciple of Otani. The young man denies it, and the brute points out that if he had fully committed earlier, he could have shattered several ribs. The young fighter reveals why he held back. It was his first time using that attack, and killing his opponent would have cost him the treasure he came for. That answer leaves the blonde man momentarily speechless. Then, with surprising good humor, the brute concedes defeat and declares the young man the winner. As an ally urges him to use a precious restorative, the young fighter refuses to waste something so valuable on these injuries. Even while hurt, he explains that an ordinary healing potion will be enough for damage like this. Someone helps administer the treatment as he begins to recover. With green healing energy rising around him, he notes that the potion works much like the elixirs he already knows. After the group clears all 5 trials and expects a reward, the muscular examiner admits the trials were really meant to kill them rather than lead to treasure. Pressed to hand something over, he casually gives up the prize, insisting they would only waste it anyway. The supposed treasure turns out to be a small crystal rabbit, offered with no ceremony. The others doubt it has any value, but the examiner orders Julia to pour magic into it. When she does, the rabbit responds immediately and begins to glow with active magic. Its awakening becomes undeniable as the toy's eye lights up with life. The rabbit starts moving, and Julia is delighted that the prize is at least a charming magical companion. Lucas, however, feels cheated that surviving 5 brutal trials only earned them a toy. The examiner brushes off the complaint, tells Lucas the item may prove useful once he matures, and shifts to a more serious warning. He cautions Lucas that his martial technique is dangerous and should never be used unless his life truly depends on it. Lucas accepts the warning, even if he is still unsettled by the sudden concern. Before sending them off, Lucas asks about Director Otani, but the examiner says they barely know each other and urges the group to leave before dark. Outside, Lucas still hesitates over whether they should really keep the rabbit. His companions encourage Julia to keep it, while Lucas privately turns over the examiner's warning and wonders why it mattered so much. Julia's attention is abruptly pulled away when she notices a fight nearby. Despite being warned that the disturbance is in the shadow market, she eagerly drags the others over for a look. As they approach, Julia recognizes someone involved and realizes this is more than random street trouble. They find a blonde student furiously demanding a refund after being sold fake magic goods. The cheated buyer is shaken but still angry enough to confront the seller. The merchant answers by violently stomping him down, turning the dispute into open abuse. He mocks the student for falling for a fake forbidden spell and blames him for being gullible. When the student refuses to back down, the merchant tries to end the matter by walking away and calling him a liar. Instead, the student reveals he knows enough magic to prove the book was fraudulent, and launches a spell in retaliation. His attack catches the merchant off guard and lands cleanly, but the merchant counters with dark magic that hurls the student aside and seizes control of the fight. Sneering at the boy's amateur attempt at forbidden arts, the merchant summons more power and orders his men to join in. The student is suddenly outnumbered as thugs close in to beat him down. Before they can finish him, a violent burst of purple power crashes into the scene and interrupts the assault. The battered student looks up in shock and recognizes Lucas and Julia as the ones who intervened. Julia steps forward with Lucas behind her, furious that someone she had only just met could already look this pitiful. The merchant tries to rally his side against the newcomers, but a patrol squad arrives and orders everyone to stop. Sensing an opportunity, the merchant immediately recasts himself as the victim and appeals to the patrol chief. He even plants supposed stolen goods on the officer to frame the students as shoplifters. The chief accepts the story at once, grumbles about Allen Magic School's students causing trouble, and orders their arrest. When one of the girls invokes the Miranda family to stop him, the chief makes clear that rank and family ties mean nothing to him here. Seeing the patrol side with the criminals, Lucas realizes they will have to intervene directly. A commanding voice suddenly halts the entire street before the situation can spiral further. The patrol chief is stunned when Lucas and Julia react with immediate recognition. A nobleman and lady arrive, and the man coldly rebukes the patrol for trying to arrest children of the Miranda family. He quickly grasps the scam, identifies the merchant's scheme of tricking students and reselling stolen goods, and orders a full cleanup of the operation. The merchant instantly begs for mercy and claims he was only following orders, but no one is willing to hear excuses. Julia addresses the arriving man as father, revealing why his authority carries such weight. She then challenges him on the larger issue, asking why the black market is allowed to thrive if everyone knows it is a center of crime. As the answer comes, he rests a steadying hand on her shoulder. He explains that the slums run by their own rules, and every attempt to crush the alliance between local gangs and the black market has only led to the same problem resurfacing elsewhere. Julia's mother gently tells her not to worry about this ugly reality because, while her parents are present, no one here will touch her. That reassurance leaves Julia glowing with happiness, while Lucas watches the family moment with quiet attention. Julia rushes into her mother's arms, and her mother praises the spell Julia used earlier as impressive for a Ryan child. Julia basks in the affection, laughing happily, while the swindled student lingers awkwardly in the background. Watching her daughter so openly cherished, Julia's mother pauses as if struck by a deeper thought. After the attack, a worried woman checks whether Jeremy is hurt, while he tries to hide his condition. Jeremy insists he is fine, but his trembling body gives away that he is still in pain. Someone immediately calls out the weakness in Jeremy's claim. Iowa bluntly mocks his injuries, and Jeremy defensively blames everything on being ambushed. The scolding grows harsher as Jeremy is ridiculed for losing despite being a student of Aaron Magic School. His humiliation deepens when they point out that even little Julia had to protect him. Jeremy clings to his excuse, angrily repeating that he only lost because of a sneak attack. Iowa tears that excuse apart too, saying only a fool would believe a real forbidden spellbook would be sold in a slum stall. Before the humiliation goes further, someone stops Iowa and offers to heal Jeremy instead. Jeremy rejects the kindness as pity and storms off in wounded pride. As he leaves, Jeremy imagines everyone mocking him and even believes Lucas is laughing at him too. His resentment fixes on Lucas, whom he accuses of taking everything from him. Lucas chooses not to pursue him and calmly tells the others to leave Jeremy alone for now. The group moves on, shifting the mood by talking about celebrating their success in the 5 Saints Hall trials. Iowa lingers on Jeremy's outburst, clearly unsettled by something in it. Left with that uneasy feeling, she wonders what exactly she sensed from Jeremy a moment ago. Elsewhere, Jeremy's anger drives him into the forest as evening falls. He vents his frustration violently, calling out Lucas's name as he lashes out. Jeremy spirals deeper into self-pity, convinced everyone is making fun of him and that being saved by Julia was the final disgrace. His bitterness turns poisonous as he broods over being a noble reduced to inferiority beside a magicless nobody. A hidden figure appears and interrupts his breakdown by claiming to have brought something from his mother. The mysterious woman says Jeremy's mother personally sought her out because of how badly he has been suffering at school. She tempts him with the promise of power and restored dignity, offering a means to reclaim what he believes Lucas stole. At the same time, Jeremy's mother is shown in her room, already entangled with the same sinister influence. Consumed by hatred for Lucas, she rages that her son has been wronged. The intruder feeds on that anger, savoring it while revealing herself as something far from human. Her true demonic presence becomes unmistakable as she toys with her victim. When a servant approaches, Jeremy's mother panics and tries to keep anyone else from entering. Reduced to submission, she kneels before the demon and asks what she can do. The demon promises to grant her wish. She reveals she has already found the perfect vessel to use for that wish, a child for Jeremy. That gift, she says, will be bestowed upon Jeremy's son. The demon presents a snake-bound object that she claims will become a great obstacle for the brat Jeremy hates. Back in the forest, Jeremy is drawn in by the promise of a treasure that will make him strong enough to stop being looked down on. As he accepts the bait, his thoughts leap straight to defeating Lucas. He also imagines that victory would finally earn Julia's acknowledgement. In another scheme unfolding nearby, a shady contact delivers a rare item that had been specially requested. The buyer approves the delivery after inspecting the object. He reveals his plan to use a slow snail to cripple every martial arts student into helplessness. His real goal is revenge against Sigart, and he eagerly imagines Sigart's reaction when the martial arts department is ruined. Meanwhile, Jeremy appears changed, wearing the green talisman and radiating a new, unnatural power. A few days later, rumors spread through the school as students questioned strange changes in the tower trial results. The shocking truth is that the martial arts department has overtaken the magic user class by 2 stars, with no official explanation. The mystery grows worse when word spreads that someone in the martial arts department became stronger during the trial itself. For some students, the real humiliation is not just the rankings but the disgrace of hosting the coming festival under those circumstances. They dread what rival academies will say when they learn Eren is holding the Goddess's Requiem festival, while its prestige is slipping. Their contempt for the martial arts department turns into open panic at the thought of elite schools seeing the difference between them. Just as the anxiety peaks, someone steps in to reassure them. Mr. Gregg coldly promises that the martial arts department's current arrogance will not last. Convinced the abnormal results were a mistake being covered up, he resolves to erase Sigart's class himself. Soon after, Lucas is already training hard, moving with force that tears up the ground. Another fighter answers him with equal intensity, turning practice into a serious clash. The exchange becomes fast and brutal enough to surprise even experienced onlookers. One of the fighters realizes the other has become far more dangerous than expected. Lucas meets the attack head-on instead of backing down. His opponent reveals a skill called Incarnation of Heroism, pushing his body beyond normal limits. Lucas coolly acknowledges the improvement rather than being intimidated by it. The spar continues at high speed while others watch Lucas's growth with growing attention. Lucas counters with a powerful strike of his own. His opponent evades and keeps the pressure on, showing that Lucas is no longer the only one advancing. The spectators realize both Lucas and the others have grown stronger, and the whole class is being pushed to improve. Even after school, the students keep training on their own, showing how much the atmosphere has changed. Iwa sees that determination as a good sign while quietly cleaning the classroom. As she works, something unusual catches her attention on the floor. She pauses, sensing that the object does not belong there. After picking it up, she notes that the golden item clearly is not Professor Sigart's, and may belong to some noble student. With no better lead, she decides to place it in the lost and found. The object is revealed to be the strange golden snail. The day of the Goddess's Requiem festival arrives with the city dressed in celebration. Crowds gather at the academy gates as fireworks and decorations announce the event. Ordinary people happily join the festivities, treating the academy like the center of the celebration. Inside the gates, the students assigned to welcome guests grumble about the duty. Their patience wears thin after waiting half an hour for the visiting delegations. Lucas notices first that the guests have already arrived. The academies enter in grand carriages, making a show of their status. Their crests reveal the arrival of both Kyoto Magic Academy and Holy Magic Academy. From above, Eren's leaders watch the procession and reflect on how far the school has come. Principal Jirika formally welcomes the visiting academies to Eren Magic Academy. The mood shifts abruptly when the air turns unnaturally cold. Even the crowd notices the sudden drop in temperature. A massive ice dragon appears overhead, stunning the spectators. The one responsible is introduced as Kyoto Magic Academy's top new student, the ice mage Dain Asarin. Eren's leaders assess Dain as Kyoto's star freshman, and wait to see what he will do next. One observer dismisses the display as flashy, though not necessarily impressive in substance. Another top freshman, hidden in a carriage, decides that Dain's theatrics make him an easy target for attention. She prepares her own magic with a confident smile. Dain sends his ice beast forward as if to claim the stage completely. He moves through the sky in control, expecting no challenge. A sudden burst of fire cuts across his path and forces him to react. Caught off guard, Dain looks for the one bold enough to interrupt him. The challenger calls him out directly from a carriage below. She reveals herself as Holy Magic Academy's top freshman, the fire mage Aurora Phoenix, and mocks his need to stand out. Their rivalry ignites immediately as fire and ice collide above the festival crowd. Aurora casually escalates the confrontation instead of backing off. She unleashes a phoenix-like barrage of flaming meteors. The crowd mistakes the attack for part of the festival and admires it as a beautiful performance. Dain answers by raising towering ice defenses to absorb the falling fire. He accuses Aurora of trying to steal the spotlight he intended to command. Their summoned powers crash together in a spectacular exchange. The clash intensifies as Aurora's phoenix presses against Dain's ice dragon. Dain traps the phoenix within a crushing mass of ice, trying to end the contest decisively. Even the stray force of their battle slams into the surrounding buildings. Aurora refuses to yield and openly asks whether Dain truly wants a real fight. She warns him not to regret provoking her further. Her phoenix condenses into an even more destructive attack. The explosion finally makes bystanders realize this is no harmless performance. Lucas watches and recognizes that both visiting freshmen are genuine prodigies. Aurora's flames shatter through Dain's ice, proving she can break his control by force. She drives her phoenix down toward him in a direct finishing strike. Dain survives by retreating into a reinforced ice barrier wrapped tightly around himself. Rather than panic, he treats the exchange as a test and challenges Aurora to break his true defense. Before either can finish the duel, a third power erupts between them in crackling violet lightning. Both prodigies immediately recognize that someone else has entered the field. Julia steps forward beneath the storm, taking control of the battlefield with startling confidence. Delighted by the chaos, she sends her own magic into the sky to join the contest. Her power spreads through the clouds as luminous birds and lightning fill the air. The three-way display becomes so dazzling that the crowd sees only wonder instead of danger. The spectators celebrate all three young mages as the Empire's future. Aurora, far from offended, is thrilled to have another worthy participant. Julia happily accepts the invitation and jumps into the spectacle. Seeing the display has already served its purpose, the adults decide there is no need for Theodore to intervene. Saiyan Miranda is introduced as another important guest watching the scene with interest. Holy Magic Academy's principal, Sylvan Talon, remarks that this year promises to be unusually entertaining. Diane studies Julia and judges her skilled, but still starts to criticize her for barging in just to stand out. Before he can continue, a spell seals his mouth shut. A stern command for silence comes from above, instantly ending his complaint. Kyoto Magic Academy's principal, Atticus Rosso, reveals himself as the one enforcing order. As the tension settles, golden feathers begin drifting down over the academy. The students below stare upward, wondering what new miracle is happening now. Where the feathers land, life and light bloom from the ground itself. That radiance spreads into a holy transformation that washes over the festival grounds. The feathers gather into the shape of vast wings. A majestic holy apparition appears in the sky, leaving even the academy leaders awestruck. At its center stands a masked woman whose identity is deliberately concealed. Diane is stunned to realize that this legendary figure has come in person, and he immediately dreams of earning the right to challenge her. Aurora is equally excited and resolves to make herself impossible for that woman to ignore. The masked guest descends with effortless grace, turning the ground beneath her into a garden. Saiyan bows respectfully to receive her, confirming her extraordinary status. She greets everyone and blesses the festival, promising that this year's requiem will be magnificent. Her mask only deepens the crowd's fascination, and rumors instantly cast her as a mysterious noble from the capital. Once the honored guests have assembled, the students are ordered to move to the dining hall, and the spectators are dismissed. As they leave, Lucas's friend guesses the masked woman must be a major imperial figure, but Lucas is more interested in identifying her magic attribute. The masked woman privately notes that with Diane, Aurora, and now another powerful talent, this year is becoming very interesting. The festival continues indoors with a lavish banquet for the gathered schools and dignitaries. Diane enters the hall still carrying the same aloof, untouchable air. Other students whisper that Kyoto's top freshman is so cold that even his own schoolmates avoid him. By contrast, Aurora immediately approaches Aaron's first years and introduces herself with easy warmth. Her real goal becomes clear when she cheerfully asks how she can become friends with Julia, and what Julia likes. The boys are caught completely off guard by the sudden question. In the end, all they can offer is an embarrassed admission that they have no idea. After refusing to continue a conversation, the pink-haired girl walks away, leaving the exchange unresolved. She senses something wrong with Iwa and suspects the girl had been mentally controlled. Even so, she decides to keep investigating Iwa no matter what, while the festival gathering continues around her. Her attention returns to Iwa as the black-haired girl approaches the two boys from Aaron. Iwa activates a sinister mental spell, making it clear she is about to interfere directly. The two boys are caught off guard as Iwa abruptly turns away, apparently after planting her influence. Elsewhere, a witch-like observer identifies Iwa as the Miranda family daughter and notes her remarkable mental magic. She dismisses the use of such talent for plugging information leaks, implying Iwa is being wasted on a minor role. At the pre-festival banquet, the adults try to keep things cordial, but they can already tell the rivalry between schools has begun. A Kyoto representative confidently declares Kyoto will win again and tells the others to fight over second place. Aaron bristles at the insult, but another elder argues that while the gap has narrowed, Kyoto still has an unmatched ace in Diane. A weary mediator urges everyone not to obsess over victory, though his own recent last-place finish undercuts the appeal. The conversation shifts to recent monster trouble in the mountain range, and where the finals can safely be held. They explain that the finals are normally held in a protected forest arena prepared with magic circles to keep monsters out. Because the danger has been contained through joint efforts, the finals will still be held in the Magic Phantom Forest. With the venue settled, only the preliminary match draw remains. The leaders put aside the tension long enough to toast the festival's success. The next day, the Goddess Memorial Festival preliminaries begin in the arena. The rules are laid out. Each school fields 10 participants, except defending champion Kyoto, which gets 11. Some spectators from another school treat the opening as dull, while others remind them this is a chance to gauge rival strength. Their teammates also stay alert, teasing one another but making clear everyone should pay attention. The first match is announced as Kyoto's top student, Diane Asrin, against Aaron's Derek Ignis. The two competitors take the field, and the arena quiets around the looming mismatch. Derek realizes immediately that he has drawn the strongest possible opponent, and curses his luck. Even his allies can only comfort themselves by noting that as a fire mage, he at least has a natural advantage over an ice mage. Derek opens aggressively, unleashing overwhelming firepower in hopes of ending the fight before Diane can respond. But he knows elemental advantage alone means little if the difference in raw strength is too great. He escalates further by shaping his flames into a massive fire statue and sends it straight at Diane. Diane remains calm, dismissing the attack as meaningless before absolute power. With a single ice spell, he freezes through the incoming flames and overruns Derek's offense. Derek's fire is smothered and swallowed by Diane's ice before it can reach him. Shocked, Derek realizes his flames have simply vanished against Diane's magic. Diane focuses and prepares the finishing blow without ever losing control of the fight. His ice erupts violently, shattering through the arena space and blasting Derek away. Derek is thrown down in defeat, and Diane wins the first match for Kyoto almost instantly. Diane coldly judges Aaron's supposed top fighters as a disappointment. The watching students are stunned that the match ended before Diane even had to move. One of them realizes the situation is worse than expected and fears even their own strongest contender may not beat someone on that level. After the match, Derek is met by two girls from Aaron, one of them Iwa. Derek bitterly admits he was so outclassed that he could not even force Diane to use full power. The arena moves on to the second match. Holy Magic School's Aurora Phoenix versus Aaron's Iwa Miranda. Derek is alarmed that Aaron now has to face another top student immediately, while Aurora and Iwa step forward. Iwa declares that this is no longer the controlled environment of Aaron Tower, and vows to restore her honor here. Holy Magic School's supporters loudly rally behind Aurora, convinced she can win. Aurora answers the cheers with confidence, promising a graceful victory. She even flirts with the crowd, asking them to keep cheering for her. Then Aurora releases a huge surge of fire magic, proving she is far from just a showy performer. Iwa welcomes that display, deciding this opponent is finally worthy and that she will prove her own strength before everyone. The signal is given, and the second match officially begins. Iwa immediately cuts to Aurora's theatrics and demands that she stop playing cute and fight seriously. Iwa abruptly activates a decorated fan, catching Aurora's attention before the exchange can settle. She immediately unleashes a fire spell, flooding the arena with explosive flames to seize control of the fight. Behind her fan, Iwa treats Aurora's resistance as an annoyance rather than a threat. Her sharpened focus shows she is now testing Aurora seriously. Aurora survives the assault by raising a spirit barrier, turning her mental power into direct defense. Iwa is amused that Aurora can do this and decides the match has become entertaining. She escalates with another fire technique, driving a heavier barrage down on Aurora. Aurora narrows her eyes, refusing to break under the pressure. From inside the flames, she continues holding the barrier as the attacks crash against it. Iwa taunts that a purely defensive stance guarantees defeat because Aurora cannot strike back. Confident she has the advantage, Iwa calls forth a phoenix-shaped attack to finish the exchange. The flaming phoenix slams into Aurora's barrier and appears to shatter it apart. Aurora is engulfed in the blast, making it look as though she has finally been overwhelmed. Iwa assumes the fight is already decided. Aurora rejects that conclusion and reveals that the one being cornered is actually Iwa. She counters with a mental spell, Magic Wind Forest, turning the battle into an illusion domain under her control. Iwa suddenly finds herself suspended amid towering flames, no longer certain what is real. The shift shocks her because the situation has reversed without warning. Aurora declares that Iwa underestimated her mental magic and is now trapped by it instead. Believing she has won, Aurora pushes Iwa to experience defeat inside the illusion. Iwa answers with a mocking grin, revealing she was never truly panicked. In the next instant, a violent blast tears through the illusion's space and disrupts Aurora's control. Aurora is caught off guard when her supposedly secured domain starts collapsing. The illusion shatters completely in a burst of force, breaking the trap. Aurora realizes too late that Iwa should not have been able to escape once fully captured. The fight's effects resolve back in the real arena, confirming something abnormal happened. Watching from the stands, Aaron notices the contradiction and starts analyzing it. He recalls that Iwa's mental magic had distorted Aurora's senses at the start, causing all of Aurora's attacks to miss. Aurora had been fighting under that interference while Iwa controlled the pace. Aaron concludes Iwa likely pretended to lose so Aurora would lower her guard and use her strongest mental technique. But instead of being fully controlled, Iwa somehow broke free and reversed the situation. Iwa confirms she had only been playing along and mocks Aurora for being easier to read than her reputation suggested. Aurora, battered but conscious, admits she would have fallen for the trick completely if she had not seen Iwa's magic before the festival. She reveals that she recognized Iwa as the same person who once disrupted a match involving Phoenix. The spectators struggle to understand how Aurora escaped Iwa's mental magic at all, since she should not be able to use the same kind of power. Aurora reminds them of the basic rule that a person can only use magic granted by a divine blessing. For thousands of years, that has meant each mage is limited to one god's blessing and one type of magic. From that contradiction, Iwa concludes Aurora must be hiding a major secret. The warning reaches Julia, who realizes the coming matches may be more dangerous than expected. Aaron considers a practical explanation. Martial training can strengthen resistance to mental magic, so Aurora may have endured Iowa's control through discipline rather than a second blessing. Even so, Aaron's team sinks into despair over another loss and their worsening standing. Julia tries to rally them by insisting the competition is not over because their strongest student has yet to fight. Instead of recovering, the group seems strangely drained and sleepy, which Julia finds suspicious. Others dismiss it as low morale from the martial arts side losing in the preliminaries, but the lethargy keeps spreading. Elsewhere, a schemer wearing a black magic item is pleased, knowing its effect will steadily sap everyone's strength and eventually kill them. Time passes as the tournament continues under that hidden threat. After Kyoto and Holy finish their 2 matches, attention shifts to the 5th bout, where Julia is finally called up. The next match is announced as Kyoto Magic School's Tegan Valentine against Aaron Magic School's Julia Ryan. At the signal to begin, Tegan immediately invokes Earth Magic to take the initiative. Julia answers with a surge of violent purple power, meeting the opening move with overwhelming force. Julia studies her opponent with calm focus, preparing to read his next move. The Earth Mage survives her opening pressure and realizes that facing her directly would have ended the match instantly. He decides to avoid a frontal clash and rely on tactics instead of raw exchange. He launches Earth Embrace, sending a massive surge of earth across the arena to seize control of the battlefield. The attack closes into a soil cocoon, trying to trap Julia inside stone before she can respond. At the same time, he channels a hidden lightning-charged spell through a flower-shaped focus, setting up a second strike. Purple lightning tears through the earth structure, turning his own trap into a conduit for a surprise attack. Julia recognizes the threat and prepares Palm Thunder to answer it. But the enemy has already shifted position, forcing her to admit he is trying to turn the fight into a game of concealment. Before she can fully adjust, she senses danger from below. A sudden blast catches her and throws her off balance in midair. When she lands, a petrification effect spreads through her body and locks her movement. Julia realizes too late that the hidden spell was meant to slow and immobilize her. Seeing the trap succeed, the Earth Mage believes he has finally landed the decisive hit. He judges Julia as powerful but inexperienced, and convinces himself that sealing her movements gives him a real chance to win. He reshapes the arena into a deep earthen pit, isolating her where escape should be impossible. Then he drives huge stone pillars toward her position to crush her while she is trapped. Julia watches the converging pillars without panicking, still reading the flow of the attack. The pillars slam together, and to everyone watching it looks like she has been completely pinned. Her dropped staff clatters away, making it seem as though she has lost even her means to fight back. The spectators conclude that Julia can no longer move at all and that the match is over. Her opponent presses on, determined not to let his school suffer a 3rd straight defeat. Then he notices something is wrong. The crowd also spots the change and points it out in alarm. From inside the trap, Julia reveals that she has been waiting for this exact moment. She unleashes a charged spell from within the confinement, turning his hiding place into her target. The Earth Mage is stunned that she can still cast in a petrified state, and his confidence breaks. As his stone formation rises around him, he realizes too late that he has helped build the channel for her counterattack. Julia smiles, fully in control now that the trap has become hers. A massive crimson-violet lightning strike crashes down through the earthen structure and detonates around him. The impact shatters the stone defenses he trusted and tears open the battlefield. Overwhelmed by the force, he can only grasp that Julia's power far exceeds what he expected. When the dust clears, he lies defeated in the crater while Julia hovers above as the clear victor. She explains that while he thought she was cornered, she was actually gathering power before he hid himself. From the ground, he understands that she had predicted the entire exchange before even losing her staff. Accepting the result, he admits she deliberately took his attack and that he was completely outplayed. The match is declared over, and Julia advances after defeating Aaron Magic School's top student, Goodall. Her allies celebrate the long-awaited win and immediately start wondering how the strongest students of the major schools compare. One observer frames the rivalry in terms of elemental advantage, noting the usual chain of fire over ice and ice over lightning. That leads to the uneasy question of whether Julia, as a lightning mage, should be considered the weakest on paper despite her victory. Others reject that conclusion at once, arguing that if Diane could beat a fire mage, Julia can also overcome elemental disadvantage. A dark-haired young man listens in silence, weighing Julia's performance more seriously than the others. As the crowd congratulates her and urges her on toward the finals, Julia warmly thanks them. In the aftermath, she notices a letter being handed to her. She opens it and is caught off guard by what she reads. That night, the story shifts to a quiet room where another girl lies awake before the window opens. Outside, a small silver-haired girl arrives late for a secret meeting and asks why she was summoned so late at night. She cheerfully boasts about Julia's preliminaries win and treats it like proof of her own brilliance. The young man cuts through her chatter and addresses Julia by name, steering the conversation to something more serious. With the moon overhead, he asks the question that sets up the next stage. In the finals, does Julia intend to win? In the forest, Julia faces her older brother and steels herself for what lies ahead. She admits that more than anything, she wants to win. Her brother is pleased by her resolve and treats her determination as proof she is worthy of his support. He immediately tempers her confidence by warning that against the two strongest students, she currently has no chance. To make her understand, he compares her to opponents whose magic level and combat experience far exceed hers. He explains that one rival, Kyoto's Dain, has high resistance to magic, while the other naturally counters lightning, making Julia's usual strength ineffective. Julia refuses to give up and pushes him to admit there must still be some path to victory, and he confirms there is one, though it will be brutal. Without hesitation, she accepts any suffering if it gives her a chance to win. Seeing that she truly means it, her brother decides to hold her to that resolve. He announces that if she wants victory that badly, her hellish training starts now. Before she can prepare herself, the training begins with her being violently thrown into danger. Disoriented and hurt, Julia tries to understand what just happened and where all has gone. A sudden realization hits her as she senses the trap closing in. Ice erupts around her, forcing her into immediate defense. Her brother compares his method to a beast forcing its young into hardship so they can survive and grow stronger. Riding atop all, he makes clear that neither he nor the beast will show mercy. He formally sets the trial before Julia and demands that she overcome it. To enforce that lesson, he unleashes overwhelming ice magic. Julia is battered through the frozen assault and realizes he is using far more power than she expected. He reveals that his strength is amplified because he has a subordinate contract with Ul. He explains that such a contract grants him access to the beast core of a high-level creature. By touching the contracted beast, he can freely draw on its power. Since Ul is a level 6 beast that controls both fire and ice, combining that power with his own magic multiplies his output many times over. He demonstrates that claim by flooding the area with a massive wave of ice. The attack seals Julia inside a towering prison of crystal-like ice. Even Ul worries the training is excessive, but her brother insists he is still restraining himself. From outside the frozen enclosure, he warns Julia that unless she quickly learns to break the ice and build resistance, she will simply freeze to death. Rather than despair, Julia clings to her pride, declaring that her talent is real and that she will prove it. She channels lightning into a concentrated strike and smashes through part of the ice. For a moment, she probably expects that display to impress him. Instead, she discovers that breaking one wall only reveals a much larger structure surrounding her. She realizes she has been trapped inside an enormous ice maze. Her brother calmly informs her that the next attack is already beginning. He warns that if she cannot escape the maze in time, the next strike will kill her. As he raises more power, the threat becomes immediate and undeniable. Pushed to the limit, Julia turns her lightning on Ul, using the beast as the easiest target to disrupt the assault. The move catches her by surprise as much as anyone, and she braces for retaliation. Ul is left twitching and stunned by the shock while her brother is thrown off balance. Believing she has finally ended the ordeal, Julia collapses in relief as Ul also appears drained. That relief vanishes when Ul suddenly lunges at her again. Her brother coldly reveals that the real hell training has only just begun and tosses out a recovery potion to keep the punishment going. As Julia flees in terror and calls him a demon, he makes clear that this merciless treatment is meant to prepare her for what is coming. A few hours later, Julia is missing from the dorms, and concern begins to spread. Iwa notices Julia is gone without a word and starts worrying about where she went. That worry turns to alarm when someone unsteadily approaches. Julia finally returns bruised, exhausted, and barely able to stand, making it obvious she has been put through something extreme. Iwa rushes to catch her and demands to know who hurt her so badly. Julia weakly explains that she was only training for the finals and that her brother pushed her ice magic to double its previous level. Iwa immediately understands Lucas was behind it, and is outraged that he forced Julia through such harsh training right before the finals. Resting against Iwa, Julia accepts the pain as worthwhile and promises that tomorrow she will win. Still burning from what she endured, Julia hardens her resolve and vows to make the two people responsible suffer the same pain. The next day, the Goddess Memorial Festival finals begin, with each school sending one representative, and the current leaders only barely ahead. The final match is held inside the Magic Phantom Forest, a sealed special domain built for unrestricted combat. The participants are told the barrier will contain the damage, allowing them to use their magic without holding back. An elder opens the way and orders the finalists to enter the arena through a magic circle. Dain dismisses caution entirely, declaring that he intends to win through overwhelming power alone. Aurora is pleased by his arrogance, because it gives her another target she wants to crush. Meanwhile, Julia is still so drained that she can barely stay awake before the match. Watching from outside, some students immediately assume Julia has no chance and should simply give up. Her classmates, however, are just as exhausted themselves and clearly understand how brutal the recent training has been. Lucas recalls that even he and Ul needed half a day in medicinal baths to recover from it. He notes that Julia took recovery potions too, yet still slept through the entire previous day. Knowing that, he refuses to let the others speak carelessly about her withdrawing. Seeing how worn everyone is, Lucas decides to give them a tonic to restore their condition. At the arena, Julia's teammate checks on her after she went without food and sleep the day before, and Julia insists she has recovered. The teammate also returns Julia's rabbit charm, which Julia had left behind during mountain training and was afraid to lose. That detail makes her teammate realize Julia has been secretly training far harder than anyone knew. Unable to say more, she sends Julia off with urgent encouragement to do her best. Elsewhere, Aaron's supporters loudly urge him to defeat the two top contenders and bring victory to their side. Lucas quietly confirms that his tonic works exactly as intended. As Julia heads in, her teammate thanks the others for helping, but privately grows suspicious that Lucas has done something to Julia. Even so, she warns Julia to be careful, while Julia answers with cheerful confidence that she will win. Julia and her teammates step onto the transfer circle together for the start of the finals. The teleportation activates and sends Julia into the forest arena. She arrives alone inside the sealed forest, staff in hand and ready to move. Remembering Big Brother's advice that the representatives are scattered randomly, Julia decides conserving energy matters more than fighting immediately. She chooses to hide first and wait for a better moment. But before she can settle in, something crashes through the trees nearby, signaling that danger is already closing in. Aurora rapidly descends through the forest, clearly hunting with purpose. Her sharp focus makes it obvious she is tracking Julia rather than wandering by chance. Hidden behind a tree, Julia realizes with alarm that she may already have been discovered. Spectators notice that Aurora and Julia have encountered each other almost immediately, and they suspect Julia is hiding to avoid an early fight. Lucas watches in silence, looking far too calm about how events are unfolding. Aurora closes in on Julia's hiding place, while Julia tries to stay still and avoid being exposed. Aurora stops beside the tree, close enough that Julia can no longer escape unnoticed. Sensing that someone was just there, Aurora confirms she heard a voice and starts searching more carefully. At that moment, a massive burst of ice erupts elsewhere in the forest, shaking the battlefield. The sudden display pulls Aurora's attention away from Julia. Recognizing Diane's style immediately, Aurora decides the disturbance is too blatant to ignore and concludes he is announcing his position. She prepares to move, drawing her weapon and shifting priorities. Aurora abandons the search and leaps toward the ice explosion to confront Diane instead. Once she is gone, purple lightning gathers around Julia's legs as she activates a concealed movement spell. Safe for the moment, Julia drops down behind the tree in relief after narrowly avoiding discovery. The audience is stunned that a lightning mage can hide her presence and move like that, because it should not fit her known abilities. Lucas only laughs, pleased that the result is shocking everyone. A flashback reveals that during training Julia was pushed so hard she wanted to disappear entirely just to escape it. Lucas explains that this desperation led her to learn a spell that suppresses her presence, though he was still able to find her quickly in practice. That training also included forcing her into direct combat against stronger opponents in the forest. Now Lucas reveals his plan: let Diane and Aurora wear each other down first, and only then will Julia make her move. In the arena, Diane stands before the towering ice he created, waiting for the clash that Lucas has set in motion. A white-haired mage advances through a barrage of flaming projectiles, shielding himself with ice as he closes in. His opponent, a red-haired woman, answers with a fiery blast that tears into the frozen defenses around him. Realizing he faces only one enemy, he drops his caution and treats the encounter as manageable. The woman recognizes him as Aaron's top student and mocks the gap between his reputation and his reserve. He surrounds himself with ice armor and decides to end the fight quickly instead of trying to handle everyone at once. He condenses power into a focused ice spell, preparing a direct finishing strike. Rather than retreat, she declares that she intends to be the one who ruins his perfect record. She launches a phoenix-shaped flame technique and drives it straight at him. He cuts through the attack with a rushing counter, forcing the battle into close range. The two collide face to face, each trying to overpower the other at point-blank distance. Their fire and ice crash together in a violent explosion that neither side can immediately dominate. Watching from the stands, the students realize both fighters had hidden far more strength in the preliminaries than anyone expected. One observer notes that Diane has no real weakness because her close combat is as polished as a martial artist's. They explain that although Diane chose the mage's path for its greater potential, she also trained physically to become stronger overall. Another spectator reflects that her ruthless pursuit of strength is admirable, and that martial artists would be respected more if they thought like her. When asked who should win between Diane and Aurora, Lucas judges that Diane has the edge in raw ability. A calm voice interrupts that conclusion and warns that the result is not so simple. The speaker reveals that Aurora is likely still hiding a decisive trump card. Moments later, the crowd senses the match may already be turning. Even the previously confident onlookers begin to reconsider as the shift becomes obvious. Back in the arena, the ice mage dismisses the spectators' judgment and insists that even a Miranda prodigy can misread a battle. A new presence steps onto the frozen field, signaling the start of another confrontation. The ice mage greets the newcomer, noting she arrived late but saw the earlier match. The blonde girl immediately asks whether he truly defeated Aurora, still trying to gauge the level of the opponent before her. He answers with open arrogance, claiming his ice magic is unmatched and that no one else can win the festival. Certain of victory, he moves to finish her before she can mount a serious challenge. She reacts instantly by raising a thunder shield to block his opening attack. He escalates at once, summoning a frost dragon to crush through her defense. The dragon slams into the ground with overwhelming force, turning the area into a killing zone of ice. She barely escapes the impact, sliding away under crackling lightning while staying low and mobile. He traps himself inside a massive block of ice as a defensive anchor, forcing her to deal with his fortified position. From within that frozen bastion, he drives more ice into the battlefield to keep pressure on her. She accelerates with lightning-enhanced footwork, choosing speed over direct resistance. Her evasive movement lets her slip past another crashing wave of ice that would have pinned her down. As she runs, she judges that compared with the training she endured under her older brother, Dain's movements are too slow to catch her. The distance opens between them, leaving him controlling the field while she searches for an opening. He mistakes her maneuvering for cowardice, and taunts her for doing nothing but running. In reality, she has already begun setting a large-scale magic formation around him. She darts through the battlefield, completing the pattern while keeping just ahead of his attacks. By the time he notices, multiple magic circles have enclosed the area and turned the terrain into her trap. He responds by raising towering walls of ice, trying to break the encirclement before it activates fully. She sees his reaction and realizes he has finally understood the danger. He answers with an even greater spell, creating Frost Purgatory, a colossal frozen structure meant to overwhelm the entire field. The battlefield becomes a vertical prison of ice, leaving her isolated below while he takes the high ground. He reveals that he deliberately chose a place rich in water and invokes the signature power of Kyoto's top student. Drawing on that advantage, he forms a giant star-shaped mass of ice above her as the core of his finishing move. The frozen construct descends like an execution blade, threatening to crush her before she can escape. Cornered but not broken, she steels herself and gathers lightning for a desperate counter. He boasts that this overwhelming display is what true power is supposed to look like. Then her lightning finally strikes through his frozen tower, turning his grand display into the target of her counterattack. Dain hovers above the battlefield, controlling the frozen terrain from a position of complete confidence. He notices Julia's approach and realizes she has become far more capable than she was during the preliminaries. Julia closes in with lightning-charged attacks, having already read how his ice structures alter movement and openings. She reveals that she predicted his attack path and disrupted it by striking with lightning at the last possible instant. Even while straining herself, Julia admits she had not expected Dain to be hiding this much power. The exchange leaves her winded beneath towering ice, showing how much pressure his magic is putting on her. Still, she forces herself to stay focused and refuses to let the mounting damage break her resolve. Dain makes clear he has no interest in trading blows directly here, choosing instead to control the field and dictate the fight. He calmly studies her response, already adjusting to her attempt to corner him. Julia dashes across the ice, trying to regain initiative before his setup closes around her. She realizes the frozen ground itself was part of Dain's trap, not just a byproduct of his magic. Before she can fully recover, another hidden ice attack erupts toward her from the terrain. The sudden strike catches her off guard and nearly lands cleanly. She barely blocks in time, but the defense costs her momentum and keeps her pinned inside his frozen zone. Julia understands that Dain's attacks are coming far faster than she can comfortably track. A massive impact tears through the battlefield below, showing how overwhelming his control has become. Dain escalates from battlefield control to psychological warfare, threatening to freeze not just her body but her soul. Julia answers that threat with defiance, refusing to be intimidated even as the cold bites deeper. A huge torrent of ice crashes down on her position, forcing her to defend against sheer scale as well as precision. From the stands, the spectators begin piecing together that Dain has been capable of far more than he first showed. They conclude that if he could command a giant ice dragon before, then creating and coordinating ice clones is well within his ability. Another observer notes that Julia had prepared for this by boosting her resistance to ice magic far beyond normal limits. That preparation explains why the cold alone has not shut down her ability to counterattack. Dain recognizes that her resistance is real and even remarks that she came in with thorough preparation. Rather than being frustrated, he enjoys that her resistance makes the fight more entertaining for him. He gathers more power into a concentrated core, preparing to intensify the frozen domain around her. The entire area transforms into a deeper winter wasteland, with Dain elevated above it like the master of the storm. Julia feels the temperature plunge further and realizes he is turning the whole battlefield into terrain designed to exhaust her. As if to confirm it, movement stirs within the ice around her. An ice clone rises beside her, proving that Dain is surrounding her with regenerating attackers instead of facing her himself. Julia sees through the strategy at once. He means to wear her down inside an extreme cold zone while his clones do the grinding. She answers by unleashing a large lightning blast, trying to erase the clone and break the encirclement in one strike. The attack surges straight up the frozen structure toward Dain, forcing him to acknowledge her reach. For the first time, he looks genuinely alert as her power threatens to touch him directly. He evades the strike and coolly praises her, treating even a dangerous counter as part of his amusement. The destroyed clone begins reforming almost immediately, proving that simple destruction will not solve her problem. More clones close in around Julia, tightening the trap while the cold continues to sap her. She realizes with frustration that the clones are already regenerating, meaning her magic is being spent faster than she can gain ground. Even so, she keeps firing lightning into them, trying to hold back the swarm before they can overwhelm her. The clones press her from behind and aside, forcing her into a desperate close-range struggle. One of them brings down a heavy ice strike, driving the pressure higher. Julia catches the blow with sheer effort, but the strain on her body and magic is becoming obvious. Watching from outside, others condemn Diane's method as a cruel plan to slowly grind away Julia's power with disposable ice bodies. Another spectator explains that Julia stayed hidden until now because she wanted Diane's reserves lowered before facing him seriously. That leads to the hope that if he has been drained even a little, Julia may still have a path to victory. Back in the arena, the frozen structures begin cracking under the sustained exchange and the burden of maintaining so many constructs. Julia notices the change beneath her feet and realizes the balance of the fight may finally be shifting. She taunts Diane that he must be running low on magic, pointing out that his clones are regenerating more slowly now. Her words make him pause, and for the first time he seems to consider that she may have correctly read his condition. Diane admits she is stronger than expected, but warns that this opening was only the first stage of forcing her into the position he truly wanted. The white-haired ice mage declares he is ending the fight and tightens his frozen domain around his opponent. The blonde lightning mage answers by launching another charged attack instead of retreating. He reveals the trap of his territory. Inside this frozen zone, everything is under his control. Her strike detonates against his defenses, but the clash does not break his advantage. He raises a giant ice guardian and warns that even if she resists him, the cold itself will eventually consume her. Certain of victory, he mocks her and looks forward to seeing her despair when her efforts fail. She avoids a crushing ice assault and keeps moving rather than letting his pressure pin her down. The ice giant continues advancing with him protected at its core, forcing her to fight through both the summon and the freezing field. As she studies him, she realizes his movements have slowed and that he has stopped laying new freezing traps. She concludes he is running low on magic and is burning what remains just to maintain the extreme cold around them. That weakness gives her confidence, and she prepares to gamble everything on a stronger lightning attack. She rushes in close, gathering electricity while the ice guardian bears down on her. With a taunting grin, she treats the giant as a target worth testing her power on. She unleashes electric build, flooding the construct with concentrated lightning. He dismisses the attack as useless, convinced that ice naturally shuts lightning down. But his confidence falters the moment he senses something different in the current hitting him. She counters his assumption by explaining that lightning only fails when it is too weak to break through ice. If the voltage is high enough, she insists, even ice cannot stop it. Her power surges violently upward, turning the battlefield into a storm of amplified electricity. As the current tears through his defenses, he realizes she has pushed her magic to a dangerous level. He urgently decides he must escape the field before his ice armor and guardian collapse under the strain. Spotting what he thinks is an opening, he prepares to slip out and recover control. He commits to the move, believing he still has one path left. She reveals the real trap. Her lightning has been strengthened inside an electromagnetic field, so his own domain has become part of her attack. Seeing him exposed, she orders him to brace for the finishing blow. She drives the charged attack down on him with overwhelming force. The strike tears through him, and he screams as the current finally breaks his resistance. Far away in the arena, the spectators watch his agony projected on the display and realize this is no ordinary freshman duel. The students begin questioning whether lightning is truly weak against ice at all, because what they are seeing looks completely one-sided. One of them presses a classmate who knows her, asking if this terrifying level of lightning is what she normally uses on people. Back on the battlefield, the ground gives way beneath him and he crashes into a smoking crater. She stands over the aftermath, exhausted and unsure whether the fight is finally over. Still catching her breath, she cautiously wonders if she has actually won. She steps closer to confirm it, lowering her guard for the first time. Calling out to check on him, she approaches the crater instead of finishing him from a distance. He lifts his head with a grim, dangerous look, showing he is still conscious. A darker figure enters his thoughts, the older sister whose judgment and pressure have defined him. He remembers apologizing to her and admitting that he might not be able to win. In that memory, she answers with contempt, treating any hint of defeat as proof of worthlessness. Her cruelty hardens into an obsession in his mind, driving him to believe that losing is worse than dying. That twisted resolve pulls him back up even as his body trembles from the damage. Watching him endure her full power and still rise, she realizes with alarm that every injury in this trial is affecting his real body and that his strength is monstrous. Before she can react, ice clamps around her leg and seizes her in place. The sudden reversal shocks her, and she understands too late that he was waiting for exactly this opening. He emerges wrapped in a sinister darkness, and reveals he had prepared himself to withstand lightning as well. Now openly enraged, he declares that her lightning is not enough to bring him down. He attacks through the ice at close range, smashing into her while she is still partially trapped. She breaks free and tries to recover her stance, but the momentum of the fight has shifted. He appears right behind her with killing intent, his restraint gone and his power turning feral. Their next clash explodes at point-blank range, hurling both of them apart as the battle enters an even more dangerous phase. The silver-haired fighter survives the exchange and vows that the next attack will decide the battle. Driven into a corner, he resolves to end it with the strongest spell he can cast. His opponent, already battered and drained, is alarmed that he is still pressing forward without hesitation. She realizes he is attacking head-on even after she has exhausted most of her magic, making his persistence even more dangerous. She answers his charge by unleashing a violent burst of purple lightning to stop him. Even as the lightning scorches his body, he refuses to break or retreat. He counters through the pain with evil blade, swinging a freezing arc straight at her. The attack erupts into jagged ice, forcing her to meet it with her own power. Instead of weakening, his cold aura has grown stronger, and that shocks her. She braces herself and struggles to hold the clash together. Seeing her still standing, he is shaken by how impossible she is to put down. But she judges that Dain has finally reached his limit, no matter how fierce his spirit remains. Elsewhere, a dark-haired observer trusts that his elder brother's reading of the fight is correct. Back in the forest, Dain advances again, trying to finish things before his strength gives out. The blonde girl steels herself, refusing to be intimidated and drawing on everything she has left. She declares that she will win and sends a concentrated bolt of lightning upward at him. Dain commits to a direct descent, betting everything on breaking through. He dives in at close range, trying to overwhelm her before she can reset the distance. At the last instant, he condenses lightning into his fist, preparing a far deadlier strike. He drives that power into the clash, turning the exchange into a point-blank finishing attempt. For a moment he believes he has seized the advantage. He reveals that this condensed lightning is 10 times stronger than before, certain it will decide the fight. But the girl, half frozen and barely standing, calmly insists that this time she will be the one to win. Dain suddenly realizes too late that someone like her would never leave such an opening by accident. Her trap closes as his attack is caught and shattered by a hidden counter of ice and lightning. The backlash wrecks his body and drops him to one knee, leaving him unable to continue. Relieved and exhausted, she believes the battle is finally over. She credits her progress to training with her big brother, acknowledging that without him she could not have come this far. Dain remains silent, too spent to answer. Before the moment can settle, a new attacker wrapped in fire crashes into the scene and knocks the girl away. The newcomer remarks that the stubborn girl has finally fallen. She reveals herself as Aaron's top student and takes control of the battlefield with easy confidence. In the stands, another observer notes that Lucas's prediction failed and wonders what this survivor will do next. The others are stunned that Aurora lost first, and that even Dain misread the outcome, yet they notice the new arrival is completely unshaken. The blonde girl lowers her head, realizing the real danger has only begun. The pink-haired woman taunts her from above, pressing her to speak. The girl understands this is exactly the worst-case scenario her brother warned her about. The newcomer toys with her, calling her cold while casually handling a strange item. She offers to explain how she deceived Dain and hid herself, but only if the girl answers her honestly. Her tone turns teasing as she lingers on that demand. She deliberately makes the exchange suggestive just to unsettle her opponent. Flustered, the girl protests that this is not what she meant at all. The woman laughs and enjoys how easily she can throw her off balance. Then she reveals her real secret, a gem called Roar's Promise that protects her from mental attacks. She explains that the gem can also let her control others with mental magic, though it can only be used once per day. That is how she made Dain think she had lost and disappeared, and why Iwa's mental magic never worked on her. She adds that Dain only burned through all his magic because of his own strength, not because of any special power of hers, and insists that at their level the method matters more than fairness. Having made her point, she tells Julia to withdraw from the match. She argues that Julia is nearly out of magic and has no chance of fighting now that the trick behind her secret has been exposed. Still, she admits she does not really want to fight either, leaving the confrontation hanging in uneasy tension. The duel resumes with Julia shielding herself from a violent strike as fire and lightning crash together around her. Aurora closes the distance at once, refusing to let Julia recover. Seeing Julia reject her earlier offer, Aurora realizes the fight will not end through persuasion. Bruised but resolute, Julia decides she will test her limits rather than surrender. Aurora accepts that answer and shifts fully into battle. With a confident smile, Aurora agrees to indulge Julia's determination. She unleashes a large-scale fire spell that traps the battlefield in blazing magic. Julia recognizes the overwhelming power and tries to escape with thunder movement. Aurora reads the attempt immediately and stays one step ahead. Her flames twist into a pursuing phoenix-like tornado that chases Julia through the air. Julia realizes too late that Aurora has already caught up to her retreat. Aurora taunts her for having suffered through ice before, turning the pressure into mockery. She promises to warm Julia up herself, making the threat personal. The firestorm swells into a crushing vortex that engulfs Julia completely. Julia is hurled helplessly inside the burning spiral, unable to break free. As she spins through the flames, she remembers that she already spent most of her magic in the previous fight against Dain. Even so, she concludes there is still one possible way to defeat Aurora. Aurora, convinced Julia is finished, tells her to stop struggling. She presses the advantage, declaring Julia can no longer attack or escape. That certainty breaks when Aurora senses Julia preparing something unexpected inside the vortex. Julia admits her remaining power is insufficient for a normal counterattack. Instead, she decides to borrow the momentum of Aurora's own spell and launch a lightning strike from within it. Her electricity spreads through the firestorm and catches Aurora off guard. Aurora realizes Julia is even using the melted remnants of Diane's eyes to widen the lightning's reach, though she still believes it will not be enough. Julia reveals the lightning was only meant to buy time while she commits all her remaining magic to a final blow, even though the collision could kill her inside the Phoenix tornado. She understands that concentrated fire and lightning are unstable together and will trigger a massive explosion. Julia braces herself as the overloaded elements reach their limit. The firestorm detonates in a blinding blast. The explosion throws Julia away and shatters the crystal rabbit charm she carried. The broken charm skids across the ground, marking the violence of the impact. Julia crashes hard and can barely move. Separated from her staff and buried in smoke, she can only wonder whether her desperate gamble worked. A figure emerges through the smoke, showing the battle is not over. Aurora survives and admits Julia nearly got her. She calls Julia's tactic insane, recognizing it as a near-suicidal attack. Still rattled, Aurora steadies herself and regains control. She gathers her flames again for a finishing strike. Aurora declares that this will be the end. A final wave of fire races toward the fallen Julia. The spectators panic as the attack descends, fearing Julia is about to be consumed. Unable to rise, Julia bitterly thinks she may lose after fighting this hard. At that moment, the shattered rabbit charm begins to glow. In her fading consciousness, a mysterious presence asks whether she truly wants to win. A surge of violet power answers in her place and erupts outward. The sudden blast tears through Aurora's incoming flames and stops the execution. Aurora is shaken by the abrupt reversal. She stares at Julia and questions whether the person before her is still the same Julia. Julia's gaze changes completely, signaling a new state of power. Driven by absolute resolve, she silently commits herself to victory. Aurora is stunned that Julia is casting advanced magic without any chant. Julia releases a devastating pink-violet spell that overwhelms the battlefield. The onlookers realize this power is nothing like the Julia they knew before. Even Aurora feels crushed by the force radiating from Julia's transformed presence. That pressure unsettles her so deeply that it feels almost intoxicating. The unleashed magic explodes beyond the arena and shakes the surrounding forest. Officials watching from outside are stunned that the goddess festival has escalated this far. They survey the ruined arena and struggle to understand what just happened. The judges conclude that all three finalists exceeded expectations and postpone the awards ceremony while they decide what to do. An elder proposes that the three youths who represent the empire's future should all be granted the right to meet the goddess. A few hours later, the ceremony resumes and Julia is announced as the youngest winner in the festival's history. Julia beams with uncomplicated joy at her victory. Diane accepts the loss and vows he will not be defeated by Julia next time. Aurora teases him for already holding on to the rematch while standing close to Julia. Julia startles at Aurora's sudden familiarity. Aurora openly asks Julia to choose her as a sparring partner instead of Diane. She goes further, implying she would forgive anything from Julia, revealing a dangerous level of attachment. Aurora praises Julia as someone who surpasses her in talent, strength, and beauty, turning admiration into infatuation. Diane can only react in baffled discomfort as Aurora's obsession becomes obvious. The adults watching this read the scene as the finalists getting along, and are pleased that Diane may have made a friend. The ceremony moves on to the formal presentation of prizes by the Academy principals. The audience sees the emblem that grants entry to the Goddess of Wisdom's temple and realizes it was once reserved for a single champion. People immediately question why 3 emblems are being presented this year. The elder explains that all 3 finalists delivered extraordinary performances. As a result, the judges grant all 3 of them a shared audience with the goddess. One principal is annoyed that the winning academy's head proposed it, but decides not to waste such a rare chance. The 3 finalists step forward together to receive the decision. Julia turns to her former rivals and tries to redefine their relationship. She invites them to stop acting as enemies and travel to the temple as companions instead. Diane hesitates, unsure how to respond to such easy goodwill. Aurora reaches out first, accepting Julia's hand without hesitation. She agrees at once, delighted to formalize the bond. A nearby observer sinks into gloom, clearly unhappy with how close Julia is becoming to others. His friends notice his dark mood and call him out. He brushes it off by saying he is only thinking about how to reward Julia for winning. Another girl corrects him that Julia deserves compensation instead, since she entered the match already injured because of him. Julia immediately decides that good food should be the first part of any proper recovery. She adds that a long soak in a spirit spring would help even more. The others point out that the nearest spirit spring is too far away for a simple trip, unless they can find a place that offers both healing baths and excellent food. Kai reveals that such a place already exists. He offers his family estate, boasting of its spirit spring, chef, and enough space to host all their classmates. He proposes turning it into a celebration for Julia's victory. Excited, he runs off to clear the plan with TC immediately. TC can only thank him awkwardly while others watch the sudden enthusiasm. Someone notices Kai is acting far gentler than expected and wonders if his personality is not what it was supposed to be. The story shifts to the Tari estate as the gathering begins. Julia arrives thrilled because this is her first time going out with such a large group. The household formally welcomes Kai home, showing his status within the estate. Julia is amazed by the mansion's grandeur and realizes just how powerful Kai's family is. Kai tries to put everyone at ease and invites them to enjoy the spirit spring before dinner. The guests are guided inside while Julia rushes ahead eagerly. Lucas notices something odd and becomes alert. He looks toward the hall as if he sensed a hidden presence watching him. Unable to identify it, he is left uneasy by the feeling. Before he can investigate further, a maid summons Kai because his parents want to see him. Elsewhere in the mansion, a scream breaks the calm. Julia reveals she caused it by dressing as a ghost for a prank. The prank leaves a servant shaken, and Julia wonders why the Tarui staff are so easily rattled. Iwa, meanwhile, is flustered because the servants mistakenly gave her Julia's much smaller bathrobe. Night falls over the estate as the guests settle in. Kai goes to answer his father's summons. Entering a room thick with cigar smoke, he immediately senses the meeting is serious. His father's habit of chain smoking confirms his agitation. Karen Tarui praises Kai's school performance, but makes clear he called him in for another matter, warning him to keep his invited classmates from causing trouble. Kai learns that important guests will be arriving later, and is relieved the warning is not about the incident he caused at school. He leaves thinking his parents worry too much, convinced the visit is only about rest and bathing. At the same time, one maid steels herself for a confession. She thanks Julia and Iwa sincerely for forgiving her. She admits that if the master had learned of her mistake, she would have been dismissed immediately. Julia reassures her kindly, and says they are even because she startled the maid earlier too. Then Julia turns her attention back to Iwa. She notices Iwa still has not entered the spirit spring and asks why. Iwa admits she dislikes bathing near anyone she does not fully trust and had been waiting for the maid to leave. Hearing Julia's voice, Iwa is startled into realizing she may have spoken too openly. Other girls arrive and assume Julia and Iwa were already bathing together. Julia cheerfully welcomes everyone into the spring. Soon the bath fills with classmates, forcing Iwa into close company after all. Iwa is left wondering whether Julia deliberately secured the spot beside her. More girls step into the water, making the gathering impossible to avoid. The atmosphere relaxes as snacks are served and everyone settles into the bath. The girls praise the Tarui family's generosity and credit Lucas and Julia for arranging such a pleasant outing. Julia dismisses the praise and says this is simply what friends should do together. A maid casually notes that Julia has an older brother, learning something new about her. Julia proudly describes him as the kindest older brother in the world. Iwa bluntly points out that this is hard to believe when that same brother was recently tormenting Julia under the name of training. Julia demands support from Maya, hoping someone will validate her view. Maya instead says Lucas is certainly a wonderful person and reminds them he saved her life, revealing her own fondness for him. Iwa refuses to trust praise coming from Lucas's former fiancé. Another girl adds that she does not think Lucas is truly bad either. She only sees him as overly protective of his little sister and says she wants to get closer to Julia too. Iwa snaps that Lucas should be even more protective if it keeps strange admirers away from Julia. The maid, emboldened, challenges Iwa's insult instead of backing down. Her response carries a surprisingly fierce edge beneath her polite smile. She then smoothly drops the confrontation and offers to help one of the girls get dressed, restoring order before the quarrel can grow. Afterward, TC finishes bathing and feels fully refreshed. She runs into Kai and tells him the spirit spring has completely restored her. More importantly, she asks him to take her to his usual training grounds. Kai blushes at the sudden request and eagerly agrees, while TC decides this is the perfect chance to recover the training time she lost. Elsewhere, the boys enjoy the spring in their own way, treating it like a carefree break. They tease one another until one complains they sound exactly like his father. The boys decide they should get out soon and play cards, with the suggestion that Kai should join them too. When someone asks whether Lucas is coming out, he chooses to stay in the hot spring a little longer. Left alone in the bath, Lucas is struck by how ordinary pleasures like milk, cards, and a hot spring resemble the life he once knew. That calm memory turns bitter as he recalls a cruel voice mocking him for being slow. He remembers lying helpless in the rain while bullies threatened to cripple him if he was late again. The memory sharpens into humiliation as they mocked his weakness and forced him to replace the soaked playing cards. The recollection enrages him enough to clench his fist hard against the stone. Lucas realizes he has dredged up a past he would rather have buried. A maid rushes in after hearing the crash and worries that something serious happened. Lucas hides his turmoil and dismisses it as a minor slip. The maid insists on helping anyway because failing her duties could cost her job, making Lucas wonder whether the Tarwa household treats servants harshly. He reluctantly allows her to stay, though he points out there was no need for her to enter the bath at all. As she moves closer without hesitation, Lucas privately judges her as even more careless than Julia. Instead of keeping her distance, the maid starts feeling along his body and teasingly asks whether the injury is lower. She praises his physique and notes that his body matches the reputation of a martial artist. With practiced confidence, she offers him a massage and implies she is very skilled at pleasing people. By bringing up Julia's satisfaction, she instantly makes Lucas suspicious. The mood snaps as the water ripples under the tension between them. Lucas directly demands to know what she did to Julia. The maid is startled when his hostility suddenly turns real. Lucas attacks first and hurls her out of the bath with a burst of force. As he watches her movement, he realizes her reflexes are far beyond an ordinary servant's. The maid drops the act and admits he has correctly identified her as a martial artist. Lucas follows through with another sweeping strike to keep her off balance. She lands lightly and cleanly, confirming she is a trained fighter. Lucas confronts her outright, demanding to know why a powerful martial artist infiltrated the Tarwa household disguised as a maid. She dodges the accusation with a playful lie, claiming she is merely a poor fighter earning wages as a servant. Then she reveals her true interest. She came because she heard from Julia and the others that Lucas was exceptional, and she wanted to judge him herself. Her teasing pause makes it clear she is about to escalate the encounter. She attacks with flying cloth and declares that she wanted to witness Lucas with her own eyes. Lucas stays calm and reads the attack instead of panicking. As she presses him from behind on all sides, Lucas notes that her approach carries no real respect despite her flattering words. He seizes control of the exchange and demands to know exactly what she learned from watching him. Their clash tears through the bathhouse as Lucas counters with enough force to shatter the incoming attack. Rather than retreat, she seems delighted by what she has confirmed. She concludes that Lucas is even stronger than the rumors suggested, while he notices he has taken a small hit in the process. Lucas identifies her weapon choice and technique, realizing she can turn even a bath towel into a whip. She lashes the towel again, trying to keep him at range. Lucas calmly raises a hand and prepares a precise counter. He catches the towel cleanly, refusing to let her control the distance any longer. Using her own weapon against her, he whips the cloth back with overwhelming force. For the first time, she is caught off guard. The counter-strike smashes through her disguise and knocks off her glasses. The torn cloth and broken axe scatter away together. Now exposed, the intruder teasingly asks whether Lucas has become interested in her. Seeing her uncovered face, Lucas recognizes something familiar about her. She notices he held back enough not to seriously injure her, and Lucas admits he does not know who she is. Before the mystery can be resolved, someone outside calls Lucas to dinner and breaks the moment. Lucas decides he will ask Kai to investigate the maid's identity, but the woman uses the interruption to announce that their game will continue another time. He lunges to stop her from escaping. She triggers a hidden device at her neck as a prepared escape measure. A flash erupts between them, destroying the immediate opening Lucas had created. When the light fades, she is gone, leaving Lucas to wonder whether she used a magic item or a clone technique while mocking him to enjoy his meal. Kai bursts in, impatiently calling for Lucas to answer. Kai drags him toward dinner, joking that Julia will eat everything, and Lucas reflexively defends his sister's reputation. Even so, Lucas thinks the people around Julia keep indulging her until she is treated like a little monster. Elsewhere, the mysterious woman reflects that children reveal useful truths without realizing it. She removes her maid disguise and decides Lucas is far more interesting than she expected. When startled attendants discover her, they are shocked to realize who stands before them. The woman, now revealed as a high-ranking noble named Aurora, orders them to keep everything that happened today secret. A few days later, the Academy holds a grand send-off for Aurora, Julia, and the others amid festival celebrations. Lucas finds the gathering annoyingly loud, especially with students from multiple schools crowding in. He accepts the noise only because the day marks an important departure. The Academy presents the 3 top students who are about to leave for the temple. An elder silences the crowd to begin the formal ceremony. He recounts the ancient revelation of the goddess of wisdom, who urged humanity to show wisdom and courage in hardship. He explains that the goddess promised divine blessings to a worthy young sage, which became the origin of the memorial festival. Over the years, outstanding students from the 3 great magic schools have earned the right to seek the goddess. This year's 3 chosen students are announced, and the elder adds that there is a new decision for this journey. He reminds everyone that the road to the temple is dangerous and filled with monsters. Although teachers normally escort the chosen students, this year they will travel alone. To aid them, the elder summons a small magical guide. He gives the guide to Julia and explains that it will lead the group to the temple. The guide turns out to be a sleepy little blue bird familiar. Julia immediately wonders whether the plump bird can be used as emergency food, horrifying the others. A bell rings to mark the next stage of the ceremony. The elder calls on everyone to pray for the 3 travelers before they depart. Some students sincerely pray for their safe return. Others pray that the trio will bring honor and achievements back to the school. The crowd sends them off with well wishes as the chosen 3 head for the gate. The little guide bird wakes and flutters in Julia's hands. Julia cheerfully thanks everyone and announces their departure. The 3 step out together, with Julia leading the mood and the others following in their own ways. As classmates part from them, Lucas decides that whatever happened around Julia still needs investigation. Even so, he sets that concern aside because something more urgent is on his mind. After the ceremony, the trio leaves the city and starts the journey toward the temple. Dain trails behind them in silence, watching more than speaking. He suddenly senses danger before anyone else does. Dain instantly conjures a massive ice barrier to intercept an incoming attack. The ice catches the projectile before it can reach the group. Julia inspects the blocked object and is puzzled that the ambush weapon is only a wooden stick. She takes Dain's protection as proof of his kindness, while Aurora notices the stick is oddly scorched. From above, Lucas watches the road and confirms he has finally caught up to the group. He arrives separately, having been delayed by his own preparations. Lucas reveals he sent a clone to class in his place, though it is weak and difficult to control because it holds only a fraction of his power. He also admits that if he relaxes too much, he tends to use more power than intended. A rugged instructor notices this and suspects Lucas is scheming again. Lucas ignores the suspicion and keeps his attention on Julia's situation. Meanwhile, Diane quietly asks Julia what really happened to her during the finals. Lucas senses a strange presence mixed into the scene and grows more alert. Julia also feels that something unfamiliar is attached to her condition, even if she cannot identify it. The source is revealed to be a red rabbit-shaped charm hanging from Julia. Back at the academy, the ceremony ends and students are told to return to class, while Lucas remains preoccupied. He clenches his hand, still thinking through the mystery rather than letting it go. Kai complains that sending the top 3 out without guards is absurdly stingy. Other students agree that the trip is too dangerous and question the wisdom of valuing blessings over the students' safety. Lucas sharply challenges their defeatist talk. The others immediately back down and blame their words on exhaustion rather than conviction. Lucas reflects that Julia had shown similar symptoms before, and he cannot understand why they returned even after medicine and a spiritual bath. Far from the academy, the 3 travelers continue into a bright valley beyond the city. Julia celebrates leaving the gloomy town behind, while Diane answers with his usual restraint. Seeing Aurora lag, Julia kindly offers to stop for a short rest. Aurora stubbornly refuses to look weak before Diane, and both Julia and Diane agree to keep moving. Aurora pushes herself until she nearly collapses, forcing Julia to stop the march after all. Trying to save face, Aurora suggests they rest simply because the scenery is beautiful. Julia jokes that she has decent stamina herself, but privately admits Diane and Aurora are monsters compared with normal people. Aurora, frustrated by her own limits, resolves to train harder while the little guide bird flits around them. Watching from concealment, Lucas notes that the 3 have grown unexpectedly close. His observation is cut short when he senses someone else approaching the area. A pair of rough men armed for hunting enter the clearing, and Lucas immediately recognizes trouble. One bandit berates the other for slacking off, revealing they are local criminals rather than travelers. The little guide bird drifts close enough to catch one bandit's attention. The bandits notice the bird and the resting nobles at the same time. Mistaking the magical guide for prey, they decide it looks delicious and rush to catch it. One of them draws a bow and aims at the bird. The bird realizes too late that it has become the target. Lucas dryly notes that everyone seems to see the poor creature as food. The bird flees in panic while the bandit chases after it. The commotion reaches the resting girls and alerts them that something is wrong. Julia happily greets the returning bird, not yet realizing it is fleeing danger. A bandit suddenly bursts into the clearing right behind it, weapon raised. Seeing 3 noble girls isolated in the wild, the bandits realize they have stumbled onto an even richer prize. They move in aggressively and demand to know what such pampered nobles are doing in their territory. Before they can press further, a bolt of purple lightning slams down and drops them where they stand. Julia steps forward with her staff and declares that she hates bandits more than anything. When Aurora calls her a brat, Julia indignantly corrects her even in the middle of the fight. The girls immediately trace the bandits back to their hideout and blast it apart. Inside the ruined camp, another bandit is found trapped in Diane's ice as the assault continues. The remaining criminals are left burned, shocked, and helpless in the wreckage. Among the ruins, the trio finds a treasure chest and opens it. Julia eagerly imagines a great haul hidden inside. Instead, the chest contains only a handful of coins. Aurora mocks the tiny reward, but Julia insists the amount does not matter because eliminating bandits is righteous work. Even as she says that, her body language betrays disappointment at how little they found. She quickly changes the subject by admitting she is hungry and suggesting they look for food. Aurora is instantly charmed by Julia's cuteness and enthusiasm. She decides that winning Julia's affection will be her new personal mission, much to Diane's silent disapproval. Aurora dashes off at once, promising to bring back something delicious. She returns triumphantly with a pile of apples, proud of her success. At the same time, Julia boasts that she has secured an enormous catch of her own, while Diane stands atop a giant ice-preserved fish and Lucas's strange suspicions continue to linger in the background. Diane remains quietly watchful, as if he has noticed that the journey's real danger has only just begun. Diane's focus sharpens as he prepares to act. He unleashes a precise cutting technique, showing the others that his combat skill is as refined as his bearing. The mood shifts once food is prepared, and the meal looks unexpectedly luxurious. Julia is stunned to discover that Diane's cooking is absurdly good, far beyond what she expected. The camp turns playful as Julia and the blonde girl gush over the feast while Diane stays aloof in the background. The blonde girl happily praises Diane's cooking and enjoys the meal without restraint. As they relax around the fire, Julia offers fruit for dessert to keep the good mood going. The blonde girl eagerly reaches for the fruit, trusting it completely. Diane immediately warns her not to eat it, sensing a problem before anyone else does. Julia takes the warning as an insult to her judgment and bristles at the implication that the fruit might be dangerous. To prove there is nothing wrong, Julia stubbornly decides to taste it herself. That confidence backfires instantly, and Diane dryly explains that the fruit is paralysis melon, leaving Julia miserable and the others exasperated. After the incident, the group resumes its journey through the forest. Following Paichan's guidance, the blonde girl cheerfully reports that they should reach the Goddess of Wisdom's temple within a few days. Diane reflects that their trip has yielded little of value so far, while Julia tallies only minor kills and meager results. The blonde girl is perfectly satisfied anyway because, to her, the real reward has been all the food they got to eat. Their light conversation is cut off when a bird startles and the forest begins to shake. All three immediately recognize the rumbling as the approach of a dangerous enemy and ready themselves. A pack of giant hill bears emerges, surrounding them in numbers that should not exist for creatures that normally live alone. One of the bears charges first, turning the threat into an immediate battle. The party responds smoothly, with the blonde girl channeling lightning, Julia summoning fire, and Diane moving to intercept. Their combined attack tears through the pack and drops the bears almost at once. When the smoke clears, the enemy force is already down, making the ambush feel almost trivial. Diane dismisses the bears as weak, and Julia agrees that expecting much from this trip has only led to disappointment. But the blonde girl hesitates, sensing that something about the encounter does not fit. Examining the bodies, she points out that hill bears are solitary magic beasts, so a coordinated group makes no sense. Diane notices the deeper clue at once. The bears were already injured before they reached the party. That realization suggests an even stronger beast attacked them first, and drove them here in panic. Understanding the real danger is still nearby, Diane orders the others to follow him and moves first. He catches sight of the threat and instantly tenses. A violent attack sweeps in, and Diane throws up a wind barrier while warning the others to stay alert. The force of the incoming strike spirals through the forest like a tornado, tearing up trees as it advances. The blast carves through the woods and narrowly misses the group, confirming the enemy's overwhelming power. The true attacker reveals itself overhead, a winged tiger using the storm as cover. The level 5 beast dives toward them, far more dangerous than anything they have faced on the road so far. A dark-haired man appears and identifies the monster, calmly declaring that he will take responsibility for it. His intervention collides with the raging wind and fire already filling the battlefield. Diane cuts into the chaos and lands a solid strike as the newcomer's flames drive the beast back. The blonde girl follows by wrapping the tiger in crackling lightning to pin it down. She intensifies the spell with thunder jarkle, forcing the beast to endure a direct electrical assault. Julia steps in next, preparing a stronger fire technique of her own. She releases hellfire, flooding the area with blazing force to keep the monster from recovering. Under the layered assault, the tiger is battered but still resisting. Wind and flame crash into it together, driving it into a desperate struggle. Diane refuses to let it flee and forms a spread of ice blades to seal off its escape. He launches the frozen spears in a wide arc to trap the beast from every side. The barrage slams into the tiger, and finally breaks its momentum. The ice attack blossoms into a massive crystal prison, locking the winged tiger in place. Seeing the enemy immobilized, the blonde girl cheerfully claims the finishing blow for herself. Her lightning detonates through the frozen target, and the dark-haired man watches the overwhelming finish with open admiration. A young strategist judges the three top students as nearly flawless opponents whose offense and defense are perfectly coordinated, admitting that even he would struggle against them. The trio proves that reputation by bringing down a winged tiger together, turning a dangerous battle into a hard-won meal. Several hours later, the group settles by a campfire, and the tension of combat gives way to conversation. Aurora is thanked for helping them win, because her warning about the hill bears let them prepare for the tiger properly. Aurora refuses the credit and explains that she only remembered what her older brother had taught her. As she happily praises that brother for making her strong, Julia quietly realizes how deeply Aurora treasures him. Aurora even shows off a red crystal and a small bunny charm, both gifts her brother obtained for her. Julia immediately connects those items to the finals, realizing the bunny slowed her down and the crystal likely boosted Julia's body and strength before Aurora finished her off. Instead of resenting her, Julia finds herself envying Aurora for having such a caring older brother. When asked about her own family, Julia reveals that she is far from an only child and comes from a huge noble household. But beneath that casual answer lies the truth that every one of those siblings is her enemy. She recalls being born into a count's family in the Southern Empire. Her father inherited the title, territory, and fortune, and surrounded himself with many wives and even more children. In a society that valued mages above all, Julia's mother stood low in the household because she was only a martial artist chosen for beauty. That low status was enforced through open humiliation and violence. Others dismissed Julia as talentless and pushed her toward inferior training, while her mother was treated as a woman with no claim to title or wealth. Even as a child, Julia burned with anger and refused to accept that place. Still, she and her mother lived under constant menace from the rest of the family. Her half-siblings joined in the abuse, making the estate itself feel hostile. Only her mother comforted her, urging her to endure a little longer. Julia believed those promises were only meant to soothe her, because common-born women had no power to overturn noble cruelty. Everything changed on the day of the god's blessing, when each child's fate would be decided. That ceremony rewarded the worth of the offering with magical power, making it the moment that determined a noble child's future. One sibling received a respectable level 4 water blessing. Another followed with level 3 wind magic, and the family's favored children continued to be recognized one after another. Meanwhile, Julia had nothing to offer, and to make matters worse, her mother had vanished 3 days earlier. Left alone in the hall, she trembled as everyone around her treated her as an embarrassment waiting to happen. She became convinced she had been abandoned by both her mother and the gods and would live forever as the family's joke. Then her name was called, and she was ordered to step forward with an offering she did not have. She walked up in dread, fully expecting public disgrace. Before that humiliation could fall, a sudden disturbance cut through the ceremony. A blazing object crashed into the hall, shocking everyone present. It was her mother, gravely wounded and covered in blood, yet still carrying something burning in her hands. Julia instantly recognized her and broke down at the sight. Ignoring the horrified crowd, her mother staggered straight toward her daughter, leaving a trail of blood behind. Julia then understood the truth. Her mother had challenged a legendary dragon alone to obtain a Calamity-class fire dragon scale for her. With her last strength, her mother placed the scale in Julia's hands and told her to go receive a glorious blessing. Julia could only cry as her mother collapsed against her. Even through her grief, she forced herself to do what her mother had come to die for. She stepped toward the altar while her mother remained behind, barely standing amid blood and fire. When Julia offered the dragon scale, the ritual answered with overwhelming power. A massive eruption of fire burst upward, shaking the entire hall. The spectators were driven back by the sheer force of the magic. The officiant recognized the impossible result as a level 7 fire magic blessing. The blessing manifested like a phoenix of flame, announcing Julia's rise before the whole family. Her father was ecstatic, declaring that a genius of level 7 had been born into the Phoenix family. In that instant, Julia's entire position in the world was transformed. Those who had looked down on her were left stunned as the family's attention shifted completely. Her father publicly claimed her as his pride and granted her the Phoenix family treasure, Roar's promise, opening the path to wealth, status, and honor she could never have touched before. Yet even as she gained everything she had been denied, Julia remained trapped in the grasp of the man now claiming her. In a grand hall, a young girl rushes to her fallen mother as chaos closes in around them. Cradling her dying mother in a pool of blood, she desperately insists that her newly awakened level 7 blessing should have been enough to save her. A priest's grim silence makes it clear that no miracle is coming, and the girl begins to understand the truth. As her body starts to burn with a strange power, the mother rejects any talk of treasures or magic and focuses only on her daughter. The girl breaks down, begging her mother to wake up and refusing to accept the loss. With her last strength, the mother gently reminds her that she always knew this day would come and calls her daughter foolish for still clinging to hope. She says this is the final thing she can do as a mother, using her last breath to leave behind a command for the girl's future. Her final wish is simple and absolute: live strongly, and then her hand falls still in the blood. The daughter is left staring in shock as the reality of death finally pierces through her grief. That grief erupts into a violent blaze, her power surging uncontrollably around her mother's corpse. Later, she reflects that her mother met death with peaceful resolve, and that calm only deepened the weight of what she had endured. From that day on, the girl fixed her mother in memory as the strongest and most beautiful woman in the world. Her mourning hardens into conviction, and she begins shaping herself around that ideal. Determined to follow her mother's image, she starts seeking women who possess both strength and beauty. That conviction carries into a later journey, where she travels with companions and speaks of her mother by a campfire. One listener is moved to tears by the story, overwhelmed by how extraordinary Aurora's mother must have been. Aurora shuts that reaction down at once, refusing pity and insisting she does not want sympathy. She explains that titles, wealth, and outward status do not deserve admiration by themselves, while women like her mother do because they unite beauty with real strength. A young nobleman listening nearby reacts with open skepticism to Aurora's idealization. He challenges whether the kind of sacrifice she praises is truly worthy of respect. In his view, Aurora is glorifying her mother far beyond reason. Aurora catches him listening and needles him for intruding, making the disagreement direct. She presses him, asking whether hearing such values was difficult for someone born into noble privilege. He answers that throwing everything away for another person is simply foolish, striking at the heart of what she reveres. Aurora demands an explanation, and he reveals that he too once believed he had found someone perfect. He rises and begins recounting his past, saying that with his own hands he destroyed that person's legend. The memory centers on a glowing ice emblem, tying his confession to the power he inherited. He comes from the Asaran house, the imperial family line that has guarded supreme ice magic for generations. His role was to inherit that legendary's strongest ice magic. By family custom, each generation selects the most gifted heir to succeed the last. The previous successor was his distant cousin and personal master, Sheena Asaran. Sheena was famed as the Empire's youngest and strongest Imperial Guard captain, a living legend in her own right. Although she was still young enough that no replacement should have been needed for decades, she chose a successor unusually early. That chosen heir was him, a 12-year-old prodigy with a level 7 blessing who accepted the honor with innocent excitement. His joy faltered when he sensed that his master did not share his enthusiasm. Confused, he wondered if he had somehow offended her. Instead, Sheena immediately established distance and authority, ordering him to call her master and forbidding him from using magic from that day forward. The command stunned him, because it stripped away the very talent that had defined his worth. Sheena insisted he first build his body through martial training, and he obeyed without question. Day after day, she drove him through harsh physical labor in the snow. The training became relentless punishment, with freezing water and exhaustion breaking him down endlessly. It escalated into brutal combat drills that left no room for mercy. He was battered through impossible exercises, forced to endure impacts his young body could barely survive. The abuse pushed him to the point of coughing blood. Collapsed in the snow, he could do little but gasp and endure. Even then, Sheena looked down on him with contempt and called him worthless. Those days felt so unbearable that he sometimes thought death would be kinder. Yet he convinced himself that all of it was meant to forge him quickly into a first-class mage. Sheena remained cold and unreadable, never offering warmth to support that belief. Even so, he sat beside the fire in that frozen wilderness still admiring her, convinced his master was truly extraordinary. The boy realizes that harsh physical training has unexpectedly strengthened the fundamentals of his ice magic. While eating beside the fire, his calm confidence slips out before he can stop himself. His master catches that reaction immediately, and he senses he has revealed more than he meant to. Still unsure, he asks what she is implying. She tells him he still does not understand and bluntly admits that her earlier noble, gentle image was an act. The truth lands hard on him. The kindness he believed in was deliberately false. She explains that his soft expectations irritated her, so she decided to provoke and unsettle him instead. When she says all of his suffering was just her way of toying with him, his hurt turns into outrage. He finally lashes out at her as a cruel woman. His anger erupts into a violent burst of ice power that crashes into the frozen landscape. Rather than being alarmed, she is satisfied that she has finally drawn real anger out of him. Even half buried in snow from the backlash, he hears her judge that the training is working. She declares that she has toughened both his body and his magic and decides to begin teaching him true ice mastery the next day. From then on, he abandons weak, noble restraint and submits to her brutal method of training. Driven by deception, pain, and hardship, he throws himself into combat practice and rapidly grows stronger. His progress culminates in him successfully forming the advanced spell Ice Cage. Stunned by his own success, he realizes he has reached a new level. His master accepts that result and immediately moves him to a final trial. After that, the training shifts into a far harsher stage amid a blizzard. He is battered through the storm until he can barely hold on. Lying injured in the snow, he is shocked to hear that his master expected him to survive. From a distance, she orders him to come at her and reveals the rule of succession. To inherit her position, he must kill the previous successor. She makes the threat absolute by telling him that if he cannot kill her, she will kill him instead. In that instant, he understands that this is no longer training in name only. As her overwhelming power descends, he recognizes that she is completely serious. Terrified but cornered, he forces himself not to break. He grips his weapon and prepares to stake his life on one desperate attack. Under the pressure of imminent death, he drives his magic forward with everything he has. That extreme moment pushes his ice power beyond its previous limits. The unleashed magic turns catastrophic and strikes his master instead. He freezes in disbelief at what he has done. When the storm settles, he sees her collapsed in blood with his ice blade through her body. He calls to her in horror, unable to accept that he may have killed his master. His weapon slips from his grasp as the reality of it sinks in. He stares at his own hands and begins to break under the thought that he killed her. As memories rush back, he recalls how early she chose him as her successor and how she shaped his life from the start. He remembers resenting the pain she put him through even as she remained the center of his growth. Through tears, he realizes that the strength he gained came from staying beside her, and that his feelings toward her had become far more complicated than hatred. Overwhelmed by grief, he cries out beside her body. Then a sudden blow interrupts his breakdown. His master, still alive despite the wound, tells him to stop making noise. He can only stare in shock that she survived. She dismisses his hope of ever killing her so easily and makes clear that she was always beyond him. As he pieces it together, he realizes the deadly succession test and the forced battle were also part of her design. He understands that this, too, was another lie meant to drag out his hidden potential. Realizing he has been manipulated again, he accuses her even as she turns away. She says the training is over and leaves him behind in the snow, offering only the promise that they may meet again if fate allows it. Left alone, he vents his frustration that she always disappears without explaining herself and never lets him understand what she truly feels. He calls after her, asking where she is going and whether they will ever meet again. Without looking back, she answers that they probably will, but warns him that next time she will not forgive him if he has not become stronger than her, leaving him clutching the meaning of her parting challenge. A silver-haired woman's parting plea stays with him as a demand not to fail her. Holding up his hand, he reflects that true strength means refusing to become a disposable sacrifice in a cruel world. Diane's thoughts reveal deep devotion, as he sees his elder sister as the ideal woman and the person he most admires. The others immediately tease him for being hopelessly attached to his sister, exposing the softness beneath his usual composure. Annoyed by the mockery, Dain shuts it down and redirects the conversation toward Julia's brother instead. He explains that martial artists are looked down on in this world, while everyone measures worth by magical ability. In his view, that prejudice is not entirely baseless, because magic truly holds greater power than martial skill. Julia counters that her brother's talent will still carry him to greatness, and that his future strength will eclipse the scorn around him. She realizes that Jeremy's twisted behavior likely came from jealousy toward that promise. Dain reassures her that her own brother is different, and would never be consumed by that kind of envy. Julia agrees with quiet confidence, believing her brother chose his own path long ago and no longer lives by comparison. Her thoughts return to childhood, when gossip spread that her brother must have been devastated after the Rasta family sent back his broken engagement papers with Maya. At that time, their father took Lucas outside, hoping a change of scene would steady the boy's shaken heart. Young Julia secretly followed her father and brother as they traveled away from home. She hid herself in a town, watching from a distance as they arrived somewhere unfamiliar. Her father quickly noticed her anyway and called her out of hiding, making it clear she could not trail them unnoticed. Caught, Julia stayed close to Lucas, suddenly more observer than intruder. As she watched, she saw her father dealing directly with ordinary townspeople for the first time. What struck her most was that the commoners did not fear him or flatter him mechanically. They genuinely respected him. That walk led them to a statue standing in the town square, a monument tied to their family's past. Julia was immediately drawn in, sensing that this place carried unusual weight for her father and brother. When she asked what it was, her father prepared himself and began to tell them the story behind it. He explained that the statue marked the place where Catherine and he had once fought together, and where their uncle Soren now rested. His account shifts to that battle, where chaos and bloodshed filled the ravine as they faced a deadly enemy. In the thick of it, a blonde captain fought at the front while Soren supported him with magic from behind. Soren unleashed his staff's power, driving his magic harder as the fight escalated. The spell answered with overwhelming force, a dragon halberd tearing through the battlefield. Even under pressure, the captain could only acknowledge how formidable mages were in real combat. Soren coolly accepted the praise and reminded him that protecting the front line properly was still the captain's job. Their bond ran deeper than rank, because Soren was not just the squad's strongest mage, but the captain's closest friend. That trust was tested when a dark power surged nearby, signaling that something far worse had entered the fight. A man touched by that power began to petrify, showing that the enemy's curse could spread with terrifying speed. They soon found themselves confronting a mountain beastman lord empowered by petrification, a monster far beyond an ordinary target. The beastman attacked with brutal force, smashing through the battlefield and forcing them onto the defensive. The captain answered with a direct aerial strike, trying to break the monster before it could overwhelm them. But the beastman retaliated with petrification beams, turning the clash into a race against instant ruin. The captain braced himself and kept pressing forward despite the danger closing in around him. He resolved that even if both sides fell, he had to make sure this monster died with them. At that critical moment, Soren began casting a higher-order spell, betting everything on advanced magic. The spell changed the battle, opening a chance for the captain to strike while the beastman was pinned and exposed. Then Soren used warp magic, and the captain instantly realized his friend had chosen a desperate move. The captain understood too late that Soren was sacrificing his own safety to create that opening. Driven by that sacrifice, he hurled himself into the final attack with everything he had left. When the motion ended, distance had opened between them, and the cost of victory became impossible to ignore. The captain could only call Soren's name, already fearing what the answer would be. Soren stood there as petrification consumed his body, the spell's backlash and the enemy's curse taking hold at once. The two friends faced each other in the aftermath, separated not by choice but by the stone death advancing through Soren. Fragments of memory surface of quieter days, showing that their bond had been built through ordinary companionship as much as war. Those memories culminate in the image of them walking together through the city, inseparable in a way battle could never fully explain. Back in the present of the story, the captain's grief remains raw, and he can only ask why this loss had to be his to bear. A wounded swordsman begs the mage not to throw away his life on someone as ordinary as him, insisting the captain is worth far more. The mage rejects that logic and reminds him that as captain, surviving would let him save many more people. But the swordsman has one more reason for refusing to be protected. He points out that the mage still has Catherine, while he himself has no one who would grieve for him. Resolved, he entrusts the innocent villagers to the mage and vows to hold the line and die in his place if necessary. That sacrifice brings back the image of a revered ancestor whose ideals still define the family. The ancestor had once explained that despite earning noble status through war, he chose the harsh frontier over comfort in the south. He told Lucas that true greatness did not require becoming the strongest warrior in the world. What mattered was having someone precious enough to protect with one's life and the determination to carry that will through. With that resolve, even an ordinary iron sword could make someone a genuine hero. Watching from behind, his little sister saw that conviction take hold in her brother. In that moment, his will to protect blazed so fiercely that it seemed to outshine magic itself. By the campfire, that lesson lingers as the group reflects on how protective resolve can become a power of its own. Julia admits that such a noble belief in protecting others is hard for her cynical nature to compete with. The white-haired listener quietly recognizes this as the core philosophy behind martial arts. Their cheerful younger companion adds that no matter how strong she becomes, her brother would never envy her because to her he will always be the greatest hero. Up in the tree, the dark-haired young man listens alone in the night, turning those words over in his mind. He smiles faintly as if arriving at a personal answer. Then he moves, sensing danger in the forest. A red-eyed beast emerges from between the trees and closes in on the camp. Before it can strike, a precise attack cuts across its face and stops it cold. The young man prepares another spell, deciding that whether he uses magic or martial skill is irrelevant. What matters to him is simple. As long as he can protect Julia, nothing else matters. Julia notices the shift in the atmosphere and realizes something is happening. As the wind rises under the moonlight, the camp falls into a tense silence. He keeps watch from above while the others drift toward sleep, refusing to relax completely. The next day, the story shifts to Aaron Magic School. There, Lucas trains intensely, channeling green magic through his hand with grim focus. His spell has grown far more violent, producing a mass of deadly thorn vines. The attack crushes armored targets with overwhelming force. An observer notes that both the number and lethality of Lucas's vines have increased dramatically, proof of relentless effort. Even so, Lucas walks away burdened rather than satisfied. Other students praise his staffless casting, but then undercut it by saying his talent is only natural because he shares Julia's blood. The remark hits him like an insult, reducing all his work to family lineage. Lucas angrily rejects that idea and insists his progress comes from effort, not blood. Meanwhile, word spreads that the martial arts students have become bitter and demoralized. Their teacher Sigalt is also unraveling, drinking in the lab and desperately searching for the cause as the martial arts department nears collapse. The tension finally spills over when news arrives that mage and martial arts students are openly fighting. Lucas immediately reacts, alarmed by what he hears. He rushes to the scene with others and demands to know what was just said. Faced with conflict on both sides, he realizes the situation has become dangerously tangled and wonders how it escalated this far. Several hours earlier, a magical guide had led Julia's group through the mountains toward a hidden destination. The guide takes the form of a small blue bird familiar perched with them as they travel. It brings them to the sealed entrance of the goddess's temple, and they realize they have finally arrived. Their bright young companion confidently declares that she will open the temple door. The familiar transforms into a glowing key in her hand, revealing the means to unlock the seal. She inserts the key into the stone mechanism. With excited certainty, she commands the temple to open. The seal responds by unfolding into a swirling blue portal. Smiling at the others, she urges the group to enter. Watching the others leave with the temple's blessing, the young man decides there is no need to follow and instead turns his attention to the temple itself. Since they are already here, he chooses to investigate the inside rather than let the chance go to waste. The group arrives through the portal and steps into the sacred grounds. The blonde girl is immediately delighted by the temple's beauty and grandeur. As she recalls that visitors are supposed to thank the goddess for blessings, she also realizes not everyone even gets to meet that goddess directly, and wonders who actually grants the blessing. The white-haired boy explains that the goddess's attendant spirits handle that role, and the group starts searching for them. The blonde girl eagerly calls out for one of the spirits, treating the search like a game. She keeps poking around the flower beds and hidden corners, determined to flush one out. Her loud, cheerful shouting annoys the others, who point out that this is not how one finds a spirit. A tiny winged spirit finally appears, not out of welcome but to complain that she is being too noisy. The blonde girl realizes they have found one of the goddess's spirits, specifically the spirit of wisdom. Hidden nearby, the dark-haired young man senses their presence and reflects that the blonde girl's persistence makes evasion difficult. He remembers from experience that once she fixates on something, she will hound it relentlessly until she gets what she wants. The spirit remarks that it is unusual to receive 3 visitors this year, confirming the group's arrival is rare. She agrees to guide them to the temple proper and tells them to follow. When asked about the other spirits, she awkwardly admits there should be 3 of them. Instead of producing the others, she sheepishly reveals she came alone and left the rest unchecked while she slept longer. Even so, she leads the 3 visitors up to the grand temple entrance. Inside, she explains that this is where blessings are received, though whether the goddess personally appears depends on her own will. Before she can finish, glowing words appear on the doors, and the spirit realizes the goddess has issued a direct invitation for the visitors to enter. The hidden observer is startled by the development, while the spirit excitedly tells the group they are unusually fortunate to be summoned in person. As the doors open, the spirit hurriedly warns them to behave respectfully before the goddess. The dark-haired young man senses something off about the presence inside and immediately grows suspicious. What awaits within is not a living goddess but a stone figure, its stillness hinting that something is wrong. The statue suddenly shatters, exposing that the holy sanctuary has been infiltrated. 2 demons emerge from the wreckage and greet the visitors as if they have been expecting them: Velaspa, demon lord of rage, and Beryl, demon lord of envy. The ruined idol and the demon's arrival make it clear the temple has already been seized. The blonde girl freezes in shock as the sacred meeting turns into an ambush. The dark-haired young man steps forward protectively, confirming his suspicions and demanding to know who they are. The blonde girl suddenly recognizes the dark-haired young man as her older brother, exposing a hidden relationship in the middle of the crisis. Beryl reveals the nature of her power by declaring that envy reaches beyond life and death. Velaspa follows by making clear that rage works through flesh and blood, defining the pair as manipulators of emotion and body alike. The spirit is terrified and tries to appeal to them before she can even finish her plea. The demons strike first, blasting the tiny spirit away without hesitation. The blonde girl rushes to protect the spirit, refusing to let the attack pass unanswered. Velaspa dismisses the spirits as mere puppets and insists they have no right to speak the demons' names. As the dark-haired young man feels their power, he realizes it resembles the force once used to control the Minotaur, linking this attack to an earlier enemy scheme. That connection leads him to a more alarming conclusion. The demon's ability is not simple violence but direct control. He immediately warns his companions to run before they are taken over as well. Even as he gives the order, he understands the danger may already be too close to avoid. Red and green tendrils seize the white-haired boy and the pink-haired girl, showing the demons can invade both of them at once. The white-haired boy feels the influence take hold and realizes he is being targeted from within. Both captives are overwhelmed as the demons force their emotions to the surface and begin breaking down their resistance. The possession deepens into a mental assault, with each demon dragging a victim into an emotional trap tailored to their weakness. Velaspa feeds the white-haired boy's rage by reopening the humiliation of losing to a younger girl and questioning his worth as a man and fighter. At the same time, Beryl poisons the pink-haired girl with envy, forcing her to compare herself to the admired blonde girl and resent everything she believes she lacks. The pink-haired girl starts to crack under that jealousy, her composure giving way to bitterness. The white-haired boy also begins to succumb, his anger twisting into something the demon can use. His eyes harden as the corruption settles in, and his reason slips further away. The pink-haired girl's gaze changes as well, confirming that both companions are being turned against themselves and possibly against the others. A white-haired swordsman and a red-eyed woman clash in midair, their blue and fire magic colliding as the battle inside the hall erupts. Watching the fight, the protagonists realize with alarm that the students involved are already under some kind of control. The dark-haired lead hardens his resolve, deciding that with no way to free them immediately, they have to fight through the situation. The duel escalates into a violent exchange of fire and ice that tears across the chamber. Elsewhere, a green-haired demon woman enjoys the chaos, treating the students' forced slaughter as entertainment. Her horned demon companion reminds her not to forget their real mission, and she casually agrees while holding a glowing green artifact. As destruction spreads behind them, the demon pair remain calm, shielded from the turmoil they set in motion. The heroes charge, but the dark-haired lead is distracted by the enemy's unknown language and tries to understand what they are saying. Before he can press further, a surge of blue force crashes into purple energy, forcing everyone to brace for another direct clash. In that instant, he notices something important, and his attention snaps toward the true threat. Above them, the red-eyed woman unleashes sweeping rings of fire that threaten to engulf the room. The lead immediately delegates, ordering Julia to hold off the two controlled fighters while he moves on the source of the problem. Julia and the others are left in the middle of the elemental crossfire, as he breaks away despite the danger. He spots the green-haired demon woman near a throne-like device and realizes she is the one directing events. The throne activates with eerie green power, confirming that the device is central to the scheme. At the same time, the horned demon focuses on a separate target with blood-red magic, preparing a brutal strike. He smashes through the structure and seizes what appears to be a hidden coffin or container embedded within it. Inside lies a sleeping blonde child marked with a glowing symbol, revealing that the demons were after a sealed divine being. As the demon reaches in, another hand suddenly intercepts him and stops him from taking the child unopposed. The child is pulled free anyway, suspended in green light as if being awakened or extracted for use. The demon woman leans in and rouses the child, impatiently demanding that they wake up. The child opens glowing green eyes, returning to consciousness under the demon's control. A flood of green light pours outward from the awakened child, spreading across the area in all directions. Even the child seems startled by the scale of the power now being released. That power condenses into the form of a radiant golden snail, revealing the strange divine medium the demons intended to use. Outside at Aaron Magic School's martial arts department classroom, the same green energy suddenly bursts from the building. A student realizes that the light released from the controlled children inside has reached all the way to Aaron Magic School, meaning the effect is spreading remotely. As students gather outside the martial arts building, they discuss the department and unknowingly stand within the drifting green influence. The dark-haired lead arrives among them just as the energy begins to wrap around the students. He quickly recognizes that even Kai and the others are being controlled now, and is horrified that it happened without warning. The affected students begin repeating degrading thoughts about trash and worthlessness, showing that the magic is twisting their minds. One student tries to make sense of the babbling, but the corruption is already taking hold. The hostility sharpens as another student turns the contempt outward and starts attacking the lead verbally. He finds himself surrounded by a growing crowd of entranced students closing in from every side. Realizing the timing could not be worse, he understands that the mage class has now been dragged into the incident too. The students' bodies begin to fail under the strain as the green energy keeps draining through them. He notices the collapse spreading and immediately reassesses the danger. One after another, even the mage students drop, proving the effect is not just mental control but a broad magical siphon. The white-haired student falls unconscious as the draining continues unchecked. The lead catches him before he hits the ground, trying to protect those he still can. But the fallen student can only mutter the implanted words, showing his mind is still trapped inside the spell. Kneeling among the collapsed students, the lead realizes this is a mass absorption of power affecting everyone around him. He concludes that if the siphoning continues, the entire school will be drained. Tracing the pressure back to its origin, he identifies the classroom building as the source of the presence. He decides the only option is to destroy that source immediately, and rushes toward the building. As he moves, a shocking realization hits him. The power involved is tied to the temple of the goddess of wisdom. Back inside, the green-haired demon woman declares the mission complete and prepares to withdraw before the heroes can stop her. A red teleportation magic circle engulfs the demon pair and their prize as they begin their escape. The dark-haired lead bursts in too late and desperately tries to stop them from leaving. He launches himself toward the ascending demons through the ruined hall, but they are already rising away within the red beam. The dark-haired fighter realizes too late that the situation has already turned against them. A massive ice strike crashes down, forcing him to brace as the enemy's power floods the hall. He lands and reorients himself, tracking the battlefield as attacks continue from above. At the same time, the red-haired girl's fire power surges back to life. He understands the previous attack restored Aaron's control, but believes there is still hope if the teachers can handle the aftermath. Dropping into position, he curses himself for arriving too late to prevent the reversal. Ahead of him, the white-haired swordsman advances with ice blade in hand, clearly no longer restrained. The swordsman's corrupted state deepens, and he notes that the others are regaining control just as he once did. The dark-haired fighter realizes Aurora is likely recovering as well, while Julia desperately calls for her to wake up. Aurora stirs behind her grimoire as fire and lightning pressure close in around her. Her awakening erupts into blazing wings, and she unleashes Fire Wing with renewed force. Seeing Julia in the danger zone, the dark-haired fighter rushes in and warns her to get clear. Before she can move, a storm of fiery strikes rains down toward her position. Julia freezes for a moment as she realizes the attack is about to hit her directly. Aurora's flaming wings spread wide and intercept the barrage before it can reach Julia. The dark-haired fighter shouts Julia's name as the rescue detonates into a violent clash of magic. The white-haired swordsman uses the opening to rush him, driving in with an ice-forged blade. Annoyed that his attempt to protect Julia has been interrupted, the dark-haired fighter steels himself. He flips away from the swordsman's upward assault and avoids being pinned down. Midair, he gathers golden power into a decisive counterattack. He slams that power down in a vertical strike that tears through the hall toward his opponent. The white-haired swordsman blocks the descending blow with a horizontal wall of ice. Flaming projectiles slice through the air immediately after, pressing the attack from another angle. The dark-haired fighter reads the timing and prepares to chain his next move without hesitation. His follow-up slash explodes across the floor, forcing the swordsman to keep defending. Watching both enemies coordinate, he realizes that even under control they still fight as a unit. The swordsman agrees in his own way, recognizing that the bond between the two girls remains strong. Still consumed by corruption, he bears his hostility and prepares a stronger response. Aurora and Aaron combine their powers into a fused assault, Fire Fang and Frost Dragon, creating a devastating dual-element attack. The dark-haired fighter stays calm and shifts his stance, looking for the one opening in the combined strike. He meets it head-on with a powered kick, smashing through the ice portion of the attack. As the shattered magic clears, the swordsman sees him break through and closes in again. The dark-haired fighter realizes Aurora is controlling two spells at once, and that handling both fronts is pushing her to an extreme level of precision. He launches a concentrated blue strike toward her, aiming to disrupt that control. Julia answers with Thunder Escape, inserting herself into the exchange. Her lightning whips through the battlefield and diverts the attack before it can reach Aurora. Bruised but relieved, Julia confirms she intervened just in time. She declares that when it comes to teamwork she will not let her big brother lose anyone. Encouraged, the dark-haired fighter activates heroic battle spirit and surges back into close combat. He drives a heavy kick into the white-haired swordsman, knocking him off balance. Meanwhile, Aurora raises her grimoire again, fully committing to the fight with fire restored. She summons a gigantic flaming hand to crush the battlefield from above. The fire construct slams down in an explosive impact, turning the pressure back onto their side. Julia recognizes that the instant Aurora and Aaron regained control, both of them became far more dangerous. Refusing to fall behind, Julia forms a thunder barrier and vows that she will not lose either. Her barrier rises as a towering column of lightning and fire, shielding the others from the incoming magical force. Using that protection, the dark-haired fighter charges through the chaos and cuts forward again. The white-haired swordsman, grinning with manic confidence, condenses ice into his hand for a brutal counter. He catches the charge at close range and smashes the dark-haired fighter with an ice-armed blow. The impact sends the dark-haired fighter skidding violently across the floor, ending the exchange with the enemy still standing. A dark-haired fighter throws himself into the battle at full speed, closing the distance before his enemies can recover. One white-haired opponent lies battered in the rubble, but the fight is not over. The fallen enemy's eyes flare with a sinister red power, showing the corruption is still active. He surges back up and dives straight at the dark-haired fighter with renewed killing intent. The dark-haired fighter slips past the attack through flying ice, trying to avoid being trapped in close combat. A burst of purple force erupts overhead, and he immediately realizes this is the same dangerous aura they faced before. He remembers that removing this power too early last time nearly cost lives, so he knows he cannot rush the purification. Instead, he strikes the corrupted man with a controlled blow meant to disable rather than cleanse. The hit makes the enemy scream as the corruption rides violently through him. Both combatants crash down hard, and the blonde girl watching from behind anxiously wonders whether the attempt worked. The dark-haired fighter tells her to stay back while he checks the result himself. As he approaches, he finds the enemy still convulsing, proving the threat has not ended. He realizes this is worse than expected. The siblings' synchronized martial ability makes them far more dangerous together. Before he can press the advantage, a sweeping wave of power rushes toward him from above. The blonde girl cries out to warn her brother. A spiraling attack descends from the sky, forcing him into a desperate retreat. He shields himself as flames crash down around him. A blazing strike tears across the ground, showing the second sibling has joined the assault. The blonde girl rushes in and calls out to check whether he is still standing. He confirms he did remove the evil power, but the outcome is not what he expected. Instead of returning to normal, the siblings have transformed into something far more monstrous. The pair now appear as giant elemental beings, one of fire and one of ice, their power fused into towering forms. He concludes that if the child behind this is responsible, then the entire school may already be in danger as well. That fear is confirmed as a green wave of energy spreads across the campus. Inside the school, students and staff alike begin collapsing at their desks under the same influence. A teacher fighting off the effect suspects the golden snail may be the cause, though it should not have reached the martial division. The green energy continues winding through the halls, overtaking the building. Another staff member realizes the students dropped one after another, and that even his own power is being absorbed, so he rushes to report the crisis. He reaches the elder named Mr. Otani and tries to warn him that the whole school is affected. Otani cuts him off, already aware of the situation and fully composed. He explains that he had already gathered Eureka and the elite teachers to establish defensive formations. His calm makes it clear he has been preparing for escalation. He adds that the student council is investigating too, with capable students already mobilized. The younger teacher protests that sending students after a threat the teachers cannot handle is far too dangerous. Otani tells him to calm down, refusing to be shaken by panic. He quietly states that if the situation demands it, he will intervene personally. That declaration stuns the younger man, because Otani is known for never stepping into the spotlight. As they move through the corrupted halls, the younger teacher can only wonder what kind of crisis could force Otani to act. Otani reflects that the power draining through the school resembles demonic absorption, and that the old evil still has not truly disappeared. Back at the battlefield, fire and ice attacks launch together in a coordinated assault. Purple lightning detonates around the impacts, turning the area into a lethal trap. The blonde girl steels herself instead of giving in to fear. She steps forward with her staff and tells Julia to take responsibility for handling the two monsters while the dark-haired fighter recovers. Hearing that, the dark-haired fighter decides he has no choice but to use the technique he has been saving. The transformed siblings loom over the battlefield like giant guardians of flame and ice, making the urgency unmistakable. He reveals that ever since witnessing a martial god's sealing curse, he has been training to reproduce that method. But the technique comes with a severe limit. Once he gathers power for it, he cannot use any other power for a time. That means he cannot fight the two monsters directly while preparing it, leaving him exposed. So he places his hopes on Julia and urgently calls her name, trusting her to hold the line. Julia answers by raising her crackling staff and committing herself to protect him while he prepares the decisive move. Julia unleashes Triple Thunder Layer, raising a massive lightning barrier to stop the combined assault bearing down on them. The impact is overwhelming, and the force of the ice giant and Aurora's flames drives hard against her defense. Even as she holds the spell together, Julia realizes just how far beyond her strength this clash has become. She doubts she can keep both enemies back alone, and the strain starts breaking her confidence. In that desperate moment, a memory of Aurora's warmth and concern resurfaces, reminding Julia what she is fighting for. The memory jolts her back from fear, and she refuses to give in. She decides that whether she is capable no longer matters, because abandoning them is not an option. Facing both Aurora and dying, she resolves to act no matter the cost. Julia commits herself fully, determined to save them even if it kills her. She recognizes that her own power cannot defeat both the ice giant and Aurora's fire at once. So she reaches for another answer. Julia turns Aurora's thunder-infused power against the ice giant, trying to redirect the battle instead of overpowering it. Diane immediately moves, reading her intent while she is nearly spent. But Julia had counted on that reaction and sees his intervention as the opening she needed. She reveals that she deliberately left Aurora exposed to lure Diane into stepping into her magic circle. With Diane now where she wanted him, Julia shifts her focus to Aurora. As expected, Aurora attacks from range, and Julia triggers her counter at the exact moment. Julia's lightning pierces through the fiery assault and forces the exchange into her control. The backlash reaches Aurora, disrupting her and breaking her momentum. Now Julia stands between Diane and Aurora, with the ice giant no longer acting as a simple shield. For a brief moment, she believes her gamble succeeded and that she can still save them. Then Diane swings sword aura through the battlefield, releasing a cutting force from a distance. The strike hits Julia directly, leaving her stunned and bloodied. She is shaken because Diane should not have been able to move freely under her setup. Worse, he is somehow still controlling the ice giant as well, proving his reach is greater than she understood. A wounded ally watching nearby realizes Julia is in immediate danger and cries out to her. He tries to rise despite his own injuries, desperate to help. His blood on the ground underscores how badly the fight has already cost them. Diane concludes that Julia's sword aura is far stronger than he expected, making her an even greater threat. He decides that if saving Julia means Aurora's gathered power will be lost, he will accept that trade. He plants himself to launch the next attack without hesitation. Using the ice giant's movement and his own speed together, Diane closes in for a direct strike. Ice and lightning gather around him as he prepares to finish the exchange at close range. His killing intent sharpens completely. Aurora answers by raining down a barrage of attacks, trying to overwhelm him before he can land the blow. Diane cuts through the assault with sword aura, refusing to be stopped. Aurora presses harder, firing continuously while forcing herself through the recoil and interference. The clash detonates around them, tearing up the ground in a violent burst. Diane drives through the chaos and reaches Aurora at close quarters. At that moment Aurora insists she is fine, speaking as if to reassure her brother even while her body is failing. Julia hears Aurora call out to Diane, and the emotional truth of their bond becomes impossible to ignore. Aurora then openly declares that as long as she remains here, she will not let anyone interfere with her big brother. The watching ally finally understands that the unknown presence inside Julia is actually Aurora's true identity surfacing through her. That realization leaves him grimly certain of what this battle really is. Julia responds by invoking Thunder Punishment, summoning a far greater spell to end the confrontation. But before it can decide the battle, Diane and Aurora join hands and synchronize their powers. Together they fuse ice and flame into a single united defense and counterattack. Their combined power surges upward and collides head-on with Julia's descending thunder. Julia is caught off guard by the sudden unity and strength of their response. Then a mysterious purple figure descends through the light, interrupting the battle with an ominous new arrival. Meanwhile, another disturbance erupts at the Aaron Magic School's martial arts department. A senior investigator arrives to find students collapsed across the grounds while a draining force spreads through the area. He confirms that every martial arts student nearby has had their magic siphoned away and fallen unconscious. The strain of the phenomenon hits even him for a moment. Even so, he realizes Mina's warning was accurate and that the drain here is unusually severe. Tracing the source, he concludes the disturbance is centered inside the martial arts classroom in this building. As he moves in, he senses another presence and demands that whoever is there reveal themselves. He attacks first, only for his fire to be stopped by a sudden barrier. The defender turns out to be a blonde magic student standing before a hidden figure behind a green shield. Recognizing him, the investigator identifies the boy as Ryan, a third-year student. He recalls that Ryan is Jeremy's half-brother and had looked into the family after Julia surpassed his own record in Aaron Tower. He apologizes for mistaking Ryan for an enemy, but notes that Ryan's power should also be weakening in this zone. Ryan is unsettled that he was able to block the fireball at all under these conditions. The investigator presses him about why he is here, then connects it to Ryan's younger brother being in the martial arts department. Ryan bristles at the insult and fiercely rejects any contempt toward his brother. The outburst makes clear that the mention of his brother is Ryan's breaking point. Trying to steady himself, Ryan explains that he came because the closer he got, the more everyone's magic weakened. The investigator realizes Ryan has already been following the same disturbance and asks where he was when it began. Ryan says he had just finished class near the magic training grounds, which explains why the drain affected him less than the martial arts students. Still tense, Ryan asks whether he is being treated as a suspect. The investigator denies it and says he only needs to record anyone who may have helped, prompting Ryan to ask to join the investigation. Seeing an opportunity, the investigator agrees and frames it as a chance for Ryan to prove himself. Ryan accepts at once. Together they head toward the building, with the investigator deciding that extra help is worth the risk. Privately, he also decides that keeping Ryan close will make him easier to watch if he is involved. Before they can proceed, a glowing golden snail suddenly appears as a new threat. It blasts the doorway apart with a burst of green force. Ryan immediately takes charge and moves to handle the attack himself. He unleashes a sweeping wind barrier around them, shielding the investigator as he counters. At last seeing a chance to prove his worth, Ryan vows to show Julia that Jeremy deserves respect. That resolve triggers a memory of a blood-stained battlefield in the mountains. In the memory, a white-haired enemy wreathed in violet lightning is already badly wounded but still dangerous. Julia has been impaled and is bleeding heavily, yet remains conscious. Even in that state, she recognizes that the enemy can use combination magic and understands the danger. A blazing attack streaks toward the battlefield. Julia hurls herself into its path to intercept it before it can hit the others. The impact sends her crashing violently across the ground. Watching her fall, her brother realizes too late that he judged her wrongly. He surges forward wrapped in golden power, calling her name as he charges the enemy. Though his body is already breaking down, he forces himself to use a forbidden or dangerous technique anyway. From Julia's fading perspective, his power erupts on the battlefield while two allies stand below. Barely able to breathe, she understands that he is trying to force out that technique, and weakly tries to stop him. Even without understanding martial arts, she knows someone has to stop the two enemies before they push him too far. She drags her ruined body forward despite reopening her wounds. Blood pouring from her face, she refuses to give in. Though every part of her body screams in pain, she keeps moving because her brother and Aurora need her. She tells herself she has to rise and save them, still clinging to Julia's name as her anchor. That desperate will ignites a red crystal-like power inside her and forces her back into action. The battlefield is suddenly engulfed by a violent clash of purple lightning, ice, and fire as the conflict escalates again. At the center of it, the white-haired enemy and the battered girl are driven into direct confrontation amid the storm of power. A battered woman forces herself back up and gathers violent purple lightning, refusing to fall before she buys a little more time. With her body already failing, she prepares one last attack and commits everything to a technique called Thundercore. Seeing her sacrifice, the young man realizes she is stalling for him and decides she has done enough. He calls on a radiant golden power, takes control of the fight, and orders her to leave the rest to him. His energy answers immediately, crashing down in a massive golden strike that reshapes the battlefield. As the power gathers around him, he steadies himself and concentrates on condensing all of that force into a single point. Before he can finish, a monstrous enemy closes in, its killing intent flaring as it targets him at close range. He launches upward in a golden rush, trying to seize the initiative before the enemy can overwhelm him. He compresses his power into his fist and unleashes War God style, Star Shatter. The blow meets the enemy head-on, and the two powers collide in a brutal clash of gold against red. Their exchange escalates into a storm of slashing force, each side trying to break the other first. As they strain against each other, the enemy realizes its power is being stripped away and lashes out in fury. Driven into desperation, it vows to kill him first and surges forward with a reckless counterattack. A fresh impact tears through the battlefield as opposing energies crash down in another explosive exchange. The young man senses a sudden change and understands the fight has become more dangerous than expected. His ally answers that threat by manifesting ice fire armor, a towering armored guardian wielding sword and shield. He recognizes that victory now depends on speed and braces himself, knowing they are racing the clock. Without hesitation, he moves to coordinate with the summoned armor and position his next strike. He channels his condensed golden power into the armor's shield, turning it into a weaponized point of impact. The armored guardian charges, driving forward with shield and blade to smash through the enemy's defense. Seeing the opening shift, he urgently orders the construct to move and avoid the next threat. The armor reacts just in time, twisting aside as a destructive golden force tears past where it had been. Using that momentum, the construct spins away and repositions instead of being pinned down. It raises its sword and gathers a cold blue edge, preparing a sharper counterattack. The armored guardian commits to the swing, combining icy force with its fiery wings in a sweeping assault. A blue blade of energy cuts across the field, aimed to carve through the enemy before it can recover. But the lightning-wreathed woman re-enters the fight, intercepting the attack path even as the strain on her body worsens. She launches Thunder Pursuit, sending crackling purple spheres after the enemy to keep pressure on it. As the young man dives back into danger, she declares that she will be his shield, choosing to protect him like family. The enemy responds by revealing a more fearsome armored form, its power balancing ice and fire at once. That transformed foe sweeps out a blazing circular attack, forcing the young man to defend instead of press forward. The force of the strike hurls him back through the air and breaks his momentum. Watching him get thrown aside, the woman cries out to her brother in alarm. The battlefield turns into a cage of intersecting fire and ice arcs, leaving him trapped in a tightening storm of attacks. The armored enemy bears down relentlessly, trying to crush him before he can recover. Even under that pressure, he refuses to let her panic and tells her to trust that he can handle this. He forces a breakthrough, detonating a bright impact that tears open the enemy's assault. The woman, trembling and exhausted, realizes what she is about to do will cost her dearly. A new figure with glowing red eyes appears behind her, and the danger shifts from the battlefield to her directly. That figure casts punishment, Thunder Prison, sealing the armored enemy inside a massive lattice of purple lightning. The trapped foe is momentarily checked, its advance halted inside the prison. Above it, a huge magic circle forms, gathering enough power to turn the prison into an execution ground. As she sustains the spell, the woman admits the attack will hurt, but she accepts the cost. The magic circle discharges, driving a devastating pillar of lightning down onto the imprisoned target. The armored enemy braces beneath the strike, trying to endure the punishment rather than escape it. The lightning overwhelms the area, shattering ice and flooding the battlefield with blinding force. The backlash hits both casters hard, and blood spills as the technique pushes them past their limits. Collapsing in the aftermath, the woman apologizes to her brother, knowing she can no longer keep protecting him. As the lightning fades, the armored enemy still stands, damaged but not destroyed, looming over the fallen young man. It immediately follows up with another violent strike, proving the battle is not over and their desperate gamble has failed to finish it. A battered dark-haired fighter hurls himself into one last strike, entrusting the rest of the battle to someone else as his blazing blow crashes down. His attack carves a fiery arc across the battlefield and slams into the enemy with overwhelming force. The impact launches him upward while the armored foe below is left shattered and exposed. With fierce resolve, he drives the attack through as if purging the evil in front of him. A white-haired opponent with glowing red eyes is caught in the blast as a blonde girl behind him cries out in alarm. The explosion blooms into a pillar of light that tears through the ground and ends the clash in a single decisive burst. When the light fades, the dark-haired fighter remains standing at the center of the crater, while his enemies lie defeated nearby. Now shirtless and covered in injuries, he lowers his guard as the strain of the fight finally catches up to him. The blonde girl lies unconscious, confirming that both opponents have been completely subdued. He exhales in relief, realizing that with this victory he can finally pause and recover. Elsewhere, inside the martial arts department classroom building, green fog and thorny vines continue to spread despite efforts to disperse them. A blonde student struggles to contain the infestation with magic, but the more he clears away, the more the fog keeps returning, making the situation feel endless. The vines keep creeping through the room, showing that the source of the disturbance is still active. The blonde student suddenly senses a change and realizes something unexpected is happening. A red-haired ally casually steps in and surrounds them with fire, interrupting the vine's advance. He quickly deduces that the blonde student's vines can absorb the fog and asks whether that absorption can be controlled. As the blonde student focuses on his magic, he recognizes that his vines may be the key to ending the problem. At the red-haired student's command, he orders the vines to absorb all of the fog at once. The vines begin drawing the green haze inward in visible streams. Protected inside a sphere of fire, the two hold their ground while the room is stripped clean of the fog. The blonde student confirms the fog is gone, and the red-haired one praises him for pulling it off. But the red-haired student immediately senses that the real threat has not been dealt with yet. The hidden source reveals itself as a glowing golden snail-like object with strange pink markings. Looking up at the object suspended above them, the red-haired student identifies it as the remaining nuisance they still have to eliminate. The blonde student tenses as the object and surrounding vines react, proving it is dangerous. The red-haired student raises his hand and prepares to strike it down with fire. The glowing snail darts away before the attack can land, trying to escape through the room. The blonde student instantly orders his partner to stop it, and the red-haired student commits without hesitation. A wall of massive thorn vines surges up to cut off the creature's path. The snail swerves along the barrier, still searching for a way out. The blonde student expands his spell into a full forest summon, turning the room into a trap of living vines. He advances through his own growth with confidence, tightening control over the battlefield. A complete vine wall seals the space, leaving the creature boxed in from every side. With his magic focused and his eyes glowing, the blonde student presses the advantage and demands surrender. The trapped mass of vines closes around the glowing target, pinning it in place. From above, the two watch the thorny prison constrict around the creature. The red-haired student studies the situation and realizes the enemy has been captured too easily. He confirms the problem when the blonde student admits his vines cannot even scratch the thing, meaning its defenses are far stronger than expected. Understanding that brute restraint will not work, the red-haired student takes over and tells his ally to leave the rest to him. He sends spiraling streams of fire through the vine prison, targeting the hidden object at its center. Invoking God Fate, he compresses the flames into a tightly controlled core in his palm. The blonde student watches in shock, realizing his partner is shaping the fire with extraordinary precision. As the compressed sphere grows hotter and hotter, the red-haired student keeps refining it instead of letting it explode. The heat swells until it resembles a miniature sun suspended above them. The golden snail is drawn into the blazing vortex surrounding that artificial sun. As it is consumed, the creature's body distorts and strange pink sigils flare, hinting at an unnatural origin. Both students suddenly notice something is wrong just as the object reaches the heart of the attack. A burst of green light erupts through the fiery sphere, and when the energy clears, the target is gone. The blonde student stares upward in disbelief, realizing the item has simply disappeared. The red-haired student concludes that the strange magic, the fog, and the vanished item are connected, though he still does not know where it came from, and for now he settles for the immediate crisis being over. A silver-haired student regains consciousness in confusion and realizes he is not the only one recovering from whatever just happened. As his senses return, he is stunned to find the school grounds transformed, with the classroom building overrun by vines. Elsewhere, a glowing golden snail is struck by magic, signaling the return of a hidden item. Its owner, a blonde youth, wakes up groggily as the object settles back onto him. A horned demon confirms that the item has finally been recalled, showing their plan is moving forward. The blonde youth complains that being taken to a magic academy caused a dangerous buildup of magical power while he slept. A dark-haired woman admits she is almost envious that his mere awakening created such chaos. With the reunion over, the group immediately turns to their next objective. They invoke beings tied to the stars and the void, calling on ancient forces to emerge again in this world. Using the restored snail-like artifact as a focus, they complete the summoning ritual. They declare that names and identities no longer matter and set out to turn the world into the stage for a new game. Their power launches away, leaving the threat hanging over the world. Several hours later, calm returns around the damaged temple at the academy. A battered young man slowly wakes, drained from having exhausted all his power. He realizes he collapsed into sleep the moment he finally relaxed. Still injured and wrapped in bandages, Lucas wonders how long he was unconscious before hearing that he has awakened. His silver-haired companion reassures him that the mental magic affecting him has been cleansed and that he is safe now. Lucas is surprised to find Julia there as well and asks why she came and what exactly happened inside the temple. Julia admits she remembers nothing after entering the temple, even though her protective necklace should have shielded her from mental interference. The silver-haired student tells Lucas to rest until he recovers, while Lucas notices that both of them seem oddly different from before. Unable to make sense of their changed demeanor, Lucas asks Julia what happened to the two of them. Before anyone can explain, another exhausted companion stirs awake, too sleepy to contribute anything useful. The group settles for taking recovery medicine first, then decides to inspect the temple again for answers. Back inside the ruined temple, Lucas pieces together that he had secretly followed them out of concern for Julia and ended up taking the goddess's trial alongside them. Though still flustered about being called Big Brother, he confirms that both he and Julia passed a difficult trial. Neither Julia nor the silver-haired student remembers Lucas taking any trial at all, deepening the mystery. They consider that Lucas may have faced a different trial, but with the statues shattered and the spirits gone, they seem to have no one left to ask. At that moment, Lucas senses a presence answering them directly. Blue lights gather in the temple as the others turn toward the source of the voice. Lucas braces for another trap, only to realize this new presence feels different. The others quickly understand what is happening and recognize the being before them as the goddess. A tiny radiant woman appears, stretching awake as if she has just enjoyed a long sleep. She introduces herself as Seraphina, the goddess of wisdom. Her childish complaint about the broken statue makes it clear that the solemn image they worshipped never reflected her real personality. The little spirits urgently beg her to act, warning that if the goddess is not fully awakened at once, the visitors will die. Taking the warning seriously, Seraphina agrees to stop joking and handle the situation. Her expression sharpens as she finally focuses on the crisis. The spirits celebrate her return, relieved that the goddess is awake again after so long. Ignoring their praise, Seraphina demands to see the memories of what happened in the temple while she slept. She draws the memories out with a touch and begins reviewing the events herself. The revealed memories show the demonic intruders, the dark-haired woman, and the chain of events that led to the temple's destruction. Seraphina is taken aback to learn that all of this unfolded during her sleep. She immediately begins using her power to repair the damage. Broken stone and crystal fragments rise and reassemble under her magic. The group watches in amazement as the ruined temple rapidly restores itself. As the reconstruction continues, they realize they are witnessing true divine magic. The goddess's statue reforms, regaining its sacred presence. With the temple restored, Seraphina addresses the visitors from afar and grants them a level 3 blessing of wisdom. She explains that this blessing will let them perceive the true nature of magical power more easily, giving them a crucial advantage going forward. Having bestowed her aid, Seraphina calmly prepares to move on, leaving the group with both answers and a new gift. A young man confronts the radiant successor of the martial god after realizing the other divine blessings have already withdrawn, leaving him alone before her. She reassures him that the 3 blessings merely departed first, making clear she has not abandoned the encounter. He presses for the truth, asking who those 3 figures in the temple really were. She reveals they were demons who had blasphemed against the gods and insists their fate is a matter for the divine, not for him to worry about. He understands that her answer means he was intentionally left behind as a warning rather than an equal participant. Accepting the boundary she sets, he stops probing and respectfully asks permission to leave. Before he can go, he offers his own gratitude for the temple's protection and promises to grant her the blessing of wisdom as well. Her surprise shows that his gesture reaches her in a way she did not expect. His blessing is bestowed with the hope that it will guide her throughout her life as a martial artist. Back at the Miranda estate, Julia's mother prays by the window for her daughter's safe return from meeting the goddess of wisdom. The Duke finds her there and asks what she is praying for. She explains her concern for Julia, and he acknowledges that Julia is worthy of the Miranda name. He goes further and tells his wife she may leave the guest room and return to her own, signaling a restoration of her place in the family. Overwhelmed by the change, she bows in gratitude as he departs. Left alone, she breaks into tears, realizing that her husband has finally recognized her as family again. 7 days after the slow snail incident, the scene shifts to Lucas's hidden base. There, a brutal training session is underway as a giant wolf-like beast drives the young man through a punishing fight. The beast ends up flattened and exhausted, turning the clash into an almost absurdly one-sided finish. Afterward, the young man soaks in a medicinal bath to recover from the strain. He reflects that it has been a long time since he could rest like this, and that the audience with the goddess of wisdom had drained him. Thinking back, he notes that Orion and Kuro recovered from their injuries and returned to the temple, and that despite all the chaos things somehow settled well enough. He also recalls that the martial god's purification briefly made them meek and obedient, though the effect did not last. As for the academy clone that vanished, he concludes no one noticed because the slow snail incident caused too much confusion. Jeremy's role in resolving that crisis even earned him a sudden promotion to student council executive. For now the principals are suppressing information, but he suspects a closed investigation is already forming around whoever brought the dangerous item into the school. As he thinks, the medicinal bath suddenly reacts and surges with power around him. He calmly gathers the energy into himself instead of resisting it. The force swells into a violent spiral, revealing that the reaction is far greater than a normal bath should produce. He realizes the snail had drained the entire martial arts department, and decides he needs to brew recovery elixirs for them. But his deeper concern remains the true nature of the slow snail itself. He identifies it as a fragment of a dark source tied to the item that had been hidden in the academy basement, and wonders what kind of thing they are dealing with. He connects that mystery to the temple incident as well, noting that Abby glowed and Julia transformed there, which suggests the same influence may have reached the slow snail. Finished with his thoughts, he wrings out his towel and prepares to leave the bath. He resolves to throw Julia's suspiciously affected towel away next time instead of keeping it around. Before he can continue, someone excitedly calls out to him as brother. The blue wolf eagerly announces that it has great news. It presents a formal invitation and reveals that their grandfather has invited both of them to dinner. The young man confirms this means Duke Miranda, while the wolf excitedly explains the dinner is to celebrate receiving the goddess's blessing. The wolf is thrilled because the invitation means the family has finally acknowledged them. That night, the Miranda family gathers at the estate for the dinner. A lavish meal is laid out, underscoring that this is a formal family occasion rather than a casual visit. The family takes their places at the long table, with the Duke presiding over the gathering. Before speaking, the Duke composes himself, signaling that his words will carry unusual weight. He formally praises Julia, declaring that receiving the goddess's blessing is an unprecedented honor in Miranda family history. Her mother is stunned to hear such open approval, and the room shifts as everyone realizes the Duke is publicly elevating Julia. He continues, saying that if Julia keeps producing results like this, her standing will rise even further. He then announces that he will seriously consider naming Julia the next head of the Miranda family, leaving the table shaken by the implications. Julia's brother raises a toast and offers congratulations, but immediately uses the moment to suggest reconnecting with their estranged brother by letter. The proposal lands like a provocation, abruptly breaking the smooth tone of the celebration. The Duke rejects the idea at once, making it clear that the absent son remains beyond the family's acceptance. At a family gathering, the patriarch fiercely defends Holt as a hero of the front lines and refuses to let anyone insult him. He reminds them that Holt fought bravely even while his pregnant wife was left behind, framing him as a man who sacrificed for the country. His praise leaves the table stunned, because everyone else clearly sees Holt very differently. The criticism sharpens as Holt is condemned for impregnating a girl and taking her as his wife despite the family's objections. The old man doubles down, insisting that such forceful behavior is exactly what makes Holt worthy. That judgment humiliates Catherine and her daughter, reducing the marriage to a stain on the family while both sit in tears. Seeing Julia crushed, the dark-haired young man beside her quietly moves to support her. Julia suddenly rises and defends her father, demanding that her mother not be insulted any further. Her outburst provokes her own father, who rebukes her for speaking against her grandfather. Before the confrontation can worsen, the young man restrains Julia and urges her to calm herself. The patriarch stands, taking control of the room through sheer authority. Without another word, he ends the gathering and leads Julia away, leaving the rest of the family behind in tense silence. Catherine can only watch helplessly as her daughter is taken from the room. The atmosphere shifts when a maid rushes in with an urgent letter from the front for Catherine. Catherine opens it while still wiping away tears, bracing herself for bad news. As she reads, shock overtakes her. Julia and the young man immediately close in around Catherine, fearing something terrible has happened. But Catherine steadies herself and hides her distress behind a reassuring smile. Outside, she tells the children that their father merely needs a little help and warns them not to worry themselves sick over it. The young man accepts her explanation and heads out at once. The story shifts to the border a few hours earlier, where messages fly over a fortified frontier under constant threat. At the Ryan Knights encampment, the army prepares under the Duke's banner. The soldiers hold the walls in a weary routine, maintaining watch along the fortifications. Their complaints reveal how exhausting the siege has become, with beastmen harassment keeping them from proper rest. Even so, discipline is enforced harshly, and no slackness is tolerated on duty. Behind the grumbling, the men still suspect the beastmen may be preparing something more serious. Inside the camp, the command tent serves as the center of the territory's defense. There, Duke Ryan receives a report that beastmen tribes have appeared in unusual positions along the western front. Studying the map, he realizes the placements are too deliberate and look like an effort to block the main roads. That pattern leads him to a grim possibility. This may be a coordinated invasion rather than scattered raids. The threat is grave because the enemy is the beastmen, non-human tribes dwelling deep in the dark forests. Though often dismissed as savage, they possess intelligence and an organized society that humans still poorly understand. One enduring theory claims that far within the forest they have built a hidden nation of their own. And once every century, that hidden power erupts outward in a ferocious invasion of human lands. The last such disaster nearly reached the capital before being stopped at the frontier, making any sign of a new cycle terrifying. Ryan asks whether repeated warnings to the imperial capital have brought reinforcements, but his subordinate can only answer with hesitation. The truth is that the ministry dismissed his appeals as exaggeration and refused to send aid. Ryan bitterly concludes that the Empire's neglect has hollowed out its government just when competence is most needed. His aide urges him to meet Lord Ryan directly, hoping one last appeal might still buy them time. Ryan rejects that hope immediately. He argues that with the camp already stretched thin, they cannot spare troops for a political plea. Their forces are too depleted, and without recovered mage units, artists, and regular infantry, they cannot hold if the enemy attacks in force. Even so, Ryan chooses to wait a little longer, trusting that Lord Ryan will not abandon them. That fragile pause is shattered when a soldier bursts in with an emergency report. A massive horde of beastmen has appeared nearby and surrounded the encampment. Ryan moves instantly, abandoning discussion for action. He restores order at once, commanding the panicked soldiers to return to their posts and prepare for battle. Then something unseen makes him falter for a split second. His sharpened martial instincts suddenly sense a presence so alarming that it cuts through the chaos. As the camp erupts around him, Ryan turns toward that unknown threat, trying to identify what his instincts are warning him about. A grim, ominous mood hangs over the story as danger approaches. Monstrous attackers embodying absolute despair surge forward, signaling a catastrophic threat. Elsewhere, a small bird messenger arrives over a training ground at a school estate. The bird rushes in urgently, carrying news important enough to interrupt everything. Its message strikes a wooden post, announcing itself with force. A young woman training nearby halts mid-strike as the interruption catches her attention. She realizes something serious has arrived and turns to it. Her companions crowd around, greeting her warmly and celebrating how much stronger she has become. They credit Lucas's shared training medicine for improving everyone and wonder if they were really allowed to use something so valuable. Kai explains that the medicine originally came from the Miranda family through Julia, and that he only ended up taking it because she refused it. The others immediately turn their excitement toward Lucas, eager to test their new strength against him. Lucas reflects that the golden snail had weakened the entire student body, with the lower years suffering the worst and Kai losing over a third of his strength. He remembers how badly everyone had been affected and how much effort it took just to get them back on their feet. To restore them, he had no choice but to brew elixirs for everyone, despite the enormous costs. That decision exhausted the rare materials he had been saving for a long time. Still, he notices that instead of merely recovering, everyone now seems to be growing even stronger than before. Watching from above, a man studies the students and wonders whether the golden snail's poison had not only weakened them but also drawn out hidden potential. He becomes interested in that possibility, and considers using the golden snail's power for his own ends. At the frontier, a knight confronts a terrifying black creature and demands to know what it is. The monster reveals itself as one of the eradicators, confirming that a deadly new enemy has appeared. News of the disaster reaches the Ryan couple. The garrison has been attacked, and the knights have been killed. At the same time, a massive beast horde advances on the battlefield, pushing the crisis beyond a simple raid. Catherine supports the defenders with acceleration magic, trying to keep them alive through speed and mobility. Even so, Holt's forces can barely hold the line as giant monsters crash into their defense. The battlefield descends into fire and chaos while the defenders are steadily overwhelmed. More beasts close in from every side, leaving the knights trapped and outnumbered. Holt sees the battle turning hopeless and realizes they are being cornered. With no other option, Catherine sends a magical plea for help in the middle of the fighting. Bruised and desperate, she entrusts their survival to that message. Her plea is directed to the Miranda ducal house. The message takes the form of a magical bird and carries her request across the distance. A young man of the Miranda family receives the letter and reads it carefully. What he sees shocks him at once. When he reports the attack, an older noble dismisses it as impossible and assumes Viscount Ryan is exaggerating to demand reinforcements. The young man refuses to doubt his sister and urges that troops be sent to the frontier immediately. He argues that with Catherine's magic, assessing the battlefield should be easy, but his appeal gains no ground. His father coldly asks why the Miranda family should risk itself to save other people. The son finally pushes back and tries to stop that callous reasoning. The confrontation hardens into a direct clash between father and son. His father reminds him that as the future head of the family, he is supposed to prioritize Miranda interests above all else. He then threatens to strip his son of succession if he keeps defying him. Even as he leaves, the father insists that if the matter is truly so urgent, responsibility lies with the imperial palace, not with them. The son realizes his father will never act, no matter how grave the danger is, so he resolves to seek help from another place instead. He goes to Aaron Magic School and explains the frontier crisis there. He warns that if Ryan's frontier territory falls, the surrounding lands will be endangered as well, so reinforcements must be sent quickly. He adds that the imperial officials are neglecting their duties and that his own father stubbornly refuses to respond. Calling Aaron Magic School their last hope, he asks for a decision as soon as possible and waits for their answer. A sudden interruption at the door signals that a response may already be coming. The room turns toward the entrance as the next development arrives. The school elders agree that real combat training would benefit the students and strengthen the academy's military standing. When asked why he is involving himself in imperial military matters, Saiyan makes clear he has a deeper reason. He reveals that demonic influence has recently entered the school and that the beasts in the forest are also behaving unnaturally. To him, these signs point to a coming disaster that the school must prepare for now. When the other elder offers no immediate objection, Saiyan decides to convene the teachers and settle the matter formally. The academy soon shifts under that decision as preparations begin across the campus. During what should have been self-training, Lucas notices the routine has been disrupted. Seeing teachers summoned away in the middle of class, he realizes something serious must have happened. At the emergency meeting, the school announces that it will send teachers and students to support Viscount Ryan, who is fighting on the frontier. The administration justifies the move with military rewards and the claim that the school's overall combat ability has declined. Even those present can tell the explanation sounds forced, and concern spreads that the principal is making a reckless decision. Saiyan narrows the plan by insisting that only students with enough battlefield readiness, specifically 30 years and above, will be sent. He frames it as a painful necessity, arguing that the Empire cannot afford to lose even the students of this prestigious school. Others warn that the younger students, especially certain first years, will never quietly accept being left behind. Their concern centers on Lucas and Julia, the brother and sister most personally tied to the crisis. What weighs on Lucas most is that the people suffering on the front are not strangers but the parents of students like him. Unable to stay still, he withdraws alone and wrestles with what the decision really means. At the heart of his turmoil is the fact that his own parents are among those in danger. That night, Julia confronts him, unable to understand why she is being kept away while their family is at risk. The official order excluding first years only sharpens her sense of helplessness. In tears, she insists she cannot bear to do nothing while their mother and father are in danger and resolves to protect the student council if that is all she is allowed. An older student tries to calm her before her emotions drive her into something rash. He explains that the frontier is too dangerous for someone her age and promises that he and the other senior council members will go in her place and bring her brother and the others back safely. Lucas accepts that promise on the surface and asks only that they look after his parents, though Julia still resists. Julia is startled when Lucas suddenly addresses her with unusual gentleness, signaling he has already made up his mind. As soon as he leaves with her, she openly declares that she has no intention of obeying the order and will go to the front anyway. Elsewhere, the senior council members decide they cannot allow Lucas and Jeremy to throw themselves into the battlefield alone, and they move to keep Julia from doing anything reckless. Iwa silently accepts that responsibility, already understanding what is coming. From the shadows, Jeremy overhears enough to realize the president's earlier words were meant to push him into staying behind. He pieces together that the order was never about trust but about removing him from the frontline mission. Earlier, the student council president had plainly told Jeremy that everyone in the leadership, including Ina and himself, would go to the front while Jeremy remained behind to handle administration. When Jeremy objected because of his father, the president shut him down and treated it as a duty he had to accept as a new officer. Now alone, Jeremy turns to the memory of his mother and struggles over whether obedience is really the right choice. He finally rejects passivity and acts on his decision. At the same time, Lucas challenges Julia to admit that waiting obediently will not save their parents because neither Saiyan nor the school will listen to protests. He proposes a secret trip to the front instead, and Julia immediately agrees despite the punishment that may follow. They settle on leaving the next night, united by the same desperation. Meanwhile, another thread of the plan begins in the library after dark. Saiyan encounters Lucas there and notices at once that he is not following his usual routine. Lucas drops any pretense and decides to ask directly for what he came for. He kneels before Saiyan and asks him to activate the tower one more time. The request carries the full weight of Lucas's resolve, showing he is no longer hesitating. Soon after, a signal or power from the tower cuts across the night, suggesting Saiyan granted the request. With that preparation complete, Lucas moves to put his escape plan into action. But as he tries to slip out, Iwa and several others intercept him, having already guessed he was planning something. Lucas immediately realizes Julia's attempt at secrecy failed, and that their plan has been exposed. Iwa makes clear she is not there to stop him the way her father would have. Instead, she and the others insist on joining him, arguing that they can help and that he has no right to shut them out. More classmates step forward as well, saying the mission needs all the help it can get, and that they want to repay Lucas for everything he has done for them. Faced with unexpected loyalty gathering around him, Lucas can only take in that everyone has chosen to stand with him. Lucas parts from someone on good terms and secures a secret meeting for the following night at the back gate. Under cover of night, the plan is set in motion at the academy's rear entrance. By the next night, Lucas quietly heads out alone toward the rendezvous point. He soon realizes he is being followed. Awa and the others discover he misdirected them toward the wrong gate, conclude something is off, and notice Julia has already slipped away. Instead of Lucas, they run into an intimidating upperclassman group that immediately questions why they are there. Trying to deflect suspicion, one of them awkwardly suggests they are just dealing with martial arts troublemakers again. Greg shuts that down and orders them back to the dorms unless they want their points confiscated. The group realizes Lucas deliberately led them into Greg's hands, and Jeremy is especially annoyed to find Greg involved. Meanwhile, Julia slips through the back gate and follows the real trail Lucas left behind. She catches up to him and accuses him of deceiving the others. Lucas admits it without apology, making clear the trick was intentional. He explains that everything went according to plan. He steered Iwa's group straight to Greg to keep them occupied. Julia worries that lying to everyone may have gone too far. Lucas insists he had no choice because he would not risk his friends' lives by bringing them along. He also argues that, as the headmaster's son, he has every right to be part of what comes next. Their path is suddenly blocked when Jeremy appears wrapped in strange vine magic, revealing he tracked them down anyway. Jeremy calmly explains that he planted those vines as watchers, so Lucas never truly escaped his notice. Lucas senses that Jeremy is wielding an unfamiliar and overwhelming power, and wonders what happened to him. Julia is just as startled, while Lucas quickly reassesses the danger. Jeremy refuses to be left behind and declares that if they want him on the front lines, they must prove they are stronger than he is. Julia accepts the challenge at once, and says he can come only if he can withstand her attack. Confident that his new strength surpasses Lucas's, Jeremy agrees. Julia unleashes a powerful lightning spell to test him. The blast tears through the forest with enough force to overwhelm an ordinary student. When the smoke clears, Jeremy's vine magic has absorbed the attack instead of letting it hit him directly. Shaken but standing, Jeremy reveals he managed to stop the spell with a cocoon of vines. Julia is stunned by how much stronger he has become, and Lucas suspects the mysterious presence around him is the source of that sudden growth. Accepting Jeremy's usefulness, Lucas decides they can investigate the attack site later and should leave immediately. Before they can move, another spell circle flares beneath them. Julia grabs onto Lucas and insists on going with him as he uses acceleration magic to launch forward. They burst through the forest at high speed, racing after the others. Lucas conserves power by carrying Julia physically while maintaining the spell's momentum. He lands hard and keeps moving without losing the chase. Elsewhere, Iwa's group escapes Greg's control thanks to Iwa's mental magic, and they realize they have been manipulated. Seeing the scorched ground left by Julia's lightning, they understand they are already behind whatever Lucas and Julia have gotten into. Jeremy tries to excuse Lucas's secrecy as misguided protection, though it is clear he feels hurt that his promise to protect everyone was not trusted. Once they remember there is only one road to the frontier, the group decides to pursue and catch up. Julia prepares to call for outside help as the situation escalates. Instead, she uses a red magic circle to seize control of nearby creatures as a faster solution. The bewitched birds had just been frightened by the earlier lightning. Her spell takes hold, turning them into scouts under her command. By the next day, Aaron Magic School's final reinforcement group reaches Darktown to support the local knights. At the Beastmen Forest checkpoint, however, Lucas and his companions are already far ahead of the school's official response. When they reach the city gate, the guards bar their way because unauthorized people are not allowed inside. Jeremy tries to pass them off as third-year students sent from Aaron Magic School to reinforce the Ryan Knights. The guards remain skeptical, pointing out that only 3 students arrived and no teacher or official documents accompany them. Seeing words will not be enough, Lucas reaches for the weapon on his back. He presents the treasured sword personally entrusted to him by Ryan Paul, using it as proof of his connection to the Ryan family, and urging the guards to let them through at once. Jeremy is shocked that Lucas brought such an important family heirloom with him, realizing how serious Lucas has been from the start. At the checkpoint, the guards refuse the group entry because they lack the official documents needed to pass. The travelers are told their only legitimate option is to return and come back with the required papers. Faced with the setback, Jeremy suggests sneaking in later while Julia impatiently pushes for forcing their way through. Lucas cuts through the argument by deciding he has a better plan. He proposes bypassing the checkpoint through a nearby fog-covered forest that leads straight to the fortress. The route is dangerous, however, because the forest is known to be filled with monsters. Even so, the group enters the forest, with Jeremy grumbling that Lucas must not drag them around with reckless acceleration magic again. As they move deeper in, Lucas suddenly tenses, sensing something before the others do. He warns that blood is in the air, though Jeremy still cannot detect any immediate threat. Lucas abruptly orders everyone to prepare, confirming that enemies are already closing in. The forest itself answers his warning as massive roots and wooden bodies surge out around them. Lucas realizes what they are facing just as the ambush fully unfolds. The attackers are blood treants, monsters that are not only strong but also capable of overwhelming foes through sheer force. One of the treants lashes out first, trying to crush the group with its huge wooden limbs. Lucas meets the strike head-on and blasts through the attack before it can reach them. He warns the others to keep their distance because his counterattacks will be too destructive to stand near. As another blow comes in, Lucas slips away from it with precise movement. He makes clear that once he unleashes his power, everything nearby could be torn apart. His next burst of force carves through the treants in a violent sweep. For a moment, Lucas stands between Julia and Jeremy and the monsters pressing in from all sides. Seeing no end to the assault, Lucas notes that the treants are attacking in a constant stream. He decides the only workable strategy is to gather them together so Julia can wipe them out in one strike. Jeremy is startled that Lucas intends to act as bait and draw the entire horde onto himself. Lucas immediately puts the plan into motion, provoking the monsters and pulling their attention away from the others. He races through the forest while firing off attacks to herd the treants into a single mass. His focus sharpens completely as he commits to the dangerous maneuver. Using explosive movement and force, Lucas tears through the battlefield and keeps the monsters chasing him. The treants lunge after him in a pack, exactly as he intended. He drives them into a tighter cluster with repeated impacts and evasive bursts. Once the monsters are grouped, Julia steps in and begins, channeling a large-scale spell. Her magic traps the treants inside a crackling purple formation that pins and cuts through them at once. Watching Lucas handle so many high-level monsters so easily leaves Jeremy shaken by how capable he really is. Even while fighting, Jeremy starts questioning whether his long-held view of Lucas as useless was ever true. That doubt is interrupted when another treant attack swings toward Jeremy himself. Jeremy curses and braces as the danger closes in on him. Julia snaps him back to the fight, and together they reinforce her spell instead of letting panic take over. At the same time, a new threat appears as green parasitic vines shoot in from another direction. Lucas realizes the battle is not over and warns that another group of enemies is joining in. Jeremy responds immediately, ready to handle the new wave. He takes charge of the incoming parasites, telling the others to leave this part to him. His control is still rough enough that Lucas has to dodge one of Jeremy's attacks as well as the monsters. Jeremy, surprised that Lucas avoided it so easily, uses his parasite ability to drain the treant's nourishment away. Under Jeremy's green energy, the monsters are infested and weakened as their vitality is siphoned off. With the enemies finally collapsing, Lucas acknowledges Jeremy's contribution, and Jeremy gruffly accepts the praise while refusing to be shown up. Julia immediately boasts that Lucas was the most impressive of all, leaving Jeremy annoyed and unable to understand why she is laughing at him. Once the fighting ends, Julia relaxes and celebrates that the chaos has finally settled down. While the others rest, Lucas starts collecting a material from the fallen monsters, explaining that he can use it to make pills. Jeremy is stunned, because alchemy is so rare that only a handful of masters in the Empire can perform it. Julia seizes the moment to insist that Jeremy should finally recognize how extraordinary Lucas really is. Jeremy reflects that Julia has praised Lucas since childhood, and for the first time he begins to suspect her admiration was not childish bias after all. Lucas begins to suspect that the boy he used to bully may have been hiding his real strength all along. That uneasy thought is cut short when Jeremy senses something new and alarming. A warning arrives that the brief lull is over and more monsters are approaching. The threat escalates further when they learn a stronger special variant is among the incoming beasts. Lucas and Julia quickly agree to avoid a direct clash and survive long enough to hold the line. The first of the new monsters lunges in before they can rest. Jeremy throws himself into the attack to intercept the charging beasts. As the predators close in on Lucas and Julia, the three students are forced into immediate coordination. Julia opens with lightning magic to stop the rush. Lucas follows by raising thorny vines to trap the monsters in place. The immobilized beasts are electrocuted inside the living snare. Watching them, Jeremy realizes their teamwork is precise and highly effective. Even while acknowledging that, Jeremy catches a suspicious sound and senses another development nearby. Elsewhere at the academy perimeter, guards try to turn away students who are sneaking out toward the battlefield. The warning fails to stop a group of determined students arriving on mounts. When one guard mentions that 3 students already slipped out the day before, the newcomers realize they are following the same trail. The group identifies those missing students as Julia and the others they know. A dark-haired girl uses mental magic to demand the guards reveal where the missing students went. Under her influence, the guards admit they do not know where the trio went after leaving. One guard resists just enough to question why he should answer, showing the spell is not absolute. Still trying to maintain order, the guards insist the students return to school at once. The dark-haired girl is startled when her mental control suddenly breaks, and she realizes someone has dispelled it. The one who intervened is a composed blonde nobleman whose arrival immediately changes the mood. Back in the forest, 2 badly wounded teachers are cornered behind a wall of vines while monsters close in. The horned special variant taunts them, declaring that no matter how they run, death is waiting. The blonde teacher protecting the other realizes the blocked exit has trapped them at the worst possible moment. When something moves above them, she urgently warns her companion. A giant insect drops from overhead to finish the trapped teachers. The injured teacher in red resolves to spend her last strength making sure Linda escapes. Before she can sacrifice herself, the special variant suddenly crashes down to intercept the insect. The monster is caught off guard by the interruption. The insect is instantly entangled in electrified vines instead of reaching the teachers. Lightning surges through the trap and destroys the ambusher. The special variant is left confused by this unexpected interference. Jeremy arrives in the middle of the chaos and slams into the special variant to drive it away from the teachers. His strike sends the massive beast skidding back and buys the wounded women a moment to breathe. Without celebrating, Jeremy immediately asks whether the teachers are still alive. Lucas and Julia confirm both teachers are gravely injured after what must have been a long fight on the front lines. They fear Ms. Lesia may already be beyond saving. Jeremy judges that forcing an escape while carrying 2 wounded adults is impossible, especially with another pack approaching. He also confirms that the giant special variant is leading that incoming group. Linda recognizes the sound of the approaching danger and understands how little time they have left. Inside the vine shelter, she is shocked to see Julia and the others have come all the way here. She orders the students to run and call for reinforcements instead of staying. Julia refuses, insisting they cannot abandon Linda and that Jeremy has already chosen to fight. Linda is torn between fear and pride, wishing she could stand beside them instead of being protected. Unable to join the battle, she can only watch helplessly from inside the barrier. Outside, the special variant charges again while Julia and Lucas prepare to support Jeremy. Jeremy gathers power into a focused strike rather than retreating. He drives a heavy blow into the monster with enough force to shake the ground. The impact hurls the special variant backward through the air. But the monster shrugs off the hit and Jeremy realizes brute force alone will not be enough, so he needs space and a better opening. Lucas answers by binding the special variant with rapidly growing vines. He tightens the restraint with precision, pinning even the lesser beasts around it. The special variant rages that the vines are obstructing its sight and movement. Jeremy uses that distraction to set up the next step of his attack. He aims for a vital point and lands a precise strike into the monster's body. Then he springs upward toward its head, pressing the assault before it can recover. The special variant finally recognizes Jeremy as the one threatening it most. A hidden vine suddenly catches Jeremy's ankle in midair and ruins his momentum. Instead of falling away, he uses the snag to swing himself onto the monster's head. He plants himself there and turns the failed jump into a new position of advantage. Lucas understands Jeremy's intent immediately, and Jeremy silently acknowledges the support. The special variant realizes too late that Jeremy was using the vines to reach its blind spot. At the same time, the insect monsters swarm the special variant itself, enraging it. Their attack tears into its face and further disrupts its control of the battlefield. The assault continues, forcing the special variant to divide its attention. The insects keep hammering at it from multiple angles. Though battered, the special variant remains standing and dangerous. Jeremy seizes the moment and signals Julia to act. Julia answers by dropping a towering thunder prison around the special variant. She reveals that until now she could only use this level of divine thunder in her adult form, but she is forcing beyond that limit. Calling directly on Thunder God Kahai, she begs for enough power to finish the monster. Her prayer reaches the realm of the gods, where the request is heard. The Thunder God complains that too many prayers like this have been coming from the Arcanist continent lately. He immediately shifts blame toward the goddess of wisdom for letting matters reach this point. He argues that the girl invoked Kahai by name, so the responsibility should not fall on him alone. The goddess of wisdom protests that it is unfair to dump every problem on her. She sheepishly admits that the power of sloth made her fall asleep after only 200 years. Another god bursts in angrily, blaming the whole mess on the reckless martial god. The god of fire complains that the martial god sealed the demon threat and ran off, leaving the aftermath to everyone else. A calmer authority intervenes and reminds the gods that their struggle with the demon god is endless. The radiant gold god explains that even the martial god's full power seal was only ever a temporary measure. He decides that the gods must finally send a divine messenger to the mortal world to end the conflict caused by the demon god. Though it breaks their original principles, he declares that direct intervention can no longer be avoided. A hooded messenger is chosen and receives the gold god's power. The messenger accepts the mission without hesitation. Back in the forest, the special variant collapses under the accumulated damage. Julia is relieved that her desperate spell finally worked, though she notes it is still weaker than the power she once had. As the danger seems to pass, Lucas notices Jeremy trembling and Jeremy brushes it off as old trauma. The monster's body twitches, warning that the fight is not truly over. Still alive, the special variant vows to take revenge. Jeremy catches the threat a moment before it erupts again. When the monster unleashes a roar, Jeremy realizes it is not a normal attack and tells everyone to cover their ears. The special variant throws its head back and releases the cry with its remaining strength. The roar tears through the forest and carries far beyond the battlefield. Julia notices that the sound does not hurt like the Minotaur's roar did, which means it serves another purpose. Lucas is shaken but quickly understands that this cry is different from a direct sonic attack. Jeremy tells them to stop guessing and look at what the roar has triggered. Across the valley, the forest itself begins to stir as creatures answer the call. Jeremy realizes every monster in the forest is now charging toward them. He concludes that the dying roar was a summons meant to drag the whole battlefield into one final disaster. The first wave crashes against the area, smashing through obstacles as the students scramble to hold them back. Jeremy can fend off individual monsters, but he sees at once that their numbers are overwhelming. Facing the incoming horde, he finally understands why his mother once walked onto the battlefield without looking back. That realization hardens his resolve just as another beast lunges at him. A sudden interruption leaves him wondering what new force has entered the fight. Before he can react, familiar voices call out from the charging reinforcements. The students who had been searching for them arrive at last, shocked by the scale of the monster swarm but refusing to stay away. Julia is stunned to see them here in the middle of the battle. Jeremy decides their arrival can still be useful and orders them to evacuate Ms. Linda and the others immediately. At that moment, a vast golden magic circle appears overhead and freezes the battlefield in awe. Columns of holy light descend, blasting monsters aside and opening space around Jeremy. A blond man invokes heavenly light to purify the corruption spreading through the forest. Jeremy recognizes the attack as legendary holy magic, devastatingly effective against monsters. Linda suspects the newcomer is connected to the holy princess they encountered before. The blond man introduces himself to Lucas as Raymond Clare, a reinforcement from the imperial capital. He greets Lucas warmly, as if they are meeting under far calmer circumstances. Lucas is stunned to realize that Clare means the crown prince himself has arrived. Jeremy immediately understands the weight of that name and what it says about the Empire's priorities. Lucas formally thanks the prince for coming, but Raymond dismisses ceremony and treats everyone here as comrades in battle. He asks them to call him Raymond instead of hiding behind rank. Their reunion is interrupted when another student reports that Ms. Lesia has stopped breathing. Inside the vine shelter, Lesia lies motionless beside Linda, and the urgency shifts from battle to survival. Her condition looks so grave that hope seems to be slipping away. With the immediate fighting suppressed, everyone gathers around the wounded teachers. Raymond asks for a clear report on the teacher's condition. He is told that Linda is safe now, but Lesia remains in critical danger. The others can barely bring themselves to finish saying that Lesia is probably dying. The healer among them breaks down, blaming herself for not having stronger healing magic. Raymond gently stops her from spiraling and tells her she has already done more than enough. He explains that her healing closed Lesia's wounds, but the problem now is that her life itself is fading. He confirms that ordinary treatment can no longer save her if her soul is already slipping away. Raymond reveals that only the mercy of the gods can keep Lesia's soul from departing. Golden holy energy begins gathering through the forest in answer to his will. He surrounds Lesia with a sacred field and prepares a miracle rather than a mere spell. The others watch in stunned silence as the atmosphere itself turns holy and still. Raymond calls for holy light to guide the lost soul back. He completes the prayer by commanding life to return before darkness can claim her. A radiant spirit of light descends and merges with Lesia, flooding her body with divine power. Color returns to Lesia's face, and the onlookers realize the impossible is happening. Raymond confirms she will live and wake after rest, admitting that even he could not have saved her if he had arrived any later. The students and teachers thank him sincerely for pulling Lesia back from death. Even his own attendants are startled by what he has just spent and what it may cost him. Raymond brushes off concern, says he will rest briefly before heading to the fortress, and orders the others to search for anyone still missing. After giving those instructions, he remains behind in the ruined forest rather than leaving immediately. Alone with his horse Lux, he quietly reassures the animal not to worry about him. A flicker of strain crosses his face, hinting that the miracle took more out of him than he admitted. Jeremy approaches and dryly notes that he expected Raymond to be scolded for abandoning his companions. Raymond answers with a smile that someone else has already taken over that role, ending the crisis on a lighter note. Raymond points out that Lesia exhausted a great deal of magic by saving him. Lucas offers Raymond a rare recovery pill and urges him to take it. Raymond immediately recognizes from its scent that it restores both injuries and magic power. Lucas confirms it is an extremely rare top-grade pill, one of only 3 he could make. Even so, Lucas admits he had meant to save it for a true life-or-death crisis. He remembers Raymond spending his own limited strength to save him and decides that kind of character is worthy of becoming emperor. Lucas concludes that keeping Raymond in perfect condition will benefit everyone. He presses Raymond to recover quickly with the pill. Raymond refuses, saying this medicine cannot restore the source of his holy power. He explains that holy magic depends on accumulated faith energy, so the pill would be wasted on him. Expecting a brutal war ahead, Raymond insists such a precious resource should be saved for a real emergency. Lucas senses Raymond is speaking from more than caution and asks whether he learned something. Raymond denies it outright. Still uneasy, Raymond admits he has a bad feeling and urges everyone to return before dark. That night, the story shifts to the battlefield camp. Inside the camp, the medical tents are overwhelmed as critically wounded soldiers pile up and healers are nowhere near enough. At headquarters, a commander slams his hand onto the map in alarm. He realizes the enemy assault felt weaker because beastmen had slipped through and attacked the rear reinforcements instead. Lucas reports that 3 teachers from Allen Magic School have gone missing because of that strike. Before the commanders can process the news, word arrives that reinforcements have reached the camp. The commander is stunned by the unexpected announcement. Heavy footsteps signal the arrival of important visitors. Prince Raymond enters with his group, immediately shocking the camp leadership. Lucas watches calmly as their arrival changes the room's mood. The commander is further surprised to see his own children, Lucas and Julia, among them. Lucas explains that he and Julia came to help. His father reacts by striking him, furious that he brought his siblings into such danger. He condemns Lucas for recklessly exposing the family to a battlefield. Lucas endures the blow in silence while Julia cries out in shock. The commander argues that with the army surrounded, returning to school would be even more dangerous, yet he still cannot accept what Lucas did. Driven by fear and anger, he orders that the children be locked up so they cannot act rashly again. Julia clings to Lucas, shaken by their father's harshness. Holt appears at the doorway and witnesses the scene in tense silence. Watching his father focus only on Lucas and Julia, Holt bitterly feels ignored once again. Before the order can be carried out, Raymond intervenes and tells them to stop. He politely asks for a full explanation of the situation. A teacher apologizes for the poor welcome and explains that Beastmen pressure has intensified. The northern border was attacked when reinforcements were requested, and many teachers were killed or went missing. Raymond asks whether the 2 unconscious people being carried in are among the missing teachers. The stretchers reveal 2 battered teachers who have been brought back alive. The staff thank Raymond for saving them, but Lucas immediately rejects the credit. He states that Holt, Julia, and Lucas were the ones who protected the teachers from a massive monster horde led by a special variant. Their mother rushes to embrace the children, horrified that they faced a devil beast in the misty forest and desperate to see whether they were hurt. Raymond adds that a special variant beast man is vastly stronger than a normal one, and by the time he arrived the 3 children had already been fighting for hours. Hearing that, their father begins to realize he underestimated them. Their mother holds the children tightly, overwhelmed by relief and pride. Julia happily leans into the affection, while Holt remains more restrained. Their mother tells them they have all grown far more capable in a very short time. Raymond then makes a personal request to the commander. He asks that Lucas and the others be allowed to fight as well, arguing that despite not being official reinforcements, the camp now needs every capable fighter it can get. Raymond offers to take full responsibility for that decision himself. An older commander acknowledges that the prince and Lucas fought together more than a decade ago, and agrees to comply out of respect for the prince's personal request. The prince immediately has Lucas express his thanks, making it clear he is extending him unusual favor. Lucas kneels and offers deep gratitude, but the prince quickly stops the formality and tells him to rise. The commander clears his throat and moves the conversation from courtesy to military order. He declares that everyone at the battlefield camp will be treated equally regardless of rank or status. He adds that all of them must obey orders that protect the Empire's people and must never forget that duty, and the group accepts the rule. The prince shows he has already grasped the situation at the front. He reveals that before arriving he arranged reinforcements from the Imperial Army, Kyoto Magic School, and the Holy Magic School, expecting the battle to improve once those forces combine. A soldier praises the prince's leadership, while another asks for a fuller explanation of the battle, and the prince agrees to continue inside. As he heads off, the prince specifically calls Lucas to accompany him, catching him off guard. Watching Lucas follow, one observer suspects the prince is favoring him and wonders if the two already knew each other. While preparations for lodging begin, others decide they will join the discussion as well. Elsewhere, Raymond jokes in relief that they narrowly avoided being jailed and credits him for saving them. His companion is less interested in the danger than in the fact that the special training she wanted has apparently been cancelled. At the same time, attention turns to the wounded teachers being treated at the infirmary, and Maya is asked whether she is coming. Maya decides to go, believing the healers there may need her help. Another girl chooses to come too, planning to ease the patients suffering with mental magic. Outside, the camp settles into the long strain of war as the night passes. By the time Lucas finishes hearing the full report from his father, morning has arrived. The report is grim. More than 100,000 beastmen have assaulted the fortress over the past month, and no matter how many are repelled, their offensive shows no sign of weakening. From that, Lucas concludes they will have to investigate beastmen territory directly to learn what is driving the attacks. As he stands outside thinking it through, someone calls his name. The prince approaches with a drink and notes that Lucas listened to the briefing all night, but Lucas points out that the prince has done the same and claims holy magic has kept him from tiring. The prince remarks that Lucas has not changed, hinting at a familiarity Lucas still cannot place. Lucas admits the prince seems to know a great deal about him. The prince explains that his father once had Holt serve him hot drinks in the capital, so through Holt he learned much about Lucas. That explanation leads into a more personal truth the prince has been holding back. He reveals that Lucas's father was once the captain of the Emperor's personal guard, and that their fathers were close comrades who defended this fortress together years before either son was born. Lucas is stunned, realizing this is the first time he has ever heard of any connection between his father and the Emperor. Seeing his reaction, the prince realizes Holt never told him any of it. He goes further, saying Holt refused a position in the imperial capital because he was furious over what the Emperor did after taking the throne. Lucas instinctively defends his father, and insists there must have been a reason, then turns the question back on the prince himself. The prince answers by looking ahead to the future, saying that when he becomes emperor and governs sincerely, He wants Lucas to stand beside him as his right-hand man and advisor.